Senhoras e senhores, a Fundação Getulio Vargas tem...
Ladies and gentlemen,
Bom dia a todas as pessoas aqui presentes.
good morning, everyone here. Welcome to our 8th Symposium for Innovation and Research at FGV. It's an honor and a pleasure to have all of you here today. I'd like to thank all our institutional supporters, the Inter-American Bank of Development, BID, the National Confederation of Industries, the German Foundation of Research, the German Embassy, Euraxis, FGV Arts, who has supported us in this event, FGV Editorial, who is going to help us release 2 books in the following 2 days, the Ministry of Science and Innovation and Research, which is transmitting this event live through their YouTube channel, and the Ministry of Health, who's going to coordinate our first panel here, The Ministry of International Relations is also going to participate in our international cooperation panel. The program Diplomacy and Innovation from Itamaraty, the SUS, which is Unified System of Health, the European Union Organization Brazil, and the World Bank, who are all our supporters here. Through the next 2 days, we will debate, basically talking about public policies, subsidies for creating public policies based on scientific evidence, which is one of our areas of expertise. We're going to be talking about international cooperation and also policies for science, innovation, research for Brazil based on evidence. We will also talk about cooperation between social sciences and exact sciences, and we will finish up our symposium with our panel, Flash Presidential, where our researchers will have an open floor for collaboration and debate about dissemination and scientific communication. To start our symposium here today, I'd like to call up here for the opening speech, Professor Carlos Ivan Simonson Leal. Please, Professor. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to finish my talk here in 15 minutes. Okay, let's see if I'm able to do that. No, maybe up to 10:30, because maybe talking. Yeah, maybe I talk too much, it's not very necessary. I was thinking a lot about what I should say here today, the beginning of the seminar. This seminar, well, what is the number? Oh, okay, our 8th one, since we have decided to, open up the debate for research for, whoever wanted to participate and be here with us. In truth, we have the beginning, we started these debates around 20 years ago with, the planning seminars for Getulio Vargas Foundation, and with a very simple conversation, very rudimentary, about resources for research. So I was thinking about what I should say, if it should mention, in general guidelines and orientations, the motivations behind the seminars we're holding here, or if you, should already go into the details, the current details of the issues we're dealing with here today, be it inside here in the foundation, and maybe even, in general, talking about our country, where we have noticed that there's a lot of effort, big effort being put into research, and trying to direct this research to the maximum of applications possible. And we're already seeing some results. This idea that Brazil does not have technology, it's a false idea. Maybe we still don't have enough technology, but technology, we do have them. Embraer planes, our deep ocean, Petrobras probes, and many other things show that we're not doing so bad. The actual challenge, and it's a challenge for our foundation, is to how give back, to this investment that we have received. So with this statement, in some way, I have, already spoke about what I wanted to say about here. When you talk about applied research, especially, it has to give something back. And this is what I'm talking about. It can be, a financial results, because it helps to do more research. And it's our commitment here in the foundation is to always reinvest this money. Whatever we can get, as financial results from this research, but also this, what we give back it doesn't only have to be financial, but it can be some externality that will benefit society or, the biggest part of society as we can in a relevant manner. So two problems are gonna be present here. First one is, how do you measure these results? And second, we're talking about, short-term results, long-term or medium-term results. So all of this I'm talking about as efforts and being in the foundation, a managing institution, economists, lawyers, but the managing administration is where the foundation first originated from. And we have to mention in methods of result and how to give this back to society. And how you're going to create these measures. And if you don't talk about this, then research will only be speculation, almost like a linguistical speculation, where you can get into, some sophisms to try to hide the lack of results. So nowadays, we're here in our foundation. We want to do applied research. We want that our teaching here is continuously fed by this applied research within a process that here we call it a Rumbold, due to the Brothers Rumbold. And facts are observed. They create models. These models will create theories. These theories will be fed by new facts and will allow for predictions that will be put within reality and then again observed. And then if eventually something else happens, you can go back to it, study your model, and create a circulatory system. So this is the basic idea behind this Robotian model. And you have to do this and focus to our postgrad studies, our undergrad studies, and everything else we do here in our foundation. I don't want to be too abstract here, what I'm saying here. I want to be very objective. But sometimes it's necessary to get into a more delicate analysis. What does it mean to observe? The word observe, is it on the five senses, or can I do direct observation through maybe some machines? What does it mean to observe? What are the parameters that I use to model? What principles am I using to do this modeling of the facts that I have observed? And what does theory mean? What does making predictions through this theory means? And to what extent are these predictions possible? Sometimes I can't make these predictions. And, thinking about correction as well doesn't mean to correct something. And these are all things we're facing here, and it's the development of not only the scientific process and research process, but the development of our own capabilities of better understanding something that is being debated, over 400 years in our world. It started with Francis Bacon talking about experimentalism, and then it goes, towards the French school. And in the beginning of the 19th century, you have the brothers Botafogo, and all that's going to be developed in the old University of Berlin. I say old one because I consider that university up to the 1930s, and then it's going to bring about, the modern university in the United States, starting with University of Chicago. All of this, it's all very beautiful, but here in our foundation, we learn and we teach, or, we should be teaching that Brazil has a lack. We don't have a correct budget process. We can't call it decent. The process of creating our budget. This has been going on for many years, many decades. This process is lacking very strongly on its capacity to generate predictability. And research, it's something that depends on you having predictability. Depends directly on this because you need to predict the resources that will be allocated to research. And it depends also indirectly because an applied research can't just stay locked in a lab. It has to transform itself into innovation and something that will affect how things function. And for that, we need to talk about a little detail, and that is that usually these innovations, they all depend on private funds and this moving to private investment. Not only depends on that, I'll make an exception here, but here in Brazil, when we look at the investment in P&D, in research and development, it's the application to disseminate research and development. We see that the Brazilian government throughout the decades, they have given a good percentage of the GDP similar to the American one. But the private sector can't, follow the international parameters. And this is due to a funding problem. The private funding doesn't turn into private investment, so we don't have funding to transform research and development into innovation. Maybe I'm going a little too quickly here, but what I'm trying to say is when you have very good research with very good results and immediate consequences that could bring benefit to society, after you have done all of this, this is associated to an investment, so this can expand and be applied. And this doesn't happen here to us. Many things just die in the labs because we lack the sufficient investment. And why is it lacking? Because everyone is just thinking about the short term. And why is everyone thinking this way? Because the budget process here in Brazil happens this way. I'm going to talk about and discuss this process and why it happens this way. But the fact is, we have a challenge that is extremely big here, because it happens differently in the more developed country. We will always have, this will happen for a long time. We have less resources to transform research development into a real innovation, an innovation that will reach the market. And this is the great challenge here. We have to use our minds and be very intelligent. Our economists, lawyers, and administrators here, you have no, you all be necessary to try to think about mechanisms of resharing those risks that might create a path for the country to, potentially increase the investments in innovation. And, I'm already moving a little bit away from research and development and going already into innovation. And as the professor Watanabe, I think he's here with us. And Watanabe taught me, because NASA has a scale of 9 steps where you can get for a theoretical problem that you want to study, up to when you actually have a product that has reached the market. And I'll repeat myself. It can be a product to create, wealth, but it can be a product to generate an externality. But no, the problem is still the same here. The problem is that we are not able, to scale this sufficiently to create this, bridge. And as a consequence, what happens?
You end up removing the R&D incentive for investment in R&D and I, just because it will not become innovation. You want to be very selective with R&D projects, and you basically don't have that sort of abundance of resources. There isn't the presumption of being able to invest in R&D in order to end up with a product that will yield results later. And that is crucial because the lack of perception about this, and I mean generically, I don't mean that there isn't a perception, but the lack of a general perception makes us not invest enough. It's not the fact that we don't have money isolated. It's just that people who are at the end point say, I'm not going to invest because there won't be a transition. Some governmental institutions sometimes try to sort of fill in the gap, but nothing will be able to fill a gap with the same power that if you had a market that stimulated innovation, which would inevitably stimulate a lot more of R&D projects. For example, how do kidney and liver transplants from hogs can replace damaged human organs? This kind of thing does not exist. I know the problems. I have a problem that I can solve, but I don't believe that the chain is going to work because there will be a lack of financing for venture capital, and basically people will not want to invest. Having said that, we need to remember that Brazil has a lot more unicorns than Germany. Everybody knows that unicorns are young companies that are worth over $1 billion. The value gained is a lot over $1 billion. We have more unicorns than Germany. And if you look at these unicorns, they have a very strong direction, which is now depending a lot more on investment on the mind of researchers, the people that are involved directly, and less of heavy investment in research by itself. They are very deeply aimed at IT, which is natural because there is an explosion of demand for innovation on the IT sector. But they're trying to now focus on the integration between services and industry, which is great for Brazil because so far Brazil has been a country that has been losing its how do you say it? Power, not necessarily power, but let's say industrial presence, shall we? It was reduced from 18% of the GDP to 10.5%. So Brazilian industry is more restricted, I would say, without a sufficient degree of innovation. But with this change, the change to digitization and the integration between services and industrial sectors, we start seeing new movements. These are logistic companies, control companies, companies that work in several sectors with several innovations, not only in the entrepreneurial area, you also have innovations in the public sector. Even though in Brazil, people say that all information technology came to make bureaucracy even more complicated than it used to be. I'll give you one example on my own. The other day, I had to give power of attorney to with a CPF online documentation to myself. Then I had to sign and go to a notary to recognize my signature and put it into this website of somebody that requested this power of attorney. This is incredible, but it does happen. But I would say that it's more an exception than a rule. These exceptions, a lot of the times, consume a lot of time. You get very stressed out to try to take care of, but they do take place. But most things have indeed been going great. And when you compare the way certain things work in Brazil with how they work internationally, you start seeing that maybe our public administration is sort of drinking of the same fountain and sort of closing the gap that used to exist in the past. But this is a subtopic of the things that we need to discuss. There is a fact that seems to be somewhat inevitable, which is that this digitization is causing a brutal shock in the quality of work available throughout the world. And that if you look at it from a simplest perspective, the idea that you're going to recycle jobs and people will also be recycled in the process is, I would say, kind of hard to accept. What's probably going to take place is that a lot of people, especially people with inadequate capacities to the coming world, start becoming Uber driver, pizza delivery guys, so on and so forth. When you're a pizza delivery guy, they don't exist just in Rio, São Paulo, and Belo Horizonte. You see a mass of pizza delivery people, generally immigrants, in New York too. But, you know, in New York, you can also find some people that are not immigrants. It's kind of hard to find them, right? Most are. So if you go anywhere to a middling city in the US, you can see that phenomenon taking place. In Europe, you still haven't had this phenomenon, at least not in the scale that's happening in the Americas. But in Europe, the old social democracy is being extremely sort of cornered by whom? By arithmetics. If you can't tax people more, we can also receive a new influx of social demands because of a low level of employment. So this shock is going on throughout the world, and it is followed by the increasing speed of innovation in Asia, especially in China, which makes it so that natural resources start being sent more to Asia, and you alter the prices of these natural resources as well as the innovation. Always important to remember that the innovation that came yesterday was already copied and it's no longer innovation. And you start transferring these natural resources and therefore affect the quality of life of people in the G7.
E essa polarização, nós todos sabemos quais são os resultados que pode dar.
We all know the result of this, right?
Mas, até agora ninguém atacou.
But at least so far, there haven't been any attacks to the root cause of the problem, which is
the
increase of the innovation volume in the world coming from one region in the world. And where does Brazil stand in all of that? Well, Brazil is blessed with abundant natural resources, but at the same time, the world is getting sort of closing in, and things will get harder, and the challenges will come here too. So the thing here is, how do we get this innovation that we need to have and sort of trigger it in here? There is a positive sign. There are people wanting to innovate. There are companies that are rising, coming up with very little support from governments. There's some, but not enough, at least in my opinion. Because resources also don't exist, but the markets still don't understand what it means not to invest necessarily in a company innovating, but in 100 companies. You invest a little bit on each. You know how you had in Portugal and Spain, they had like 40 or 50 businesses with a little percentage, and if one went bad, it didn't really affect the whole capacity. We still don't have that capacity here. And what are the implications of the need for the focus on education and everything else, right? There is a lot ahead of us, unmapped, uncharted territory. You know, there will be storms in this uncharted territories, and you have to sort of navigate it. And the Getulio Vargas Foundation has a very important role, a very important one. And, let us say, a limited influence, except for the power to generate some experiments and some examples of what to do and what not to do. Because certainly there are some things that we're going to do wrong. So, how do we deal with this problem? For a more positive note, Brazil has a characteristic that people have not yet sort of woken up to. If you consider A proxy, not necessarily the best one for education, is the number of years that people stay in the education system. That is one of the proxies. I'm not going to say that this 15 years in education in Brazil are comparable to 15 years of education in Sweden, Spain, Germany, or United States. That's not what I'm saying. Just, that the number of years that people spend in the educational system is one of the proxies. And if we do a historical analysis of the number of years of education, probably in the G7 countries, you're going to have a much closer to a unimodal distribution. So there is a kind of a peak, right, close to the average, 15 years of education in Europe, but the rest, you have a long tail for the ones that have very little education, and you go all the way to 22, but that's a much shorter tail end. And this kind of characterizes possibly the existing possibilities right there. So when you go to a competition in the service or industrial sector throughout the world, without considering digitalization, this distribution is incredibly better than our distribution, which I would say, if I stereotype it, I'm going to get a bimodal distribution in the best case scenario. Around an average of 8 to 10 years of education, of a very, very weak education. And then another one, much smaller than the first, around 15 and a half years or so.
And what happens when you go through digitalization is that you cut these two distributions, below the scale, and this person might become a pizza deliverer if you're not careful, and above that, those who will compete in international market in a variety of fields. Well, we have the natural resources to create the social policies that will, help those people below here. But our relative position can definitely improve if we propel innovation in Brazil. The main idea here is not only have all the ready conditions to create a very big process that can propel these innovations, as well as having, a fact that in the beginning might seem bad, but, while going through the shock of digitalization can have competitive implications that are very strong. This is obvious, I'm talking about a package of innovation and starting to take a look at the whole world, which is something that the Brazilians as a general don't like to do. We like to think, we're in the Western world, but, direct trip, another time when the plane used to go straight to London, and now, São Paulo, London is around 12 hours. Nowadays, São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro are further from London than we are from Tokyo. Again, this is something can be an advantage, but we are a little further away. But we need to start thinking about how we use our advantages and, the principles and the nature of our foundation is that we like to study, we like to research, and we have as a goal to improve the quality of our research, but always also transform into more applicable research. And this means, to find more niche demands. We putting a lot of effort in trying to improve the medium teaching, supporting the secretariats of education. We have a former minister of education here that I met, long years ago, and tidying up the budget I sent through the ministry. And how many million kids we have, in the middle school that are influencing nowadays? 1,300,000. We're targeting. We're trying to increase this number. If you try to improve the organization and the quality of teaching will increase as well. The teacher has to be in the classroom, the book has to be available, the book needs to follow the content. We're not changing the content. We will use more helpful tutoring for the students. The student from a private school, when he has some trouble, the school calls the parents and they'll give a private lessons for that student. But when in a public school, maybe get to the end of the year, they'll just tell the parents that the student hasn't done well. Oh, is that okay? He didn't study because he was playing soccer. No, we need to demand, directly from the students. So innovation doesn't need to be discovery of very advanced quantum technology. It has to be something new, but can be a process that will help to bring about a new result for something. And this result and all the efforts that you put into this process so it can become a reality, they have to be measured. So that, at a certain moment, you can think about what has to be done. We're talking about the Robotin process again. So sometimes you have very big problems that aren't so complicated in a conceptual manner. They are complicated in a managing administration perspective. And we're trying to tackle that. And we're also tackling the problems such as the resilience of our electric system, which is a problem that, let's say, in the end, will have consequences for a series of applications and solutions for engineering that have to be thought about by the engineering when talking about these electric grids. And what has to be done is being determined already. We're also dealing with many resilience themes. The report, and I want to believe that the report the foundation has created when we're talking about the issue of Mariana and determine the compensation value that was to be paid by Samarco. And I can say with, it's nothing biased, just pointing out the fact it was the first time that we had a compensation of this magnitude dealing with the asymmetry that it was built into this problem, dealing with big companies and a big number of people. Not that this influenced the value of this compensation or our budget and finance. It was all done through a technical point of view. But it's very important that if you want Brazil to work well, that would go through this balance, thinking about the social consequence of the companies. They have to be sustainable, but they have to generate some wealth. If I don't want to close up this industry, but it has to be a balance where they don't harm the environment, and we can't harm the life expectancy of people that don't deal directly with that activity done by the industry. or the company. So it's all those things we're participating in, but I think my time has run out, and I believe I spent more time than I should have. Okay, I have 6 minutes to wrap up. Something that is extremely important. Research and take risks with this research is extremely natural. We have to understand what risks to take, and how can I say, sometimes maybe stop our efforts if it's not taking us anywhere, but when it takes us somewhere, we need to know how to explore this. And I can assure you, we're not being able to do this first one, we're not being able to do the second one here I mentioned with perfection. And little by little, I hope to create some parameters so we can evolve on this topic. Something else that's very important is how to maintain the intellectual freedom of the researchers. This is fundamental. This is an asset that has to be preserved, because the dumbest thing you can do is assume that one human being has monopoly over all knowledge of humanity. The difference between opinions, especially technical opinions, it's extremely important. Of course, resources aren't endless. You have to balance this out. You need to think about the directions, the access of researchers. That's why we have a research committee that will judge the projects, see how adequate they are. Especially here, thinking about the state of Brazil, we have to fight against that individual that thinks, they're researching, but they don't have to follow international parameters that are accepted historically in order to do a high-quality research. I was interviewing 3 people. If I interview 3 people and I say, I did research, no, I didn't do research, it does talk to 3 people. But if these 3 people are Einstein, Niels Bohr, and Heisenberg, and you do an interview about their doubts in regards to physics, okay, this was a research. You're dealing with Einstein, Niels Bohr, and Heisenberg. You characterize this research. But these things, it doesn't help if you write a guidebook for things you can do or can't do, because I'll always find something outside these guidelines. But the most logical thing to have then is create a research committee that will take a look at all these aspects. And my function here is administrator of the foundation, and I insist to continue in this role. I try to always think about this thing and how to maintain them. Not that I think I'm incapable, I'm just 50% incapable, but I consider that we shouldn't mistake and mix up these 2 things. So a part will manage the budget and say, okay, this year we can apply this much, and then I'll deal with trying to understand the meaning of this research or that research. But I'd like to congratulate everyone here, everyone that has been here currently and on the past, the members of this research committee, because their role has been extremely important. And just to finalize my talk here, I think we are in the middle of a journey, okay? Clearly, in the past years, we have leveled up the quality of our research field here. We have improved, but not in a homogeneous way, our ability to apply this research. I say that if not for the ability of our resilience team, I would probably talk less about the topic, wouldn't emphasize it as much. But the application here, and in regards to the consequences that we think about, I can say that at least our average has improved. We need more things of the same quality, not all the same, size, but all other types of qualities and applications, so we can say, okay, we are generating externalities. People haven't realized yet this group of externalities that this type of activity can generate and how this can have long-term repercussions when talking about the development in the country. And just to wrap up, and I hope to, not have been very confusing in this explanation, because I wanted to talk all the aspects. I didn't want to talk about things that I feel like will be talked about here, which are the challenges. I'll just mention some of the challenges that are fundamental.
First, we need to further improve the quality of our research proposals. Our research proposals have evolved a lot, but we still need to improve. Number two, we, in this improvement, must consider two very important aspects. First is proper budgeting of the research. We must learn to improve our budgeting skills. Second, which is the problem that Ricardo and Patar went to visit several institutions throughout Europe, is that we need to understand that first and foremost, the complexification of our research activity, not the bureaucratic complexification, and instead the complexification of what is being researched, needs to be achieved. We need to start to have projects like in Mariana that are extremely complex, and we need to be able to sort of store them out. And what comes from engineering, Sydney and Pae are all working on it, which is the classic PMO activity. It is different when you talk about the research area. It's not exactly the same. The impression that I got from them is that in the classic PMO of engineering, we are still okay. But for research, we still have a lot to advance. If we can't, we will never be able to do what we have to. Creating something complex means sort of marrying different development lines into one. And there's no point in getting to the end with all but one ready, because then the set will not work. This is just an example I would like to quote here. We need to learn to deal with this. This is going to be a slow learning process and very difficult one. But, there is an effort to be made ahead of us. And you can say, this doesn't apply to law, but Oscar can explain to you that, yes, it does. That this case in Mariana had to bring Professor Massad's results that didn't understand anything about law with the whole scenario done by Professor Flavia about what kind of rights were being infringed by phenomena observed both in health, medical, and everything else. So this challenge of developing research, turning it into innovation, whilst in an environment where, let's say, the financing sources are extremely limited. But on the other hand, where the country has some very strong unexplored assets, there are people wanting to sort of invest into this future, and abundant natural resources. And number three, far from any kinds of conflicts, at least we expect so. And several other positive factors that I cannot list. We always find an extra one, right? And that is a great challenge. But it's still not easy, because it's not going to be sort of that easy innovation that's going to yield results, right? It is going to be a much more complex innovation required. Last week, there was a subscription round in a Brazilian company that I will not mention the name, that are selling monitoring for industrial activities in the United States. This company was appraised about $700 and something million. It's got only 3 or 4 years of history, and it's being able to penetrate the American market extremely well. There's another Brazilian company that earns $700 million selling games outside of Brazil, right? But they're still not able to get into the Brazilian market. They are servicing other markets, which has implications, right? All of that will be obviously developed, but the foundation is not going to take care of it all on its own, because a lot of it depends on future governmental actions. They are not going to be quick, but there is a path forward, which is always something that what's easy to do, it's either already been done or will be done quickly by others. Complexity, which means a longer or mid-term investment, is the one that's going to bring ROI. These are the challenges before us, and they justify the efforts of the foundation. And the last thing I want to say is the following. The foundation is not a company that has profit as an objective. I am not a shareholder. I don't even get a salary. It has a single objective, which is to generate an impact in the social economical development of Brazil. Whatever we discover here, we have to try to escalate, generalize, and bring other innovation institutions that are also propense and capacity and have a latent capacity into the process. And then We have the most varied array of things. We have social innovation, engineering innovation. All of this exists in Brazil. We have a lot of it in Brazil, but there's just not enough funding. So, but lack of resources a lot of the times are a problem, but other times it might be a benefit, right? If it weren't, we wouldn't be here in this auditorium because there wouldn't be one. So, we have to try to build it. So thank you all very much. And I wish you all an excellent event.
Como eu sou amanuense designado da
And
Fundação,
because I am the designated president of the foundation, and I am the servant of all, but I will not be able to attend to the next set of panels because there's always a lot of things to take care of. But I wish you all an excellent seminar. It's very well structured, and let's continue because the idea is for us to shape the institution and leverage the activities. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, professor Carlos Ivan.
Thank you, Professor Carlos Ivan. Let us now form the first panel in the morning. Let me invite to the stage and to open the morning panel, Adriano Massuda, Secretary of Specialized Care in the Ministry of Health. Adriano.
Bom dia. Bom dia, gente.
Good morning, guys. I'd like to say that it's a huge honor to be here today. I'm a professor here and now in a mission given by Minister Nizia to lead the Specialized Care Secretariat in the Health Ministry to be able to bring to you a bit of the challenges that we have been facing in the Ministry of Health and in the health sector as a whole, in this process of building the Brazilian health system, which is going through a lot of challenges, but also there is a lot of opportunities with numerous innovations that have taken place, not only for products, technologies, and medications, but also services, organization of service provisions, build programs and public policies in order to service the health needs of the Brazilian people. Here, I would like to greet Professor Ana Maria Malik, our coordinator at the Healthcare Planning and Management, where I succeeded her in the coordination of the center. Many of the managers that work in public health and private health in Brazil have gone through the FGV and our executive center in health. And so this tradition to build capacities in public health management is a very important role of the foundation. And today we have an enormous opportunity. Thank you, Gorete, for giving me the space in the opening in order to think about how these different areas of applied social sciences can contribute to strengthen our health systems. Going a little bit on what Carlos Ivan said, if there is a place to do applied research in health, This is a privileged space for research that can be done, and they have immediate impact. The way that we allocate resources, the way that we organize services, and the way we improve the health of the population. And when we improve the health of the population, obviously, we're going to have impact in the economic and social life of the country. And all countries, all rich countries except the United States, have structured health systems with public finances, financed by public resources, because this is indeed a fundamental aspect to the development of nations, economy, technology, and social security. The first highlight that I would like to bring to you is that indeed health systems are a topic that is more and more trendy in the global agenda, especially we had recently the G20 meetings, which ended with a unanimous agreement between the 20 largest economies to combat historical inequalities and build sustainable health systems that are also resilient. So the innovation and equitable access to health are part of the perspective to try to get an agenda to have access to technology, strengthen the health systems in order to face different pathologies and challenges that are placed before us, and also the local production of resources and products for health.
So G20 thinking more about the health and the health systems in their agenda, and we are very proud of the G20 we held here in Brazil for having highlighted the fight against hunger, but health also had a very important aspect here in the agreement that was signed by the countries. In regards to my field of responsibility, which is specialized care, this is also a great challenge to all the countries in the world, trying to organize health systems that can face the great fragmentation that exists between the different levels of care, the primary care, secondary care, and hospital care. So the segmentation of care by income. So in general, when you don't have well-structured systems, the one able to access the better care is the ones who have better income, and the waiting time to get access to specialists. It's a challenge even in countries where they have well-structured systems. And this challenge was made even greater because of the pandemic, even in England, Spain. And when we take a look at Brazil, these challenges are still greater due to the great inequalities we have in Brazil, which is a continental country, but especially social inequality. And when we think that concentrate high technology in capitals and great cities. So we have great fragmentation between these two subsystems that exist in parallel. So it's a challenge to think more articulate manner of existence between these systems. And we're talking about universal care, we're talking about SUS, and the benefited public when we talk about private health plans. And on the other side, there's a sector that has many opportunities for us to take advantage of. Firstly, a bigger integration, especially when talking about the old age of the population, chronic diseases, better integration of the primary care, the one closer to where people are living, with the communities, with their community services, in thinking about continuous care. Care tools that are even more utilized trying to manage systems, manage this care system. Industry 4.0, the digital transformation, it is already transforming the way we create care, organize services, and organize programs, and organize the health system. Genomics and personal medicine that was bringing more abilities, biological medicine, biosimilars, training of the health professionals, technologies for management, and the necessity to create a management to incorporate more technology to have more sustainable health system, and strategical financing so we can direct our financing in a way that we expect. So it's a field with great challenges and also many opportunities. So where we can think public policies in the health system and how that works all over the world. I had the opportunity to study in Harvard before coming here, and you can observe over there how this agenda is a global agenda, very important. And my expectation is that we can increasingly, especially here in the foundation, become more engaged in this challenge. Taking a look at Brazil, we were able to make significant improvements since we have created SUS. And now it's even more easy to defend SUS after the pandemic because we all saw how important it is to have a unified health system that's robust and resilient to face emergencies that we know many times aren't expecting, but it arrives at our door when we least expect. SUS gained this recognition because of these programs we have implemented, and it's internationally recognized. And now we are seeing this international recognition, especially when talking about immunization programs, popular pharmacy, family health, because the amount of resources that are allocated to this, and also programs such as the HIV, we were pioneers in the world when offering free medicine, and at the time, we were already debating if we had to have this type of system. And here we already decided we have to give out this medicine for free. And this changed the curve of the epidemic of HIV in Brazil. High complexity programs with transplants, blood, and this type of procedures, but we also have structural problems in SUS due to under-budgeting, which is a chronic problem, and the frail regional organization. We have fragmented our health system, and it permeated municipalities like no other country does, and this happens throughout many municipalities. We have great capillarization. Each municipality has teams for healthcare, and we expanded the immunization programs. But when you need emergency system, smaller cities can do that. And the way our federal system works doesn't create the basis to structure better these regions for healthcare in a more effective manner. So it's a very important challenge when you're talking about the governance of the system, talking about the under budget. And this creates many existential vacuums when you look at challenges such as cancer and different areas of high complexity that demand a better organization of the system. This will also create problems for efficiency, but the inefficiency in how we allocate the resources. That's not only talking about financing, but also structure, staff, and technology. So specialized care, which is the secretariat that I'm responsible for, because SUS has allocate or try to implement the constitutional task to try to offer universal health care that's integral as well to its entire population. When talking about specialized care, responsible for 59 policies and programs that go from hospital care, urgency, psychosocial, mental care, maternal, cancer, home care, national strength of SUS. We had, in the beginning of the year, the situation that took place in Rio Grande do Sul state, one of the greatest disasters that have happened. Now the droughts in the north of the country, people with special needs, chronic diseases, rare diseases, transplants, hormone derivatives, high complexity, cardiovascular, and many other diseases as well. So this is a little of all of our responsibilities in the Ministry of Health here in Brazil. And these services happen in a very diversified network of public and private services. The support to diagnosis parts of the private sector, and the basic care is part of it is the private sector. So there's a mixture between private and public services that will care for the population. Here we have the concentrations of high complexity services. The coastal area here in the map, and this generates challenges in trying to do so that these programs can reach the rest of the population. When we take a look at specialized care, we see a cluster of challenges that go through the lack of guidelines and principles to organize the specialized care and how it works, the inefficiency and the misdistribution of resources, limitation of distribution of resources, hiring of these private services. We focus on talking about procedures, multiple specialties, so we have a very big fragmentation in this care. The lack of articulation between the different levels of services, the primary care, so misuse of electronic databases, and lack of specialized training. So this is a diagnosis of the cluster of challenges that we're facing right now. And I'll show a little bit to you how we're trying to face this challenge. So the first one is trying to look for more resources, expanding these resources to primary care. Second, reorganize the direction of specialized care from a foundation care that would talk about specialized care. And third, the program, which is an absolute priority of President Lula and Minister Nisi, which is the access to more experts, which talks about the implementation of guidelines in the Constitution and primary care. So increasing the resources that took place, comparing this governance compared to the last one in 2023 and 2024, on the Secretariat of Specialized Care, our budget increased in almost 30%, and this allowed for us to expand resources directed towards the medium and high complexity care and strategical programs, which will give the money for the specialized care. So we need more resources, and we were able to expand this within the budget, and there was a lot of effort. We had the package of laws that enable this expansion of budgets so we could expand the services. And with that, we enable the number of services that give specialized care in SUS and an increase in the number of appointments, high complexity consults and exams, an increase varying between 20 and 30% in these numbers for these high complex procedures. And here, this is a very specific program, national decrease of lines for appointments. So we try to identify these lines by state and the allocation of resources that was targeted towards decreasing the waiting list. 2004 compared to 2022, we had an increase in 45% of number of surgeries that took place. And we're talking about this waiting list, around 1,000 procedures that took place. So if you put resources into SUS, and we saw this in the pandemic, and we even published an article on this, and the answer, okay, the expand of demand can be observed in the number without increasing substantially the number of experts, but we need to increase the number of experts. But just with the experts we already have and increasing the budget, we increase the number of experts that were available for SUS. And trying to decrease this waiting list, we saw an increase of 16% of anesthesiologists that were working with SUS. And you can see that with all the other specialties here. And this happened all over Brazil, but it's very different because we have a lot of lack of resources and training in some areas. But finally, this is the first point saying we try to allocate more resources, and SUS expanded. We had more offer of services, but we're doing more and better. But that's the challenge. We're expanded the offer of services, those challenges that I showed you here, but we need more a structural basis around it. So all this effort starting from last year to try to expand and think about how to reorganize the model of our specialized care here in Brazil. That has never happened before, and we published last year this new law that established the national policy for specialized care with 10 great guidelines that will talk about giving access, but access that's equal. Specialized care has to be targeted towards who need most. So regionalization and integration, you can't organize specialized care without a strong component of regional organization where the municipality of the same area are articulated in care networks within those health regions. strengthening primary care. I was Secretary of Health in Curitiba, and in primary care, you can solve 80 to 90% of all the cases that need attention. The more specialized care you target in trying to support primary care, the better you'll be able to solve this case in the primary care without having to refer to a specialist. So a policy for specialized care needs to think about this. Coordination of care, organizing the flow for support, and sanitary transport. So, for example, a patient that needs to care for their cancer, they need to know when and where they are going, for example. Care that's focused on the individual, the use of technology, and we're trying to collaborate very importantly here to try to give support to all this reorganization. So the systems of information, the data is very important when doing this. Using the information technology, try to improve the access of the patient to this health system and interconnectivity between the health professionals that work in the different levels of care. So the training of these health professionals, guaranteeing access to different areas of care, the models of attention, multi-professional teams, plans for integral care, and financing here, creating this great change that we're trying to implement here. Trying to pay by procedure, which generates fragmentation. So you pay for appointment and different exam, and then trying to think about the integrated care so that the patient can be taken care of by a team in its in their journey of care. So social participation and social control, it's one of the DNAs from SUS, and it should be a basis for our specialized care policy.
This is reorganizing the programs that we introduced earlier. This is the first, the Aline network, which is tackling some shameful challenges. Our baby death rate is shameful, and it continues to be so. In the pandemic, it was even more so. I'm not going to give you the figure, but it was absurd during the pandemic, and the goal here is to reduce the death of mothers during childbirth up to 2027 and 50% in Black women, where the rates are still higher. Okay? So, in this new program called Aline Network, which is in honor of Aline, which is the first international coordination that we had, because we had the conviction that generated the death of this woman named Aline. The redesign of the childbirth network is going to integrate more, and the end of the pilgrimage that these pregnant women have to go through, and sometimes it causes terrible consequences. The integration between maternity and family health care, having a specialized gynecology care is a part of this sort of redesign of family healthcare as a whole. Cancer healthcare as well. Thinking about cancer, that is not just in a INCA, it's not just treated in specialized care, healthcare. Cancer starts with prevention measures, right? And detection methods. So we have to think about cancer in this perspective. And if we can do if we can make our private healthcare can detect cancer earlier and diagnose people earlier, which would allow the opportunity to give timely treatment. The same way in the maternal network, we have shameful indicators. Most parts of the cancers are still diagnosed, even though there's exams in advanced stages. So it demands more expensive treatment even. We lose the opportunity to do surgical treatment, radiotherapy, which are today available. And they can heal the patient. But when you miss the opportunity because of not diagnosing the cancer earlier, then when you have the diagnosis, you have the coordination of healthcare to these specialized services. Another important palliative care, which is based on the principles of the National Healthcare Policy, thinking about healthcare in all life cycles, including the late part of our lives, so that we can have a humanized care that services that too. So this is just to illustrate some of the challenges and programs that we are implementing based on the new specialized healthcare policy. And now bringing you with more details and going to the end of my presentation, a program, More Access to Specialists, which was launched by President Lula in April. We are in a implementation phase. We're going to change the logic of the specialized healthcare organization in our country. This program has an objective to offer integrated healthcare with a series of procedures that are sort of remunerated jointly after they are concluded in a healthcare cycle. The services end up being the responsibility of the establishments, so that all the exams and consultations that are necessary are done, so that avoiding the lines, the separate lines that the patient has to go through, and guaranteeing that the patient is going to have the necessary health care and solve the problem. We're putting 4 billion reais into this program in next year, and the focus is the patient. This goes from a procedural to a digital logic, and the implementation demands an advancement in the digitization of SUS. We've been working with Ana Estela Haddad, the Secretary of Information and Digital Health, and a series of specialists that have this profile for servicing their clients too. We hope to improve the efficacy. This is just an illustration. If you have someone who has already needed to use the public health services, sometimes you see these kinds of services. If you go to a specialist, you go schedule the exam, take some time, you go back to the specialist, and you go zigzagging pretty much between these. And if you ask President Lula how it's going to work, the question that I asked him was, we do very good specialized basic health care, but there's a midfield there. We need to organize so that when you have a patient that has a health problem that needs to be serviced by specialized health care, we need to do it faster. And that's what we're going to do. So the patient is going to the bottom floor. When they identify that they have problems that might be solved in a packaged health care, they are sent to the polyclinics or to the specialized services, with these services being contracted for examinations, consultations, and everything being done from the healthcare perspective. For cancer, we need to do this in 30 days, and for other health problems, up to 60 days. So this is going to create dynamism by changing the logic of remuneration, the way that the system is going to work. If you identify a health problem, you send the patient to healthcare. In the case of cancer, it's going to be cons. And you go back to a basic unit if you don't get diagnosed. This seems simple, right, to execute, but it's extremely complex. There is a set of components that go through the line management. This is still a problem in Brazil, knowing what is the line that, or sort of how many people are waiting for different specialties. This is something that we're going to make more clear. What are the services, number of people in the line, waiting time, and the system that organizes where people go, the triage system. And we have professional in the establishments to service these patients that need specialized care, that have problems getting their exams or completing the cycle of their treatment. Sharing information, there is the need for digitization for that is incredible. Intensive use of the telehealth in order to guarantee the access to medical appointments, but also the interconversation between health professionals. And this new integrated model of financing is to make it so that this design will induct this organization and the logic. We're starting with 5 major areas: cardiology, orthopedics, oncology, and ophthalmology, because that's where you have the longest waiting lines and where early diagnosis impacts the treatment and you have a better opportunity to treat. And with this reorganization, I would like to also highlight the articulation of public policies like New Industry Brazil, trying to strengthen the economic industrial complex of health. All of this has more investment in infrastructure, technology, and the capacity building in professionals, training of professionals. This is one of the main priorities of Minister Nízia, Secretary Carlos Gardelha. They have also been working very hard on this articulation to economic industrial, more access to specialists, and so many other programs that are part of the specialized healthcare. Just illustrate the impact, and health has 90 polyclinics to face the assistential gaps, 60 maternities and 90 normal childbirth with an investment of a lot of millions of reais. Urgencies, ERs, oncology, so on and so forth, they're being incorporated in this plan. And finally, I'd like to highlight a conversation that we've been having with different researchers and professors of FGV to think about these challenges and innovations that are going on. How can we have the foundation participating as partners of these public health system in order to do research that can help evaluating the public policies and programs? We do a lot of research in Brazil, but we have a potential to grow a lot more. And the subsidy to amplify the supply and the assistential healthcare impact, the improvement of health indicators, the economic studies, efficacy, controlling cost benefits, financing, and resource allocation models, the impact that you do when you change the structure, and how when you change the assistential structure, it impacts in the supply, which impacts the improvement of these health indicators. The improvement to access would also impact the technologies incorporated, and this is a gigantic field that we still have to develop, which is the application of AI or communication technologies and information technology, using AI, for example, internet, and so many others, and all kinds of the data that needs to be supplied for us to have the strengthening of public policies, which base the confirmation of our health system. I would like to thank you for the opportunity, Goretti, to be here to present this and to say that the challenge of rebuilding the public health system post-pandemic of COVID-19 is worth lives. And I'm very happy to be part of the team of President Lula and Minister Nízia having this challenge of having a system that gives integral healthcare in all life cycles so that we can have a better health, a stronger country. That's the major contribution that we can give in this moment, that FGV can also be associated with in this challenge, thinking about strengthening our health system. Thank you very much.
Adriano, a FGV,
Adriano,
através dos seus pesquisadores,
FGV, with its researchers and research, declares the support, and we're at your disposal to create researches that can improve the public health system and the healthcare for Brazilian population. Thank you very much. I would like to invite to moderate this panel, Professor Edson Watanabe.
Professor Edson Watanabe é membro da Comissão de Pesquisa e Inovação
a member of the Research and Innovation and a professor here in engineering for the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, COP UFRJ. Professor?
Bom dia.
Queria começar agradecendo aqui. I'd like to start by thanking Goretti and FGV for inviting me to moderate this session. On the speaker done by Adriano, we can see that the challenges here in the field of health are very great, and we have a lot to do. We are here, we have two 15-minute presentations, and then we will invite the debaters to talk. I'd like to start by making up our panel here, inviting Professor Guilherme Forma-Klafke, who is professor of the Law School of São Paulo. Invite also Valdemar Rodrigues de Pinho Neto from EPGE, and the debaters who are Paula Xavier dos Santos from DataSUS, Ricardo de Godoy, the Vice Director of Innovation from Biomanguinhos, and Fábio Stalivieri, who is the Manager for Governance and Programs for Embrapi. So, start with introducing our members here. So, as was mentioned by Professor Carlos Ivan, I would like to make some remarks. It is true that in one of the visits he paid to API, I talked about TRL, which is made-up scale that was created by NASA that goes from 1 to 9 to try to classify how mature a technology is. But I think from last year, Goretti brought to us a scale that's similar to this one, but thinking about the social field, which is RSL, and is already being part of the public calling. It's almost out already, and we think it's very important that everyone who is going to create a project, they have to say in what level they are and what they are thinking, so that their research can reach their top of the scale we've created, which is when this research is ready to be applied. I'd like to make a correction here of a word that I have used many times here in many other symposiums, and I said that innovation would be when the research is approved by the market. And I've said this many times, but I changed my mind a little bit because I watched other presentations, and today, as Professor Carlos Ivan said, putting together these two things, innovation would be that research that brings value to society, or as Carlos said, has and social economic impact. Another comment I'd like to make is that innovation, I have already seen that's something very complicated and difficult. We make many attempts and there are many things that we're doing, but we're still lagging behind the rest of the world. We're in the place 49 of global innovation. Now we went to position 50. And it's better than it was. We were 60 something before, but I think it might be interesting. I don't know how to do this, but the many challenges that Adriano posed for us here, it will be important that this got to the students. I don't believe a lot in the professors because they like to do research. We need students who have fresh mind, someone who wants to challenge things, innovator, and that might take risks and try to create something that can help to decrease this list of challenges we have. Well, we're already a little late, so we start with the first lecture here, which has the regulatory challenges for AI in health, regulatory conditions for adopting AI in specialized care of SUS, which is the Unified Health System. And Guilherme is going to present to us his lecture here.
Bom dia a todas as pessoas que estão aqui.
Everyone.
É uma honra.
It's an honor to be here in this extremely qualified environment for a qualified debate that was started by Professor. Thank you for the invitation, Professor Goretti. I'd also like to thank the table here, Dr. Paula, Dr. Ricardo, Dr. Fábio, Dr. Edson, Valdemar. We come up here to present to you some reflections in regards to the regulatory situation. Professor Carlos Ivan mentioned when applied research, and coming from law, it's very interesting to talk about applied research in law, and this is one of the themes for regulatory challenges of AI in health. My name is Guilherme Klafka. I'm a professor in law school. I'm also the leader for some projects of the Center for Teaching and Research of the law school, coordinated by the professors Alexandre Pacheco, Marina Cecival, and idealized by Professor Oscar Guilherme, and also by Professor Adriana, who are always giving us support in this project. And within this project, there's a great dialogue with what the Ministry of Health and Secretariat of Specialized Care has presented to us. And I bring three main topics here in my lecture, trying to contextualize, what's the problem, what we are going to debate here, a proposal for research agenda that we have been developing in ISAP with many partners, and some reflections that have already turned up from this research. So when talking about context, what problem are we talking about when we mention the regulatory challenges of AI? I'd like to begin mentioning something that was presented by Professor Adriano, which is the increasing use of AI in health plans, be it in the private or public sector. This is a research, Seek Health in 2024, done by CIGBR, that shows that only 1% of the health institutions that were examined, they said they were using AI. In the private sector, that was up to 4%. So what are we talking about when we mention institutions that utilize AI in this research? The results didn't change from 2013, but when we take a look, individually, nurses, doctors, what we realize, it's an increase in those who say they do use AI. So taking a look here at nurses and doctors in the public sector, we're already getting up to two digits. So what's this difference between the establishment that say that doctors that don't use and doctors that say that do use, and what are the challenges that come with this type of reality we have here in Brazil? And the research continues to talk about what are the types of AI that are used by the establishments that service with this. And we see a series of many administration services, and the challenge here is utilizing these financial resources. And what we see here, there's an improvement in safety, there's improvement in logistical procedures, there's an improvement in some processes, such as the journey of the patients, and that is what the AI is being used for. So if the AI is being used for this, what are the challenges that these actors point to when trying to deliver and use this AI? And the first one, they say this is not a priority. They say AI is not a priority for 2/3 of the people who answered the survey. They say, I don't apply, I don't use AI because for me, it's not a priority. Second, they just don't see the necessity or there's a lack of interest. It's a very common answer. So we need a sensibilization of these actors so they become aware of the value and how important AI can be. And I like to emphasize what for us in law is very important, not only the interoperability that come up in the public sector as something that's very important. How do I swap data in the health systems? How do I make so that the systems can talk? How do I create this flow of information so this patient can flow through this chain? But I highlighted two questions here. At first, I thought there were two most interesting questions for this research, but it was the two least mentioned, which are privacy and ethical issues. And then I took a look at other perspective. A third say, the people say they don't use AI because of privacy issues. A fifth say they don't use AI because of ethical questions. And if I can work with this group, I'm already impacting a third of the establishments that say they don't use AI. This is a research from ANAP, the National Association of Private Hospitals. And here, they take a different sample for the research, and the sample they utilize, they say a third of the people said they utilize some type of AI, and you start asking what's AI, but it's not something I'll bring up here. But what I want to emphasize is that the problems are similar. The difficulties and the barriers are very similar. When we look at the two main aspects, we see the lack of interoperability. How do I train an AI if I don't have the data to train that AI? And the second one is the cost. If I need to invest in the training of AI, what's going to be the result? What am I going to get back? And this research said that only 51% of the hospitals found or saw some practical results from this investment. I'm saying that, taking a look at this, is this a priority? There should be an interest, but only 51% of people see a practical result out of this AI. So we have a challenge of the awareness here. Last month, we had a presentation of the national companies for hospitals that manage university hospitals, and they presented this mapping that there are 97 projects of AI in the network. And here we're talking about specialized care. The majority of them talking about the support for diagnosis and predictive algorithm, and focus on the support for diagnosis, because when we get to the bill, we will see that the support for diagnosis is set as a high-level risk project or aspect of this law. And here we have many activities, many initiatives in the field of specialized care. We had financing together with the Foundation Melinda Gates, taking on some projects, for example, personalization of elderly care. Since we talked about care here, in the beginning of the year, we had the digital SUS that already had the instructive guideline, and it's going to be important in my talk here. So here, in this context, we had the Brazilian plan for AI. This plan was published in the second semester, and it has 13 strategic and immediate actions for SUS. I'm going to highlight two here. So artificial intelligence for digital databases in an attempt to speed up the appointments for the doctor so they can create this digital database and have a transcription done by AI and optimization of diagnosis that will improve this process in health system. So this cluster of 13 actions will create over 90 million reais in this plan that was divulged in August. And why am I talking about this 96 million reais here? Because together with this money comes an amount of money that should be taken into consideration, which is the costs and expenses by compliance, or how much people conform to this legislation. And here comes the question about what is coming up, in regards to legislation in AI. So what are the normative that deal with AI in health, or at least mention AI? And we realize that most part of this mentions to AI, when they do appear, they are in how we structure our policies. For example, federal strategy for digital government, or digital SUS, even PNIIS, that it mentions AI in a tool when talking about the governance of data that would be necessary to have a governance of data for this to happen. What is common amongst all of this? They are all public policies. There's nothing here in these public policies that's strictly for artificial intelligence and to guide people in regards to artificial intelligence. When you talked about the general protection of data law, that's usually when people go towards, okay, they say Anvisa published something that would say how the medical tools would work with AI. We had recently in this interaction of professionals, two resolutions, two reports from the National Committee of Nurses, how the nurses should be dealing with AI, and another more recent one about the Federal Committee of Pharmacy and how people in drugstores, how they should deal with and work with AI and medical tools, but nothing beyond that.
I highlighted some points here for the bill that's very important, because this bill brings a series of obligations. So it brings minimal obligations necessary to all people who want to develop or apply AI, and it also brings additional obligations for people who want to develop them in high-risk systems. I would highlight here some obligations also for the public powers, which are also added to the existing ones. And these obligations try to bring the proposed model used by the EU, which is a table of, here you can see a table of the EU regulation impact, showing the possibilities that they considered, and their option was this one. Let's do a selection of high-risk systems and work with codes of conduct for people who are not developing high-risk solutions. This study brings a regulatory and financial analysis of impact, trying to identify how many units of AI would exist in the EU and how much it costs, and then multiply it one by the other, you can get an estimated cost. Their estimated cost was 29,000 euros per unit of AI. If each unit has 170,000 reais of development costs, this brings 17% of the cost. Andrea Renda, the professor who created this study, he said that it's the most it can reach. This is the high-risk one, but in the EU we have 5 to 10% systems that are high-risk. So this wouldn't really be a high impact. We would have 752 million euros of cost for the health area in 2025. But in Brazil, there are studies that show that because here we have a stronger healthcare system, the high-risk systems would be predominant here. So this ITS study talks about 35% of these systems that they examined would be high risk. And the EU has started to notice that the figures are higher there than initially anticipated. So thinking about the costs, what are the costs that are provisioned for in this governance? That what we see is that they were not specifically provisioned, and instead they were sort of generally mentioned. So each AI action in the Ministry of Health has to add an extra 17% of cost. Is that if we're going to bring these obligations here? How does this cost fit the bill and join the calculations? At CEP, we have been studying the regulatory challenges in AI in three great axes. One is the regulatory impact analysis. And because we were discussing regulation, it was also natural to think about regulatory sandbox, which is the creation of testing environments that make it more flexible to test. And now we're discussing the conditions for the public health system in a way to bring it to the debate. Especially for this research is trying to understand the regulatory conditions for the SUS to incorporate AI in terms of methodologies, in terms of how to do digital transformation in public services, etc., and also the WHO guidelines. Professor Edson, thinking about SLR, we would be in the three first levels of social impact with this research. Final reflections to conclude within the time frame. First, biases and discrimination, which is something that is very deeply mentioned. It's important to understand where it comes from, and it could come from different situations, like, for example, different machines in hospitals, which could generate different results for AI, or historical representation of data, or the way I bring the models and introduce them to other people. International organisms have built a series of principles. That's the second point, which is how do I make these principles concrete? How do I make concrete explainability for a developer or for a doctor? And the third reflection that we would like to bring, for example, and the role of the state and the ministry are important in this, is the training of federated AI models. I share data and results of the models and try to sort of standardize these models. There is an international study, the PAHO principle, which is very important, involving several different institutions that show when I swap the results are better than if I use the model individually in each institution. This is where the state has to have a decisive role to articulate or help articulate these networks so that they can share results. Also, we have public purchasing calls for bids and also public service calls. Look at the number of governance documents for the AI systems that they bring, and even the suggestion of algorithmic ethics committee. They created that and put it into the rule. And now we have the creation of lab networks, and I would highlight a digital health innovation lab, which is shown as in the ordinance as places where you could test and validate models, and it could be constituted there. And also, another important thing, it was interesting to note the standardization of the presentation of results and models. It's very important. This is one of many models, consortium AI checklist. This is very important that people who produce it can compare the performance of the models with one another. We have standards, we have the CNJ platform that shares the models for the systems. This is also in this digital strategy for the federal government in the next few years. Thank you very much, and I am sorry for going over time for 3 minutes, and I'm here for the debate. Thank you.
Obrigado, Guilherme. Vamos passar então para a apresentação do
Valdemar Rodrigues de Pinto Neto's presentation from EPGE, strengthening of the health system, evaluation of the efficacy of public policy, public expenditure policies for neonatal and parental and urgency and ER as well.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Pela presença de todos.
Thank you for everybody's presence. It's a pleasure to be here discussing a very interesting area, which is the intersection between economics and health, and also knowing that there are people who are working as managers and they can apply the result of the knowledge that is generated here in FGV. In the integration between users and centers. As the professor said, I'm Valdemar Pinho Neto, coordinator of the Empirical Economic Studies Center. In our center, just to give you a little context, it is closer to the idea of the Professor Carlos Ivan mentioned, that trying to apply knowledge generated in university and scientific knowledge in a way that it is able to affect the public policy decisions and that people can use the research of applied research to make decisions in the best way possible. Once again, thank you very much for your presence, and I hope this is a very fruitful debate. Just to give you a little context, I'm going to go fast because Adriano has already clarified very much the context of the current stage and the current challenges and opportunities that are before us. But because I know that not all of you are from the health sector, I'd like to bring a little context of where we're bringing researches in our center that could be done, especially in partnerships with the ministry, which has been something that we've been doing for some time. And more, we need to understand that the health system is complex, differently from education, where you have a national curriculum. I'm not saying it's easy, but you have a national curriculum and a simple division between mayor does basic education, and then you have governors that do the middle school, and then the federal government will take care of university. So there are very objective guidelines for this, and obviously in health, this is not as trivial to do. Furthermore, the educational service is a lot more homogeneous in a way. When you look at health, you have surgery, you have primary care, you have different age groups, which different comorbidities, so many on levels of seriousness of diseases, levels of needs. All of this, the health being organized in laws is much more difficult, which is universality, equity, and integrality. These are the constitutional principles determined in the beginning of the health system. It was agreed to be created, and that's where economists have fertile grounds to address economic issues. One of the incentives that agents import the financing mechanisms are very important, and in practice,
let's define the main networks, some of them which were presented very clearly by Adriano.
Here,
my goal here is not directly the results of many results, but in a manner, we have tried to address the main issues, taking into consideration the expertise of all the agents and researchers within FGV, and also from outside FGV. And two of these networks, which is the maternal child network, which is the first one, the Rede Cegonha, then becomes the network for maternal child care, and then again, Rede Cegonha, and then now Aline network. But this is a structure that takes care of the prenatal up to the first years of the newborn and the baby, and the postpartum. And then talk a little bit about what we have done differently in different stages of this research, but what we have done dealing with a different network, which is the urgency and emergencies network here. Just to make clear many of the challenges, and of course I'm not going to go through all of them, and I didn't try to show all of them, but under budgeting, there's a lack of resources. If there was no lack of resources, we wouldn't be here talking about evaluating these public policies, and in health this happens, the lack, and because sometimes some sectors don't get allocated these resources, but sometimes there's a very dispute for these resources that happens in many public organs and many sectors of the government, not only in the health sector. There's a fragmentation, in this system. We don't know the public management, and the population doesn't know who is responsible for each area of the SUS. So the treatment from the beginning to the endpoint demands sometimes some weeks, maybe some even years. How are we going to guarantee this care is integrated and how it's done correctly, stage by stage? And lastly, how you take this fragmented model and allocate responsibilities so everything can work the best way possible in a more fluid manner. And for this to be fragmented, it needs to combine many characteristics where maybe the economists can come into play, and where we have tried to act. But just talking about some of the principles of resilience of those health systems that require not only for it to work out, but for it to be prepared for different situations, the economic crisis or climate crisis, or maybe epidemics. And in practice, these systems need to function well today, but they need to be prepared and have some capacity to act quickly for problems that might not even have come up yet. And talk about something else, which are the regional inequalities that have to be addressed. So if you take a look at Brazil, for example, in our continental size, and many socio-economical and geographic differences within the territory. And if you take a look at this, and we have showed this in some of the research we have done, many of these places where we have very little infrastructure of health are the places with the biggest poverty, especially when talking about education and income, and even the health itself. And you have to talk about to what point is this system universal and is able to offer a qualified service for those who need the most. Obviously, I don't have time to go through all of this involving and dealing with all the challenges for SUS, but we're also talking about resilience here. Why do these systems have to be resilient? And within these factors, I'm going to talk about the last one over here, which is in practice, instead of thinking why they have to be resilient, because everyone here is not already convinced of this, in practice, there are recommendations that are maybe even universal from the WHO, that these systems have to be ready for unexpected situations. And I want to talk about how the research, and talking about as an economist, not individually, but how we can put the synergies together here within FGV, like applied maths, as we have done from all the different fields, researchers that are experts in their fields of research, and maybe create partnerships, even with Fiocruz and maybe other universities, with the goal to address the main relevant issues here. And our research has focused basically, other than those two networks, the neonatal and emergency network, and monitoring intelligent data, so gathering this data and transforming this data into information that can be used by the managers. And I'll talk a little bit about that, one of our research a little bit ahead. And it was applied to the program of development and local innovation, where we think very in a simple manner. And thinking about a context where there's managers every month or semestrally, they have to go to the smallest city possible with 5,000 or 10,000 people. There was a surgery or people were taking care, they have to go in person and answer to this situation so we can gather this data and create a hospital system, information database. So we need all these managers to answer to this precision, how it's being done, and gather this data in a more, and this happens in a very bureaucratic manner. Many times they can't see the results from what they're doing in the day-to-day routine. One of the surveys that we have submitted, and at the same time we have advanced a little bit on that, how can we gather all this data, that's very rich data, and thinking about now as an economist, if you stop to think, well, thinking about the work market, the labor market, for example, take a database that's typically used by many economists. There's a database for a relevant phenomenon, and then you get thousands of articles that uses a database. If you think proportionally to the health system, there are many relevant questions when you talk about the health system. Who's financing what? What are the mechanisms that behind all this financing? And in practice, we end up thinking in this way. If you take a look at all the economists that work in the health field with this data and compare it to the research database, this is very smaller. It's not proportional. And there's a field that I have gotten a little bit more into recently. But if you think using this data to monitor and learn with past experiences is fundamental. So there's a richness of data, they're all relevant, and is here where we are trying to get into. So getting more data and the impact of public policies, trying to create more public policies based on evidence, we have to learn with the past experiences. I'm not going to spoil, but just to say one of the networks that we have evaluated, there is the network for maternal and child care, which is Rede Cegonha. We did an evaluation of the impact of this network together with the professor who's going to present here to you guys later. And then we publish an article which in practice we discuss what is the relevance of creating a public policy strategy that is coordinated versus non-coordinated. So without getting to the results, we have to think in a certain way. What if the municipalities had the possibility to adhere directly to the Ministry of Health? Well, the difference would be in comparison of making a coordination between municipalities and trying to adhere, as a group to the health system as a reference in that area. So here we had some results in the financing, and was the interest of the SUS and the applied research area here in FGV, and a later application I want to give to the results, to the research in these areas here, is trying to learn with how we open and close hospitals. So this happens a lot. Open a hospital, close a hospital, and how this happens, when this happens throughout a decade, we have the possibility to understand how and why these hospitals are opening and closing, and how the municipalities talk between each other, how this is going to impact the economy, and who is servicing who in these areas. I'm going through a little quickly through this, but it's important to show, I want to show what's being done in other scientific international articles, and that takes a look of this empirical strategies that try to measure causal inference. And we've tried to take a look at the impact of closing a hospital under, what are the impacts on the local health over there. So this is an article that implemented outside Brazil, some of them in the US, some of Sweden, but this research we're trying to apply in Brazil, taking a look at a decade when you close and open a maternity ward, what happens to the local health, but also to the health as well. So when you open a maternity ward, this affects the whole system, maybe the neighbor, and maybe if you refer to that place, they end up being referred to this one that have been open. Maybe if you close that place, your neighbors might become overburdened. So what are the local effects, and what happens after a decade of opening and closing maternity wards? So utilizing this inference models, and if it happens, what happened? If it have to happen here in Brazil, what happened in other countries? You can see the graph on the right there, what happened in other countries. Our context would be a little different, because in other research that we have in the Center of Research, we identified that today in Brazil, over 30% of the mothers to deliver their child, they go to another municipality. When they are from a city, but they have to travel to another city to deliver their child. If you take away the capitals from the research, this number rises up to 50%. But you think, oh, it must be close. But no, if you think about the dimension of Brazil, it's so big. So from going to one city to the other, this distance is huge. So it's around 50, 60 kilometers. This on the northeast part, this number gets even bigger. So how this opening and closing of maternity wards can affect the results and consequence of the health of the mothers is one of the questions that we have answered lately. And just to finalize and maintain the presentation within the allocated time, and I can debate about it later, but also thinking about the network care for urgency and emergency, which is a network that, despite having been created in 2011, there was already a political strategy that was very clear since the implementation of the current constitution that said that some states, for treating urgencies and emergencies with high complexity, they needed to have, they had to choose the hospitals which would be able to deal with this high complexity care. So they needed many things between the area for appointments, qualifying risks, diagnosis, many specialties that are most of the times very expensive, like oncology, neurology, for example. And in practice, how was this defined? Becoming the idea of decentralization, so the states would choose the hospitals for as references. So if someone had a case of emergency and urgency, and this case was detected, they were referred to these hospitals. And what were they defined in this past? And it's still valid nowadays. And from what I realized, very soon this is going to change a little bit, this percentages. But what happens is the hospitals were qualified since 1999. They have been qualified, and they're qualified between type 1, 2, and 3. And in practice, the level 3 hospitals for high complexity, they get 50% of the value back for the procedures done. And in practice, we can get into a little bit, for example, the effects. Has this actually improved the results on the health of the people that get to these hospitals in the case of urgency and emergency? But a more basic one, why these numbers? Where do they come from? What are the incentives behind this? This has been happening for 20 years. Maybe someone tried this for the first time and got it right the first time. But when you think about policies based on evidences, these parameters have to be defined in a more specific manner. As Adriano said, this is done by procedure. Why is it not done by like a package of procedures from the first appointment to the end? Because this will generate a more integral work function in the SUS. This is what we're trying to evaluate in urgency and emergency, all this percentage. The most basic one is 20% of receiving this money back, and the medium one is 35%. And in state reference hospital for urgency and emergency, type 3, these hospitals will get 50% of this money back. They will provide the best service if they get a higher amount of this money back.
This is the first stage. These are only data in Brazil that shows if hospitals adhere, they receive more money per procedure. If you bring the average cost of procedures, it's about 30%. But this is a research that I'm doing with a professor in this center, and Vladimir Carrillo, professor that researches in education and health. We're looking and saying, yeah, hospitals are receiving more, so the policy has been working for a long time. In the hospital, when they do a surgery or procedure, they receive more money. The immediate question is this a uniform effect in Brazil? Is it really increasing the quality, not only measured only by the level of death, mortality, but also a level that generates more lawsuits against these hospitals? For example, you're going to have strategic information for COPS, SUS, and I think that this is a lot of synergy, the possibility of working together, SUS and FGV, trying to address these issues with the needs that are brought to us, and obviously with the scientific rigor that we have to offer, and scientific publications, not only coming from academia, but also journalists, the public sector, and the population as a whole. Just to mention here, we have a multidisciplinary research. It requires more and more of that. So there are people who came from applied mass, and Fiocruz, and Fiocruz, so many other researchers that come from several different areas. We have an ecosystem at the center to try to tackle the several difficulties and challenges that the health sector is facing, especially the two areas that we chose to focus on. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry for the delay, and I'm at your disposal. Thank you. Let me give the floor now let me go to the debate phase. Let me invite Paula Xavier dos Santos, Director of the Information and IT Department of the Single System of Health. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank for the opportunity of participating here and for the invitation to the Getulio Vargas Foundation, greeting my debaters and speakers. They brought very relevant issues. Secretary Adriano Massuda, who opened this panel as well. In the name of the Secretariat, Ana Estela Haddad, she had a conflict of appointments, so she could not be here with you. So I'm representing the Secretariat, which I would already start to highlight for the creation of the Secretariat called Information and Digital Health, which is an innovation and also brings a relationship with the AI debate in health. So it's not that the information and digital health didn't exist before 2023, but this is the first time that at a federal level, we have a governance instance, which is very important because it not only brings more capacity to formulate public policies, to regulate practices, but also financing these initiatives. The SUS digital program, which was mentioned here, is the first federal program where there is a provision for resources being sent to promote the digital transformation of SUS, where AI is one of the topics discussed. And now, let me make some considerations about the context in order to later go into some very specific health ministry issues, as well as the competency of our secretariat. I think that this is a topic that doesn't belong exclusively to the Ministry of Health. It has also been followed up closely by the government in several different instances. Ministries, the Ministry of Justice, just Management and Innovation ministries, with the creation of secretariats in the same way that in the health ministry that are focused on AI and digital debates. This brings a lot of direction to the debates, which is not completely dissociated from a term that I'm going to bring now, which is digital sovereignty. And I think that, this topic is very deeply connected to the attributions of our secretariat. We don't do AI without the use of data. And when we talk about data and health information, we are obviously discussing personal data, sensitive data. And thus, we need to try to find balance and the ethical use and the protection of the citizens' information, people's privacies, and the individual rights. And we're also not going to try to stop the barriers of innovation. So we're trying to find this balance. We saw this with the general law of data protection. We today have a national agency of data protection, which ensures this right. But this is a discussion that the National Agency of Data Protection doesn't have a specific field for the health area, which brings specific complex issues. This was an achievement that we were able to get in this new management. This health ministry to be represented in the board of directors of ANPD And we've already had a major concrete victory, which is the proposal of regulatory aspects for the health and data protection being discussed, and it was approved unanimously in this council. This was already an advancement. I also bring this topic because thinking about the bill and the Brazilian Artificial Intelligence Plan, we don't have something specifically focused on health. We're talking about the use of AI generally, in general terms. And I think that in the same way, it's going to be necessary for us to sort of make this debate bring the specific matters to the healthcare area. Now, going more towards the Information and Digital Health Secretariat, it was very important to speak after Secretary Adriano, because I think that Brazil today is one of the countries that has it's not infrastructure, the largest infrastructure, but infrastructure for health information because of the design of our public health system. So since the public health system was created, the SUS, it created an expectancy of having a national health information system, which, even though we have a huge database in several different specialties, is still facing the fragmentation issue. And today, during Secretary Adriano's speech, this was very clear. If you look at the history of information and health, we start with information systems that were more focused on a accounting, payment for procedure aspect. These systems have indeed evolved. We today have systems that allow epidemiological studies, vigilance, so many other systems that were mentioned here, but we still currently fragmented of these systems that is mirrored by the tripartite management of SUS. So states and municipalities have the autonomy to have their own systems, and a lot of the times it was pointed during the excellent TIC Saúde research, which brought the specificity of AI in 2024, showing one of the biggest impediments to the use of AI is the lack of integration between the information systems available. So when a policy like the program, like Mais Especialistas, this program, Mais Acesso Especialista, sorry, is created, and it needs to sort of bring this policy into operation, they need data and information in order to make this available. Talking about PMAE, which is another object of the debate here today, Secretary brought this question to discuss. How are you going to induct or reduce lines if you don't have, as a central coordinating body of the system in the health system, you don't have a national view of the data that are retention data, which is becoming an impediment factor. Another thing is the payment for integrated care, not for procedures, can only be done with the integration of systems. So you have this history of our system, which seems paradoxical because we have rich sources of data in terms of quantitative data because of the magnitude of the systems that is also potentially very good for AI, and it has been debated because in literature, because of the ethnical diversity and the volume of data that we have, Brazil is or could be and has an enormous potential for AI and solutions for health. But at the same time, this could become a challenge or even a threat for the digital sovereignty, which will also involve several aspects, even regulatory aspects, to access and use this data. Now, coming to the topic, we're talking about innovation and the integration of research and innovation. I see challenges that are structural for the AI field as a whole that come before. For example, today in the scientific area, we have some public policies that ensure access and data sharing for research data with open access policies to open science and access to publications, etc. But there is no regulation for the data of our SUS. And I'm talking about DECA-SUS, which is responsible for safeguarding and giving infrastructure and security to this data. How does health use this data? But the research does happen, but it doesn't reflect the dynamics of research that answer the different databases if you want to promote the same research with other databases thinking of social determiners, determining factors. So there is indeed a series of challenges that are before us, and surely is a signal that the creation of the Secretariat of Information, Digital Health and Information demands a revision of data sets and other structures. This department is one of the oldest ones. It was created as a sort of a computing department, but it has to do with the fragmentation of data, digital infrastructure, interoperability of systems, and CT&I, which is, let's say, has a transversal role as a middle ground for other secretariats, but also has its own policies like the SUS digital program, which promotes the digital transformation of our health system. So, for my first comments, that's where I wanted to stop. I'd like to greet my fellow colleagues and say that we've been following up on these discussions, being here. We have the VIII president, director here with us, the Science and Technology Secretariat, which is also going to be in a panel, Dr. Monica Phelps. They have been working with CT&I very closely. We represent
na formulação do Plano Brasileiro de Inteligência Artificial, que foi plano amplamente debatido.
Artificial intelligence. This was an amply debated topic with the participation of private sector, the academia. It brought together all of these players in this very.
Acho que Mônica vai ter a oportunidade também de compartilhar, como departamento de fomento à pesquisa no Ministério da Saúde, uma linha específica
as a department of fostering research in specific line for AI, where CT&I has also been working strongly. I didn't want to go over time, so these are just my initial comments.
Obrigado, Paula.
Thank you, Paula. Unfortunately, we are very delayed. I'm going to use this opportunity to request the other two debaters to comment. Good morning to everyone. First, I'd like to thank for the invitation. I'm Ricardo Godoy. I've been working as an innovation director at Biomanguinhos, which is a unit that's producing vaccines, biopharmacs, and diagnostic resources for Fiocruz. I'm here on behalf of Mário Moreira, who couldn't be here with us, our president. He asked me to represent him, and I was doing some jobs in the coordination of strategic planning, which I had a close connection to digital health by Fiocruz. And it's a great pleasure to be able to be here. I was here in this stage during EASY, the event that Biomanguinhos by Fiocruz organized, which was held here at FGV. And we discussed this topic in the clinical trials, where it's a growing area, and the production of resources used these trials. And I mentioned this because when you look at the challenge of AI and data in health, it is very interesting to look at how heterogeneous this topic is, and each of the processes that we make. So we have a very structured perspective in a systemic level, but we're looking at each stage, and we see the presence of this basic research. For example, the electronic registry of research, which can be benefiting and structures this base for us to have this innovation process well registered, a regulatory environment and its relationship with the environment as a whole. So this is not able, we're not able to measure the impact. It's just starting, and I think that this challenge of the speed and the capacity and the need for us to change so fast, this is what provokes us and stimulates us. So we have a lot of opportunities to promote improvements in services for health for society. And I think that these changes are necessary. When you are in the innovation sector, like for example, vaccines and biopharmaceuticals, these is accelerated. We are in close connection with the ministry, and the local program of development presented a very important change. Our colleague mentioned this integrated chain, and I think that in my coordination we have 17 proposals that we brought together, and all of them have the component of AI. And for the challenges, also for the challenges that were mentioned, another one that is sort of occupying a little bit is the formal report of health. How are we going to deal with the possibilities? It's a highly regulated environment because the safety of users is always more important, but we need to guarantee access to health as well. And there seems to be a dichotomy that we're trying to sort of process with our colleague here. We have a deal that's going on with the preclinic development agreement. These are areas that we're trying to elevate, and our team has a very strong AI project. And so these are topics that I think that we need to make an effort to sort of bring a heterogeneous perspective and the complexity that was mentioned in several speeches, including in the excellent speech, opening speech that we had.
And for us to also take a look in the specialized care, I think Adriano's talk was very important. And also those who work in the manufacturing of medicine, we have to take a look, more ample access, product that we can deliver to the ministry, but a product that can enable access to services. So those are some of the challenges that we're trying to together face, and they have been growing. And this is what's been anguishing us in our work. And this interaction with FGV is very good. And just to finalize, I like to mention that we have a very strong partnership with FGV in one of its main projects, which is the manufacture of biotechnology and health. And that this project, it adds a process that we call Industry 4.0, where we had one of our other partners that was awarded in the 5G network. And we have all these relations and trying to build a digital infrastructure of a manufacturer for health products. And for this to come up, it's a lot of work, but it has a very big impact. So I'd just like to mention some of these aspects because they need to be ever more present in our daily routine. So thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you again. I'm going to yield the floor to Fábio. Good morning, everyone. And here in behalf of Professor Álvaro Prato, our president, I'd like to thank also Professor Goretti and thank FGV for the invitation to be here in the seminar. I'll go a little bit, go back a little bit in the beginning of the presentation and talking about what Professor Ivan said. He highlighted the importance of applied research. Embrapi was created in 2014 exactly to fill up this gap, to try to foster our companies and propel bigger access to knowledge, have also a reduced risk when trying to implement this applied research strategies. Embrapi first came up to act in a very specific stage of the normative process. It's in our first 7 years of act, we acted on this stage where we go from an invention and we need to implement the research on this innovation for it to become an innovation, to become something that will reach the market. And in this period of acting, Embrapi has supported over 200,000 projects with over 1 billion reais invested in projects of research, development, and innovation. All these projects with the participation of a company, with the necessity to try to develop a solution that will be applied by an industrial company that will create a product and a new process. If we focus on how Embrapi has acted in the health system in this over 2,000 projects, a lot of them are targeted towards the development of solutions for the health. These projects, swapping the theme and touching upon the AI topic, most of them, a good part of them, incorporate solutions that are based on AI. For example, in regards to this health project, 48% of our projects are related to the development of softwares or image analysis or incorporating AI into equipment or healthcare. So there are solutions targeted towards this healthcare. So this topic is very important for Embrapi, to the extent where the 20th of this month, we had a seminar within Embrapi with the participation of Director Caetano. It was a very important participation where we debated the topics and issues in regards to AI and the impacts of AI in this framework and the support that we're giving to this health project. And it was very clear that we have, through our historical context, we have a demand from the manufacturing sector for solutions that incorporate AI and they can be applied from the health sector to other economical sectors, but they are also applied specifically to the health field. We have a very good opportunity, very fertile field, and how we act in these issues, and we continue to work with the support from Biomanguinhos, the support from our other branches. Now, Embrapi has 92 registered branches. From those, almost 50% of them, they are developing projects that have impact on the health. Something I commented on the beginning, the Embrapi's focus is from 1 to 6. Starting from the pandemic, we expanded this role. Today, we're going up to the pre-marketable stage of this project. So we're also acting on the TRL from 7, 8, and 9. So the final process of this innovative process, especially on these health projects, we see a great demand in relation to this. What incentivized Embrapi to act on this more elevated TLR was the pandemic. We started to act upon these TLRs in 2020 with projects that wanted to develop or did develop solutions for fighting the COVID-19. This seemed a very open field for us to act upon because we have extended this strategy to other sectors, not only health, starting from these examples that we had on how we acted in the pandemic and the success of this project. So now we're going up to the final stages of this innovative projects due to this experience we had in regards to the health. So thank you. I think we have expanded our time here a little, but I have to thank the current management of the Ministry of Health. Thank Secretary Massuda, thank Secretary Gadelha, and also thank the Ministry Nisia, for all the support that Embrapa has been getting from the Ministry of Health. I'm professor from the Federal University in Fluminense, the University of Economy, but I've been landed to Embrapa since the beginning of our operations in 2014. And from 2014 up to today, we have never received a support in regards to the direction and the financing like we have been getting from the actual management of the Ministry of Health. So I have to thank the management from Ministry Nisia and Secretary Gadelli and Secretary Masuda. Just to give an example, we're just finishing to get the investment from the latest contract, over 150 million reais from this budget coming from the Ministry of Health. There's going to become millions of research, development, and innovation projects that will be applied to generate solutions for SUS and to create solutions for our industries that will be applied in the health field. So thank you, Ministry of Health. Yeah. Just to finalize here, my time's supposed to go to 12:30. You know, you guys will have your lunch. I like to tell my students that having lunch every day is a waste of time, but here, you know, none of your students. I just like to, okay, we have 6 minutes, 2 minutes each, just to make your final remarks. Thank you, Professor Edson. 2 minutes for final remarks. We share Paula's worry in regards to cyber sovereignty for Brazil not to become just to export data, just like we export many other products, and we want to develop in development, not to transform Brazil in a series of different islands of development of AI, where I train locally these AIs in the hospital as a reference and use this data. We have great image data banks, and the UK is creating a legislation nowadays to try to become more flexible this training of AI. And now I'm already in my second minute. In relation to Embrapa, a study that we conducted, and something very interesting came up that Embrapa did, was to create a working group to debate ethical guidelines for AI. Even in a previous study in our Center of Research, we identified this as a solution for governance and AI as a network. So you can take all these companies that were a part of Embrapa network and put them together to try to think what will be the governance guidelines for AI, and at the same time, how to implement this within each Embrapa unit. So this was a very interesting governance experience in working on network. And when we think about the Ministry of Health, we can also think about how to work this governance as a government. Thank you. Thank you. Very compact. I'm going to use less than 2 minutes, okay? Because I've gone over the time. I'm going to try to make up for that last time. So thank you again by your comments. As a whole, the message is from the beginning that Professor Ivan said, the necessity to have, for the research to be practical. From what my colleague said as well, I can see that each of them is already contributing in their fields. The Ministry of Health, I have to thank them for what they have done. And one of the things that made me to get into a little more this field of health, because all these pertinent issues, I believe we can use the economical rationale to deal with this. So the clear interest of the Ministry of Health to try to foster the development of this. So the CNPq at any moment in the year will have research towards science and development, trying to solve a problem. Researchers think about this problem, so then you have a scholarship or something this way, so you can hire people to deal with this problem. And then I get into a position that makes me more comfortable, because we don't have to think necessarily about the problem, because the problem, someone's already thinking about that. So these are the problems. Someone will come up to you and say, and this is how we're trying to foster this. We have the tools and how to try to address this problem, and then obviously to the best of our ability. We try to address these problems that are relevant and in the nature of this how we foster the development of this researches. We need to think about practical results. So our academic research, for example, that we work on, we show that, for example, the mothers that travel around Brazil to deliver the children out of cities, and as long the bigger the distance, the higher the risk of mortality for the baby or for some problem for the mother. We have to think as a final result for that. We have to think about how to deal with this problem. But in the end, I'll give a platform for regional administrators to try to understand where these mothers are coming from, what are the socioeconomic situation, if you have an adequate structure to deal with this problem, if you can refer to another hospital with better structure. So if we identify this in the research, the relevance, what is important, and as a counterpoint, we offer platform interactive ways for the administrators to try to make decisions and try to avoid these health issues that not necessarily the money is the problem, but the technology is the problem and information is the problem. So again, thank you for your presence, and I'm sure there was a very informative meeting here for all of us. Well, this is an issue. Whenever we do something like this, we just get to the end and we realize we know nothing about the issue and we just get a little bit more anxious about it. It's a good sign. We're advancing in this debate. And I'd like to make some final remarks like Guilherme said. This is extremely important. I don't know who can help us deal with this and not have developments happen in as a later manner, because in Brazil this is very common. Each person individually works with their problem, but in general, we don't get a united result. Maybe the Ministry of Health, maybe Embrapi, try to put everyone together and working on this problem. So this is one of the points. A criticism that I have made towards Embrapi since it was founded, because it goes to TRL 7. We still have TRL 8 and 9, which is a lot of work, and I don't know who could help with that. But Embrapi maybe needs to become Embrapi to try to help with this final stage of TRL. Because we'll just get all these ideas and getting close to where we need to, but then these ideas just die. And I said before, innovation is difficult, but more frequently, we have been seeing that many little rules have just gotten in the way of this development. Guilherme talked about sidewalks, and I think it's something interesting for us to think about and maybe create some specific fields. For example, maybe the Ministry of Health can aid in this situation, maybe Embrapi as well. Try to create fields where we say, okay, here we're going to make some exceptions for the rules so things can advance quicker. But this, we have to go for lunch. We're already 12:30 now. I'd like to thank everyone, and especially our two speakers today and the three debaters. Thank you very much. I want to thank again also Adriano from AISP. AISP to me is just for economists, but now I can see here's a doctor. He's over there working. And it's been something very difficult for us to get people from one field of expertise to act with other professionals. And I think it's a good example here. Maybe some economists here can start, doing surgery tomorrow. Who knows? So thank you very much. Let's move on.
Lunch will
be held outside. We'll wait for you at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Para sair agora o salto. Pós-almoço, nós vamos continuar as nossas
afternoon, everybody.
discussões
Now,
sobre
in this
saúde,
post-lunch
né?
session, we're going to continue the discussions
Como
about
moderador
health,
dessa
and
segunda
also as
parte
a moderator
painel
of the
de
second
saúde,
section
eu
of the health
chamo
panel,
o
I would
professor
like to invite
Lívio Amaral,
Professor Lívio
que é
Amaral,
físico pela URGS e
physicist
também
by
membro da
UGIS,
Comissão de
as
Pesquisa e
well as
Inovação da
a member
FGV.
for the
Professor
Commission
Lívio,
of
por
Research and
favor.
Innovation at
Professor Lívio irá moderar
FGV.
painel
Professor, floor is
que
yours.
terá como
Professor will
palestrantes
be
o
moderating a panel which will
Godert,
have
por favor,
Guilherme Godert, as well as other speakers.
o Bruno da Cunha Oliveira, Bruno, por
Bruno da
favor,
Cunha Oliveira. Bruno, please.
da Escola de Direito de São Paulo, o
From
Guilherme
the Law
da
School in
Escola
São
de
Paulo.
Matemática Aplicada,
Guilherme
Getúlio
is the
Vargas,
applied
e o Bruno
math
da Escola
of
de Direito de São
Getulio
Paulo.
Vargas and Bruno from the Law School
Chamo
of São
também
Paulo.
o Paulo
I'd also like
Vinhedo,
to invite
que é
Paulo Vinhedo,
professor da EBAP, a
professor
Escola
of
Brasileira de
EBAP,
Administração
the
de
Brazilian
Empresas
Business
e
Administration
Administração
School
Pública.
and Public Administration School.
Como debatedores,
And as
gostaria de chamar a
debaters,
Mônica
let me
Phelps, que é
call
diretora do
Monica
Departamento de Ciência e
Phelps, Director
Tecnologia,
of the Department of Science and
Secretaria de Ciência,
Technology
Tecnologia e
at
Inovação
the
e do
Secretariat of
Complexo
Science,
Econômico
Technology,
Industrial da
Innovation,
Saúde,
and the Economic
e
Industrial
chamar
Complex of
também
Health,
o Vitor
as well
Pimentel, que eu não sei se
as
já
Victor
está aqui no
Pimentel.
recinto.
I don't know if
Vitor
he's here
Pimentel, que é
already.
gerente setorial no Departamento
He's
do
the sector
Complexo
management
Industrial e de Serviço de Saúde do Banco Nacional de Desenvolvimento Econômico e Social, BNDES.
of the
Chamo também Viviane
BNDES.
Ferreira, a coordenadora
Also,
do
Viviane
Comitê de
Ferreira,
Conformidade Ética e
coordinator
Pesquisa e
of the
Desenvolvimento de Seres
Ethics
Humanos da Fundação Getúlio Vargas, o FGV SEP,
Conformity
para
Committee
participar como
involving
debatedora
human
no painel.
beings at the foundation,
Bom, professor
and
Lívio,
FGV SEP
fique à vontade
to
para iniciar
participate
os
as a
trabalhos.
debater in the panel. Now, you can start the panel now.
Obrigado. Bom, então, mais uma
Well,
vez, boa tarde.
once again, good
Nós
afternoon.
vamos continuar
Let
o
us
painel
continue
desta manhã.
this.
O professor Watanabe teve uma outra
Now,
circunstância.
Professor Watanabe
Ele fez
had
agora
a different
nessa
circumstance,
última
which in the last
hora,
half hour
vir aqui e saber
allowed
que eu
made
então
me come here
continuo, né,
knowing that I will be
o
the one
nosso
to
painel,
continue
tá?
our
Eu
panel.
só queria esclarecer,
Now, I would like to
como
clarify,
disse Goretti, eu
like
sou
Goretti said,
da rede de
I
pesquisa e
am
inovação
from
na
the
mesma qualidade
Innovation and
do
Research
professor
Network, as
Watanabe,
same way
que é
as
membro
Professor
como outros
Watanabe,
membros
like other
da
members
comissão
of
da
the
diretoria de pesquisa e inovação que estamos aqui.
Innovation
Foi dito
and
que eu sou físico,
Research
sim, muito
Directory,
feliz
and
de ter
I'm
sido
very
físico, sou
happy
físico na minha
of being a physicist.
trajetória
I'm
e
very
nesta
happy to be
condição
so,
eu sou
and
professor
also a
da
professor
Federal do Rio Grande do
at
Sul.
the Federal University of Rio
Muito
Grande do
obrigado.
Sul.
Então, acho que nós podemos
Well, I think
continuar.
that we
Tá?
can
Nós
continue.
teremos, como já foi anunciado, né, este painel com três palestrantes e depois os
We have a
debatedores.
panel with 3 speakers and then debaters.
É previsto que cada dos três
Each
fale
of the 3
15 minutos.
should
Nós
speak
vamos fazer
15
uma
minutes.
pequena
We're going to
sinalização
make
de
a
apoio
signal
quando
just to
chegar
help them,
próximo
remind them
disso,
when
para
it's
que não
close to
fique
their
nós
time
estamos
so that we can have
atrasados,
time.
né, de
We're
alguma
already behind
na
schedule,
programação do dia inteiro, então que a gente
So,
possa cumprir
maybe we can at least comply
este momento.
with
Então,
our own
podemos começar
agenda.
pelo
Let us start then.
professor
Professor
Guilherme
Guilherme
Göder,
Vergoni-Gooder,
Desafios e inovações no setor da saúde,
Challenges and
painel
Innovation
em
in the Health
cooperação,
Sector. A panel in a,
desculpem, a
sorry,
palestra
the speech
o tema
is
Sistemas de Navegação de Pacientes Oncológicos,
Navigation Systems
Soluções
for
em
Oncological
Aprendizado de
Patients,
Máquina e Otimização.
Machine Learning and
Por favor,
Optimization
professor
Solutions.
Guilherme.
Please, Professor Guilherme.
Obrigado
Thank
por
you.
me receberem
Thank you
para
for
conversar
receiving
um
me
pouco sobre o nosso
to
projeto.
talk a little bit about the project that we're running.
Esse projeto, na verdade, a
This
gente
project
considera como
actually we consider as a success story in the organization of cooperation with the workshop cooperation with industry in the applied math school. We had this proposal by the Conceição Hospital Group in the South region that always services the public health system. And here's the problem. We know that cancer has an extremely elevated burden for the health in Brazil. There is no perspective of improvement. The prevalence of cancer in general has increased globally, but this is another disease that manifests social.
Embora a prevalência esteja aumentando de forma global, a mortalidade tem aumentado principalmente
States. Although the prevalence is increasing globally, the mortality has increased in low-income or developing countries.
E uma projeção interessante que eu vi semana
There is
passada,
an interesting projection that I saw, for example, in Japan, that cancer burden will reduce for the public health system because the prevalence is for the elderly that are most part of their population. But anyway, this is difficult to read, I'm sorry. Another serious issue with regards to the solution of cancer diminishing inequalities is that the course is prohibitive in cost for the development of new solutions. The cost is prohibitive. Drugs are more expensive. We have 2 drugs that were approved recently, and they cost the same that Inca does together. And for patient navigation, this is a method that was established at the start of the 90s, developed at Bronx. This is a proposal that aimed at trying to look at this community and mostly of vulnerable people. They were studying women with breast cancer and understanding what are the socioeconomical and obstacles that these women go through when they try to find treatment and trying to navigate them around these challenges. This is a method that has been incorporated in several countries with very good results. In terms of reference centers for cancer treatment in the United States, this is the method that needs to be adopted.
De alto nível de qualidade, mas é uma metodologia que até hoje depende
high quality certification, but this method depends mainly on workforce. It's a manual work. You need nurses or technicians that are searching the different hospital management systems, whether it is reports or any kind of appointments. They collect all the information to follow up on the patient in real time, identify the obstacles that they are suffering from, trying to find the patients when they're not going to treatment. And even though this is very effective, it's not something that has been able to be scaled, not something that can be used for hundreds and thousands of patients. So we got this challenge of trying to automate this process using machine learning responsibly, in a way to improve the quality of treatment in these patients. And it's interesting to see that there are machine learning solutions and AI solutions for patient management in the hospital environment. There are always commercial solutions. Methodologically, they're basically basic. And the tendency is that if we can develop these tools in a co-participatory way with the public health system and equipping it in any level of sphere, the tendency is for the inequality to get worse. Private hospitals will start adopting these more advanced tools that accelerate the diagnostic process for the patients, while we, the public health system, will continue to suffer with several bottlenecks during their
E aqui estão alguns princípios que nortearam o nosso desenvolvimento inicial com o grupo hospitalar.
Here are
O
some
primeiro
of
deles é o
our
co-desenvolvimento
basic
com
principles.
stakeholders, no caso,
First
os
is
enfermeiros,
co-development with
as
stakeholders,
enfermeiras e os médicos do
nurses,
serviço de
doctors
navegação oncológica do hospital.
in the oncological service of the
E
hospital,
principalmente o empoderamento desses stakeholders
and the empowerment of these
no uso
stakeholders
desse pipeline de machine learning,
using
inteligência
this machine
artificial,
learning and AI
para coletar
pipeline
evidências
to gather
que
evidence that
permitissem a otimização
would
do
allow
próprio
them
serviço.
to optimize their service.
É bastante interessante
It's
ressaltar
interesting to
novamente essa
highlight
história
once again
das empresas
the
abordando os
companies
hospitais para esse tipo
that
de solução.
are
Eles já tiveram,
coming
na
up with these
verdade, uma
solutions and
solução
approaching
que foi
hospitals.
desenvolvida com
They
eles
already had
por uma
a
empresa
solution co-developed
que, assim
with
que
them
acabou o contrato,
with a
a
company that
empresa
as soon as the
simplesmente acabou
contract
com
was
toda a
over,
colaboração,
the
bloqueou o
company
uso
finished
da
the
ferramenta que eles
cooperation,
ajudaram a
blocked the
desenvolver
tool
com
that
os
they
próprios
helped to
dados,
develop
inclusive.
with the data
Então,
that they had provided.
por isso a gente seguiu o modelo open
And
source
so that's why
e
we're
focasse
using an
na
open
capacitação
source
da própria
model
unidade no uso
with
dessas
the
ferramentas.
focus on empowering the
E
units to
principalmente a gente
use these
precisa de
tools.
uma integração
And
de
we also
metodologias de
need
machine
a
learning que sejam
method
responsáveis.
integration
Não pode
of
simplesmente apertar
responsible
botão e
machine
acreditar
learning
no
techniques.
resultado que o modelo está
We
dizendo para
cannot
gente.
press a
A
button
gente
and just believe
desenvolveu
the
com
results,
bastante
right?
rigor
We
matemático
developed
metodologias de
with a lot of
confirmação de
mathematical
certeza
rigor
das
this
predições que a máquina
certainty
faz
level
e
of the
também na
predictions that the
avaliação
machine
contínua
does
e transparente
and the
dos
continuous and
resultados
transparent
dos
evaluation of
modelos
results
que a própria
generated by
unidade
these
está
models
treinando e avaliando.
that they're training and evaluating as they go.
E isso foi uma experiência bastante
And this is
interessante,
one of a
porque a
very
gente
interesting
trouxe as enfermeiras para
experience because we
co-desenvolverem essa
brought the
ferramenta com a
nurses to
gente,
co-develop the
contarem
tools
quais são
with
os
us,
problemas que elas
tell
encontram
us
no dia a dia,
what the problems
e a
that
gente não
they're
encontrou
facing
aquele
during their
medo de,
daily
será que a
routines,
máquina
and we
vai
didn't
nos
see that
substituir
fear. Oh, will
daqui a uns
machines
tempos? Pelo contrário,
substitute us or
elas
replace
viram
us, right?
que
No,
a
on the
gente estava
contrary,
apresentando uma
they saw
solução
that we were
para
presenting a
elas
solution
explorarem
for
os
them
próprios
to
dados
explore
e
the
coletarem evidências para apoiar mudanças nos processos de gestão dos pacientes que elas já estavam falando há tanto tempo.
procedures
Então, hoje, como
for
eu disse,
patient
as
management,
enfermeiras
which
têm
was
que
something that they were looking
navegar
for a
uma
long time.
série de
So
sistemas
nurses nowadays need
fragmentados
to
para coletar
navigate a
essas
series
informações. A
of
gente está
systems in order to
automatizando
collect these
a
informations.
unificação
We have been
desses,
automating
a coleta desses dados.
the
Existe uma
gathering of
imensa
this data.
variedade de
There is an
informações que são
immense array of
pertinentes para o serviço de
information that are
navegação,
pertinent to the
desde
navigation service, from
sintomas que o paciente está relatando em
symptoms that the
consultas,
patients
até
are
relatórios de
reporting,
toxicidade, laudos
toxicity
médicos,
reports, medical reports,
receituários, etc. Então, é um ambiente bastante fértil, mas
prescriptions,
ainda bastante
everything. This is a fertile
controlado.
grounds, but it's still very controlled
E
environment.
a gente mapeou várias
And we've
melhorias
also
e
mapped
processos que
several
podem ser
improvements in
automatizados,
procedures that
uma
could be
série
automated
de low-hanging
with a
fruits
series of
que podem
low-hanging
ser
fruits
abordadas em questões
that
de meses
could
e
be
de terem impacto
solved
bastante alto
within
no último
months and
desse
could have a
serviço.
very high impact in
Então,
this
como eu disse, a
service.
gente trouxe
As I
duas
mentioned,
das
we
enfermeiras que
brought
fazem
two
esse
of the
serviço no
nurses
GHC
that
para
are
cá. A
doing
gente trabalhou
these
por uma semana
services.
continuamente
We
no
worked
mapeamento desses desafios,
continuously in the
quais
mapping of the
são os
challenges,
processos e
what are the
rotinas do dia a dia
processes and
delas, o que a
routines
gente pode
in their daily lives
colaborar e principalmente
that we
treinar
might
elas
be
no
able
uso
to
dessa
cooperate
ferramenta
this
que a
and
gente tinha
training them
desenvolvido
to use the tool that we're
para
developing.
rotulação, treinamento de modelos e
Labeling,
validação
model
dos modelos de
training,
forma contínua
validation
pelo
of
machine learning.
models
Eles também
using
trouxeram uma
continuous machine
série
learning. They also brought a
de
series
requisitos para
of
sistema de navegação.
requirements for the
Interessante
navigation
dizer que
system. It
eles
is
também
interesting to
estavam
say that they were
já
also
pedindo essa lista de tarefas para o sistema do próprio
requesting this
hospital faz
kind of
alguns
list
anos.
to the
E em questão de
hospital
uma semana a gente
of
já conseguiu
tasks that they
entregar
needed to do. And
novo
with a few
sistema
weeks,
de
we were able to
acompanhamento e
deliver this
navegação dos
new
pacientes
follow-up
aqui,
and
obviamente
navigation
com
system for
dados
patients.
que não fazem o menor
Obviously, with
sentido,
data
porque seriam
that
os
does
dados
not doesn't make
sigilosos
any
do
sense because
paciente.
this would be the
Então,
protected
aqui
data
estão
that the
algumas
patient would have.
perspectivas
So
futuras. Como eu
here are
disse, a
some
gente
perspectives
encontrou,
for
a
the
gente
future. Here we
mapeou
found and
uma
mapped
série de
a
tarefas que
series
podem ser
of
realizadas a curto,
tasks
médio
that
e longo
could be
prazo,
performed
principalmente a
short, mid, and long
consolidação desse
term,
novo sistema de
especially the
navegação e
consolidation of this
o
new navigation
treinamento de
system
modelos
and the training
para
of
limpeza das
models
inclusões errôneas do sistema.
to
Hoje, o sistema
clear
que faz a
the
inclusão de
errors from the
pacientes
system.
no
There are
serviço
systems
de
that
navegação
include
oncológica
patients in the oncological navigation
inclui
system.
pacientes
Also
demais para
includes
eles não correrem o
patient,
risco
too many
de
patients
estarem
that would be
excluindo alguém que deveria ser incluído.
they wouldn't be
42% das
in
inclusões,
risk.
na
42%
verdade, são
of the
errôneas, que as
inclusions are
enfermeiras
actually
precisam
erroneous.
avaliar manualmente
So they need to
para
manually
limpar do
sort
score
out
delas. A
so
médio
that they
prazo, a gente
can
estaria
clear them.
fazendo uma
Midterm,
produção
we would
incremental de uma
be
sistema de classificadores,
incrementing
para todos esses achados clínicos de
these,
interesse,
all the
uma
clinical
produção de
findings
uma
that would
grande
be of
base
interest,
desses
and a
achados,
great
mapeamento do
basis
fluxo
of
do
these
tratamento
findings,
e uma
treatment flow
avaliação
map,
dos protocolos
as well
iniciais de
as an
atendimento
evaluation
e o
of initial
efeito que eles
protocols
têm
of
no
care and the
no
effect
desfecho final do
in
paciente.
the
Por final, a gente
patient's
poderia fazer
outcome.
a caracterização de
And at the
fatores
end,
limitantes,
we
a
could
predição
characterize the
de
limiting
fluxos
factors as well as the
prováveis,
prediction of
gargalos no tratamento.
probable
E
bottlenecks
ainda
during
mais
treatment,
interessante disso,
etc.
na minha
And
opinião,
more
é
interesting, in my
usar
opinion,
todas essas predições
is
para
to use
otimizar
all
o
of this
serviço oncológico
to
em larga escala.
optimize
Se
the
alguém
oncological
falta
service in large scale.
procedimento
If somebody
por
misses a
simplesmente não
procedure
ter ninguém que
because
traga,
there's nobody
qualquer
to
dos
bring
milhares
them,
de
or any
obstáculos
of
que a
the
gente já
thousands of
encontrou,
obstacles that
não
might
é só uma
be
pessoa que perdeu a oportunidade de
pertaining
tratamento,
to
são
them, it's not
duas.
just a person that
Então,
missed
a
the
gente precisa
opportunity of
fazer uma
treatment, it's
otimização
two.
global
So we
do
need a
sistema com base
global
nessas predições.
optimization of
E
these
outro ponto
systems
extremamente
based
importante é a
on this.
avaliação
And another
contínua da
very
eficácia
important
dos
is the
protocolos de
continuous
tratamento.
evaluation of the
A
efficacy
gente sabe
of the
que
treatment
a
protocols, because
eficácia
we know
dos
that the
tratamentos
effectiveness
em
of
ensaios clínicos e em campo
clinical
podem ser bastante
trials and
diferentes,
can be very
ainda mais
different
em
from reality,
países com,
especially in countries
onde fatores
where
socioeconômicos são tão
socioeconomical factors are
influentes
so
quanto o Brasil.
influencing,
E
just
isso também
such as
pode ter
the
impacto
Brazil.
muito grande com
And
relação a
also,
guiar
this could
decisões
have
de
an
juízes
impact
no
to direct
nosso sistema.
even the decisions of
E
judges in our system.
outra coisa bastante
Another
interessante
important thing
é que
is that
isso é uma tecnologia com
this
potencial
is a
translacional.
technology that has a
Tudo que a gente está
translational
desenvolvendo aqui para a
potential.
navegação oncológica
Everything
de
that we're
pacientes
developing for
pode ser
the oncological
facilmente
navigation of
utilizado ou
patients could be
adaptado para
easily
outras demandas
used or
dentro do
adapted
SUS
for
ou de
other
outras unidades de
demands in
saúde.
the SUS
De
or
fato,
as well as other
o
health
software
units.
inicial para
The
a
initial
mineração
software,
dos
in
dados
fact,
foi desenvolvido
for the data
num
mining
projeto com a
was
OMS
developed
para
in
avaliação das sequelas de Covid.
a WHO process for the
Isso pode ser
evaluation of
facilmente
lingering
utilizado
consequences
para
from COVID.
navegação de
This
pacientes, seja em cuidado materno,
is in the
cardiovascular,
navigation,
etc. Isso pode ser integrado
whether
à
it's
atenção primária. A gente
cardiovascular.
está fazendo um desenho de um projeto para a integração
We
desse sistema à atenção
will
primária para fazer automação de
design the
diagnóstico
primary care
sindrômico,
for the
guiar a
syndromic
vigilância epidêmica,
automation of
fazer a vigilância
diagnosis,
epidemiológica de forma mais eficiente, vigilância
doing the
genômica, etc.
epidemiological
E outra coisa bastante
vigilance and
interessante
so
que a
on and
gente
so
começou a
forth.
conversar com
And
colegas do
something
CDPS,
very
da
interesting,
Fiocruz, Centro de Desenvolvimento de Tecnologias para a Saúde,
there's a
como esse
central
tipo de
of
ferramenta
development
instalada
that
nesse tipo de laboratório, nesse laboratório vivo
these
que seriam essas
tools that
unidades de
are used
saúde,
in these labs
pode
or the
acelerar o
health units
desenvolvimento e
could
avaliação de novas
accelerate the
tecnologias para
development and
tratamento, sejam
evaluation of new
drogas, sejam
technologies,
implantes,
whether it's
etc.
drugs or
E,
any other
naturalmente,
tools for
também vai ajudar
treatment.
na
And it will
capacitação em
naturally
qualquer nível do sistema de
help
saúde
to
com
train any
relação ao
level
uso
of the
responsável
health
dessas
system with
ferramentas
the
de machine
responsible
learning.
use of machine
Então,
learning tools.
último comentário só, eu
The
acabei de
last
voltar
comment that I wanted, I
do
just came
simpósio
back
global de
from
pesquisa em
this global
sistema de saúde em
symposium of
Nagasaki,
research in
e a gente
health
também
systems in
a gente teve
Nagasaki,
bastante
and
procura
we
por esse
had a
projeto,
lot
tem
of
gente querendo usar
interest in this
isso
project. There are
desde o
people who are
Japão
trying
às
to use
Filipinas, ao
from
Nepal, esse
Japan
tipo
to
de solução que a gente
Nepal
está
to
desenvolvendo.
Philippines.
A
These
Ásia, como um
are
todo,
partnerships
especialmente o
that we're
sul da
developing.
Ásia e o
Asia,
sudeste da
especially
Ásia,
the south
tem
and
avançado
southeast of
muito
Asia,
rapidamente
have been moving
para
a
a saúde
lot
digital, sistemas
faster
únicos de
to
saúde
health
como o nosso,
systems
e
and
eles têm
single and
muito a aprender com o
sort
nosso
of global
sistema e com essas
systems like
soluções
ours.
que a
They
gente está
have a lot to
desenvolvendo aqui
learn from
dentro.
us and
Então,
from the
também tem
solutions that
bastante
we're
interesse
developing
nisso.
here. So they're very
Então, aqui
interested
está a
in
nossa
this.
equipe
This is our
e
team,
obrigado por poder
and
compartilhar
thank
esse
you very
programa
much for
com
being
vocês.
able to share this with you today.
Pela
Thank you very much
exposição, professor Guilherme, e
for your
passamos,
presentation.
então, ao professor
Now
Bruno,
we go to Professor Bruno,
que vai nos falar
who
uma
will talk to
avaliação de
us
tecnologia
about an
diferente para
evaluation
cada
of
endereço,
technology, a different technology
diagnosticando
for
a
each address,
concorrência entre pareceres da
making
Conitec
diagnosis, the
e
competition
dos
of Coditech,
nativos no fornecimento judicial
reports,
de
and
medicamentos.
the judicial supply of medication.
Boa tarde, me ouvem bem?
Good afternoon, can you hear me well?
Bom, boa tarde a todos e todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Já foi dito, meu nome é Bruno Cunha de Oliveira. Eu
Was
sou
mentioned,
pesquisador
I'm
da
Bruno da
Escola
Cunha
de
de Oliveira. I'm a
Direito de São
researcher at the
Paulo, da
law school in
Fundação
São
Vargas.
Paulo,
Eu
the
fui
Getulio
encarregado
Vargas
de
Foundation.
apresentar
It
aqui
was
hoje
up to me to
esse
present
projeto
to
de
you
pesquisa que
this research
eu e
project
essa nossa equipe
that
estamos desenvolvendo.
my team is being developed, is developing, and
Assim,
my
meu grande objetivo
main
aqui é que afinal
objective
vocês
here
fiquem
is
pelo
that
menos
at the end you are
curiosos
at
para saber o
least
que a gente vai
curious
encontrar
to
e
find out what
o que a gente pode descobrir a
we can
mais sobre
find
esse
and what
problema
else
que eu
we can
espero apresentar
discover
aqui para
about this
vocês, que eu,
problem that I
assim,
intend to
imagino
present
que
to you.
poucos de vocês aqui
And I imagine that
conhecem,
very few of
mesmo
you
que
are familiar with,
tangencialmente,
even though
a existência
tangentially,
dele. Então, antes de
about the
passar para a
existence.
apresentação efetiva desse
Going to
problema, eu
the
queria apenas
effective presentation of this
rapidamente apresentar a nossa equipe.
problem, let me introduce
Esse
our
projeto ele
team
é
first. This project is coordinated with Professor L1, which is professor at the FGV São Paulo Law School. We have Professor Jerusa, professor of the medical Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. I am part of the team, as well as Jaqueline Leite de Souza, which is our graduate student. Let me take a step back first so that you are all in the same page as us. This figure is very interesting because it's a WHO report about the financing of health systems. What it tries to summarize is the fact that when we try to talk about the financial aspect of health systems, we need to deal with three main dimensions. First one is who will be encompassed by the system. In Brazil, everyone, even a foreigner that's in transit, can have access to SUS, but this is not true in all countries. In different countries, you will have different solutions about who will be able to be serviced by that health system. Different countries will be more or less restrictive to the use of their systems. If it's more restrictive, you will demand less resources. If you're more encompassing, you will demand a lot more resources in order to do the same kind of medical care. The second is the direct costs that are dealt with by the state. And in Brazil, once you're used to having a free system that you don't need to pay for anything, but in some countries like England that inspired us, the citizens will pay a part of the treatment. They will not pay the full, but they will pay at least part of it. And then there's a third dimension, which is the services that will be encompassed by it. Other countries, doesn't matter how poor or rich they are, they will create restrictions here. But Brazil, if we don't do any kind of restriction with regards to the population that will be encompassed by the system, or what kind of costs that will be paid by the states, it's even more important to prioritize the way that we're going to allocate the resources that are available to finance this health system. Without any kind of priority, we're going to have a system that will just not work. And in the letter of the law, it might give some kind of rights, but in practice, it will not grant access to treatment. And in Brazil, in all countries, you have some kind of procedures where you can evaluate what medication needs to be covered and which ones don't get covered by it. And in Brazil, it has two main stages. The first one will be a regulatory and visa authorization, which will look at the efficacy and the safety of the treatment. If it's safe and effective, it will be authorized to be sold in the country. The next stage, it'll go to the National Technology Incorporation, CONITEC, which is going to take a step extra when showing if it's cost effective when compared to alternatives, and if it's justifiable for it to be not only possible to be sold in pharmacies, but also that the state buys it systematically to provide to patients and not its alternatives. And the idea is that if it receives the authorization and a favorable recommendation from CONITEC, it will be incorporated to SUS, and so everyone could have theoretical access to that medication. But a problem that has been going on for a very long time, that even though we have this system that brings more rationality to the prioritization of how to allocate resources, what we see is that you can sort of evade the system and be able to get access to medication without efficacy and non-cost effective and any other things. And this is due digitization. A lot of the times, frequently, you will be able to access medications even though they haven't had their efficacy and safety proven. And the law has already recognized that this problem exists for over 15 years, and we're trying to gradually work to reduce this door or escape route to improve the allocation of public resources. The main way and tactics that the legal system has tried to adopt is the creation of the technical support nuclei of the judiciary, which is the NatJus. They give technical support so that magistrates, when they decide, they have quality medical information to decide. So that when the justice determined in 2015, this case that I brought you is that every court in the country have to have a net juice that will have doctors and pharmaceuticals professionals to give technical information to help magistrates decide. And here we come to a problem that I wanted to present to you, because if we look at what the NatJus have been doing in practice, we can find a scenario that I think is really concerning. Before explaining the problem, let me explain to you how this chart was created. We gathered all the reports and the judicial decisions that were available for NatJus that compiles our reports. And this has a limitation that it only supplies the 1,500. We only have 1,500 samples, so we cannot access all of them. There are some, because sometimes you have two reports in the same case or something. One was in the case, one wasn't. So based on all of the reports that we were able to gather, we created a macro analysis about how NatJus has been acting, and we see a gigantic difference in the way that each NatJus has been acting. So if you request to Mato Grosso, for example, a report, only 5% will receive a favorable result, recommending a medication to be granted by the legal system. But if you go to Bahia, for example, you have 79% chances of getting a favorable report. Just go to a different state, you get 16 times more chance of getting a medication approved. And I understand that this is a major problem because the legal system, which should be helping to reduce the regional inequalities, could be reinforcing it, because the state will have a fundamental role to define what kind of technical report you're going to get. And this is not a binding instrument, but magistrates might or might not follow the recommendations within. But still, you start being able to see, depending on where you are, you have to sort of go to the state to get your approval if you want. But this could be explained perhaps by different states receive different kinds of requests. But if you look at the three main medications, we can see that there is a huge discrepancy. If you look, for example, at Pilumbi, there is 0 to 100% the rates of favorable reports. And if you're dealing with technical information, there shouldn't be such a discrepancy between states, and it shouldn't exist this kind of regional inequality when it comes to the access to the right of health. And this is a problem that becomes even larger because at the end of September, STF finally brought the general repercussion topic 6, which is to determine how the legal system should decide cases involving medications that's not incorporated to the SUS, and this decision determined that the penalty of the annulment of the decision is mandatory for the magistrates to consult the NatJus. You have NatJus that decide differently in different states, and now all the magistrates should have to consult them in Brazil. And I think that this resolution is a positive, but the problem is, okay, what kind of technical report will have access to? Is it the NatJus that will never grant a favorable report, or one that will almost always do so? Or is it something in between? This is very, very deeply discussed by the judicial system, and even the diagnostic aspect is not as widely recognized as it should. We have been betting on this solution. We have to try to understand how this solution is taking effect in practice and how we can ensure that it will, in fact, perfect the right to health and not only reinforce regional inequalities, which are already too big. So, as I mentioned, this is a project that is still ongoing. We are in a financial resources budgeting phase, and we are have an objective to try to identify if we look at if this diagnostic still persists when we look at a wider array of cases. We're looking at all the reports. Now we're trying to find together 260,000 reports that are available in the platform. We want to take another look at this chart to see if everything is correct and try to bring data about whether magistrates are actually mentioning the not just reports, polytechs. I can't even see my own slides. So these variables and what leads to this report or not. So we're trying to understand situations. We explain how different netshoes have been decided, what kind of techniques they've been using to evaluate the technologies.
Começar a pensar em
soluções, thinking about solutions, about what kind of netshoes we want. If the legal system is going to have this institution, we need to understand what is the positive model, what that we need to try to build in all the netshoes in the country. And just to mention, we have 3 phases. The first, we analyze the decisions, then we analyze all of the technical reports by polytech and netshoes, and we also want to interview people who are working in the health ministries, the netshoes, to try to, and polytech, to also try to understand what is the difference between their reports. Thank you very much for your attention, and that was it. Thank you.
Pela exposição, pela palestra.
Thank you for your lecture. And let's go to Professor Paulo Figueiredo from EBAP, who will talk to us about the capacity for technological innovation and biotechnology for human health in Brazil, evidences for public policies.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great satisfaction to be here today. This study started in 2019, and this is the team that worked on it, researchers. And I present here some of the results from the first and second stage of this study. We are now at stage 3, which are the international comparisons, depending of the analysis, and this study basically started in the middle of the pandemic, when we were watching all the process from the countries running after medical resources, and with this left exposed Brazil's weakness when we talked about the manufacturing supplies for medication, which exposes its technological dependency in this field, which also reflects on the commercial deficits that Brazil has faced, which account for billions of dollars and still growing because of having to import biotechnological products and pharmaceutical supplies. And while we're talking here, millions of Brazilians are on the waiting lines of SUS, waiting for medications that are biotechnologicals, which are not available right now. We know people who are stopping their therapies because there are no medications for them. This is extremely dramatic for a country that at some point already had enough manufacturing of pharmaceutical supplies, but today we depend on these imports. Despite being a pharmaceutical market very significant, which reflects in a way the weakening of its own technological capacity, your basis of knowledge to create this type of product. When we talk about technological capabilities, talk about a basis of a knowledge that a company or a country has to manufacture a product or a service, an asset, and so on. If this stock is very low, this country will need an innovation. We just do something very basic, or it's going to be using technology from third parties. If this well of resources that we have in people or brains, and we have a lot of that, this country will lead technologically, as we have, for example, in India, China, South Korea, and so on. And those are countries that had, at some point, very low resources in this way. This also reflects on the current situation of Brazil in many industries. And despite some exceptions that inspire us, the great majority of the Brazilian companies are right here on its lowest and medium level. We're moving away from the technological frontier in many of these fields. And when this study was happening in the middle of the pandemic, this group of researchers took a look on many questions such as, would we have here in Brazil the possibility of emergence of a biotech industry that helped, for example, Pfizer work with the vaccine so quickly? Is there a possibility to have a company like Moderna? To what extent do we have startups and the capability to face a possible new pandemic without having to depend on many other countries? And then we created this study that has a very pragmatic goal to generate concrete and clear answers. And on the stage 3, which we are at right now, and we hope in a year to have a more specific result, we hope to have more international comparisons that are more specific. So basically, we're analyzing these 3 variables here: the level of capability to manufacture technologies from startups and established companies to manufacture biotechnology and worry about the human health and its impacts. Basically, the location of the startups, that are 18 of them, and 12 pharmaceutical companies that have been established, all of them Brazilian. They are here in these regions. Here we have basically the years they were created, and also from the companies that are already established, we have startups that started in 2008, the oldest ones, some that were created in 2021, all dedicated to biotechnology for human health, and also the pharmaceutical companies that open their work and field for biotechnology in human health. This, I'm not going to take so long, but this is the method. It's very interactive. You know, we go back and forth and demanded a lot from the team. And it is still demanding a lot from the researchers. And here, this is basically how they are financed. Basically, they start to depend a lot on the development banks, the regional banks, the state investment funds, especially Embrapi and FUNEP. They are responsible for this financing here. And taking a look at the different capability technological levels, these are the results, especially in regards to the companies, because out of these 12 companies, there are big pharmaceutical Brazilian companies, only one of them has reached the highest level. And this highest level is the international frontier, for having the capability to innovate. The lowest level here means they are capable of only licensing foreign technology and just to replicate this medication here. They can't generate something new. And big part here in the medium and basic level, the startups offer a more evolving scenario. You have 5 startups up there. We have to respect them because despite all the difficulties they faced, they were able to reach that level. And some of them even got to the level of selling or commercializing that project. They went through the valley of death, they were able to reach the market, and they're already commercializing their product. This is a great achievement. So it's up to public policies to be able to identify the startups so they don't become weak in the scenario and in this industry, which is a place where it's very difficult to innovate and compete. Here, basically, we have how they create these partnerships. We see that those who are able to commercialize their products, they're more robust, they're more front forward with how they search for their partnerships, and seeing how they we see how they gain this knowledge to create these innovations. You have to remember that these innovations are very significant. For example, in regards to developing different therapies, and in this field they're extremely relevant for treating very complex diseases, for example. They look for university and research institute, but in research they find difficulties despite having an interesting scientific basis in Brazil. Brazil is very proud to be one of the countries that publish most articles and all that, but this is not reflecting on innovation. This science isn't reaching the industry, and this link isn't being built, and this generates a deficiency where we have entrepreneurs who are very excited to generate innovations and a scientific basis that doesn't interact or respond to them. So we need more mechanisms to integrate this link. And here, this is how they use and were able, fourth and fifth level, use the sources and knowledge resources and laws. They go up even internationally, look for international partnerships going beyond Latin America. And here are some of the results. Was it worth all this effort? Yes, because some Brazilian startups are being able to patent in the United States and demonstrating their great capabilities and how relevant it is what they're doing. And even some of them who are already commercializing internationally their products. In relation with the pharmaceuticals that are already established, then we have a very big gap. There is a necessity to stimulate them to interact more startups and move away from their comfort zone, and even emphasize more generic medication, and maybe even trying to license medication from others, but instead try to find a Brazilian technology that will be even more interesting so that the country can decrease its dependency on the technology from other countries. Here we have recommendations on the study. The report is full of practical recommendations and how to implement them, especially for public policies. One of them, for example, is how to help these companies and startups, especially those on level 3 and 4, or 4 and 5 even, which were able to get to the commercialization stage and through that internationalize their actions. That's at least how China, India, and South Korea has done with their startups. So they support and foster their relationships with universities, but especially they help the startups to create muscles for them to become a biotech, to become, for example, a Moderna, so that the country can be ready for a possible next pandemic and be less dependable on foreign technology. When we talk about that, I'm not suggesting that Brazil should move towards a public policy of heavy investment in many different areas and do all of this. So, no country is good in doing everything, but certain fields, this dependency has to be decreased. Okay? And this is one of those that's extremely strategical for Brazil, involving even national security issues. It will also be important, for example, to support the expansion of these startups and verify why some startups are stuck on the level 3 and 4, or why some of them are stuck on level 1 and 2, and try to bring them up on this ladder of we have here. So public policies has this very important role so we can have more companies going up this ladder, because then we have less technological dependency and more capability of servicing our Brazilian people. As I said, Brazilian is extremely dependent on medications that are important and biotechnology as well. Even the most simple ones, they cost around 30,000 reais for each person if they want to import one round of treatment. So it's extremely difficult for people to have access to these therapies that are available already. And we have here some companies that are extremely talented and deserve more attention from public policies. So the research now gets to the third stage. We're already pretty advanced, and I hope for our next opportunity to bring results that are even more detailed. Thank you all for your patience, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Paulo, for your speech and your lecture and exposition. Now, we'll yield the floor to the debaters, and then we'll continue what was already announced here, starting from Monica Feltz. She's the Director of the Department of Science and Technology and the Secretariat of Technology and the Industrial Economical Complex of Health. I mentioned
temos que cumprimentar muito
have
a
to
ministra,
greet our
nossa ministra
Minister Nisia, our Health Minister Nisia, for being the one, when she went up to the ministry, she better understood and was able to conceptualize and formulate this idea and brings to us the reality, which isn't the reality of the health, but it's the reality of the industrial economical complex of health. So she's our reference. So my welcome and my thanks to our minister for being the one who elaborated and formulated this in the name of the ministry. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to speak to you here today on behalf of Minister Nisia Trindade, as well as our Secretary, Carlos Gadelha. And it has this topic as a study and line of research and as a mission for life. Both of them are researchers, and both of them from the field of health. Nisia was graduated from sociology, but thinking more about health and the social aspects. Carlos Gadelha is an economist, also dedicated to the field of health, so the economy of health, and both of them structure all this policy where science and technology overflows to an industrial capacity for public policy that tries to incentivize technology, industrialization, so that we can have national and technology that's national as well.
The largest innovation in the context of the economical industrial complex of health, which is not really an innovation, but it's the use of the power of the state, right? Purchasing power of the state. This is a decision. It's an innovation in public policies when you start having extra funds. When you talk about the FNDCT, which is the National Fund for the Development of Science and Technology, which is operated by MCTI, but this year it was around 16 billion, and now it's going to have a little bit more because of the economical oscillation. Perhaps next year we're going to have 22 billion, and this is a fund that invests into science and technology. And when you talk about using the purchasing power that the SUS has in order to develop a direct technological development to industrialization, you're creating a second version of this FNDCT. This is a different fund, and you increase the capacity of stimulating the market to create solutions. So if I know that I will incentivize with my public purchasing power, and we announce the creation of new hospitals and new universities. And if I know that I will have to purchase perhaps, I don't know, 300 monitors, 300 beds, hospital beds. If I know the equipment that I need to purchase, I can get to the industry and go, look, in 3 years, I'm going to need this list of equipment. Let's do a public call for bids where companies will compete so that a company wants to produce that equipment and wins this public call. And bringing to Brazil all of the economical benefits of having the production and the industrialization. These are the most highest paid jobs, the most qualified ones, and all of this strategy is performed by this management that politically is dedicated to the public policies as it is. CT&I goes from research to access. We have our Department of Science and Technology, and then we have the department specifically for the complex where we have the transposition of scales and innovation and production, in fact. And then we have economy and health, which is going to do the cost effectiveness calculations. And then we're going to have the Conitec, which is within our secretariat, to incorporate the technologies at SUS. And then we have finally the pharmaceutical assistance, which is the popular pharmacy, which buys and distributes the national medication purchases. And so with the results of our purchasing power, we can induce our own research where we should aim our own national science and technology and health policy so that we can have national companies offering the products that I know that I will need to buy and that I know that I use consistently as a government. So the Secretariat has a retrofeeding cycle through these 5 departments. Last month, we celebrated the decision in the Supreme Court with regards to the litigation of the high-cost medication. It's a very important milestone for Brazil, for the Supreme Court to be regulating and discussing and standardizing these things. And we understand that the communication of community with society is very important because many doctors and patients think that this will somehow make the access more difficult, that we now don't want to grant access, and on the contrary, we want to give universal integral access, but we want everyone to do so, to have access. When I buy a legal litigated medication, a lot of the times I pay 20 to 30 times, 200, 300 times more than when I do the purchase by Conitec, because I'm going to buy with a lot of scale, even though it's fewer people, a rare disease. Even then, the federal government, when the federal government buys versus an individual, the scale is still significant, and I can still have a bargaining power in order to negotiate attractive pricing. So it's very important to have the Supreme Court discussing these issues. And obviously, Conitec will incorporate these new technologies, but the access needs to be distributed uniformly in a controlled manner without benefiting only people who have access to the legal system. This is a discussion that still needs a lot of progress, and as a government, we are open. Our Secretariat cares with all of these indicators of innovation coming from the startups. We have a lot of partnerships with MCTI that invests in the startups, and today, SecTix has 5 public policies directed at industrialization. So we have PDPs, PDVACs, PDeals, all of these we can bring because they are public processes where industries can participate in the calls in order to create partnerships with the Ministry of Health, and winning through this public process the right of exclusive supply to sell to the SUS. Even deal when you win that, you have a priority line at Anvisa to analyze the innovation as well as Conitec priority. So these structured public policies by governments encompass we understand the need that our legal framework has, as well as the public policies being in line with all of these institutions so that we can continue to industrialize our country. We have the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, BNDES, ABDI, FINEP, Embrapi, several institutions that together we believe are able, at least midterm, to bring Brazil to a different reality. And we understand that this is not a short-term effect, but the government has decided to leave a legacy that in midterm we are able to have numerically the effectiveness or the certainty that the public policies were able to transform Brazil, making it not only a creative country, but also a country that industrializes and innovates. So I like to give the floor back because I'm already over my time, but give back the floor, but I'm at your disposal for other questions. Thank you very much. Round of applause for her. We would now go to Vitor Pimentel from BNDES. Vitor, the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to firstly thank the Foundation for the invitation to participate in this panel in the name of BNDES in this very high-level symposium. Let me start commenting about my pleasure to see a discussion about public policies based on evidence and scientific knowledge. At BNDES, we firmly believe that this is the way forward, and I think that this is a shared understanding by all the bodies involved, and the public policies need to be in this transparency cycle, evaluation, and reconstruction. So I think that this and public scrutiny, and our bank has already had major contributions for us to advance. Well, I've been working at BNDES for 13 years, and this year we just got the award of the most transparent state-owned company by the General Controller's Office. So if you want to find us in, if you can download all the information, and this is very important step so that we can have good public policies and good institutionality. As I mentioned, I'm a sectorial strategy management at BNDES in the Department of the Health, Economic Industrial Complex. So we bring into our own structure the concept that the Health Ministry has been working with. This structure has been ongoing since 2016, and for us, this is always a challenge to bring together under the same directory. We go from the simplest things to the most complex things. We go from infrastructure, hydroelectrical plants, roads, rockets, whatever, right? The concept of this complex brings a challenge that makes us have to be in unison between social policy and industrial policy. And this is a challenge, but at the same time, it's beautiful to see how it works. So there we work with the financing from the industrial base and science and technology, with the support of Fiocruz, the development of vaccines, and research and development, going all the way from the pharmaceutical industry and health devices. We also work with service providers at the endpoint for health, whether it's public, states, municipalities, or federal government in diverse structures or direct administration or public partnership, private partnerships, as well as the provision of private healthcare administration. And I thought that the previous presentations, and I wanted to comment on them because I wrote down a few things, right? Guilherme, thank you very much for not going through all the specific math, but I was able to understand. And I think that the main aspect here that I wanted to comment on is taking sort of a step back, because we've already got to the point where we worked some aspects of the digital transformation of health, which perhaps is the slowest progressing sector to incorporate these kinds of technologies due to several issues that are not worth discussing. But, I think that one of the points that would be extremely interesting if you could sort of progress in your methodology is the evaluation of cost effectiveness of using such tools. I don't know if you've already looked at some kinds of epidemiological data or other effectiveness versus cost of this aspect. Is it cheaper to do it this way? If so, how much cheaper is it? Would this would be good for the communication of everyone and also a good selling point for your platform. For Bruno's work, it's very interesting too, but to see the litigation and the, I wanted to echo what Monica said, that if demand is going to be coming from litigation, it's already dispersed. And we can't do any industrial policy on it because the ministry can't buy and we can't finance the project that will manufacture the medication in Brazil. So for us, we've been looking at from a distance, but this aspect is very important for each and every strategy in the country to have the demand and the predictability of demand as well as it being organized. I don't know if you've thought about this when you designed your research, that even beyond being incorporated or not at Conitec, at what level of protocol are they incorporated? Because PCDT is very important, and a lot of the times the judge only sees the information and says, okay, it's incorporated, but it's incorporated for patients in line 4, and this patient is not the one that is in the protocol. So this, I don't know if this would create a larger complexity, but that's something that came to mind during your presentation. And then Paulo, it's great to see your presentation. I've already read your book, the old book about technological competencies. I've been there for so many years, and I remember that we had a study with people from Unicamp in 2017, which were also trying to find the way to build more generical methodologies for the pharmaceutical sector. I'm very excited to see you working on the pharmaceutical industry too, as well as bringing these results that are very interesting for you to share. And just to share, I've been there since 2011, and I've worked on creating the Pharma Biotechnology program, which it was like completely a barren land, and now we had some competencies, but I'm extremely happy to see that we have one company at an international level established. That made me very happy, and 5 startups, so 6 companies total. For me, I already see in the horizon at the very long term, 10 years later, I'm excited for our future, and we need to move forward with these instruments.
A million questions here. I'll just post one of them. How was this strategy for sampling these companies? Because I think it's extremely difficult to map out, but if you could comment on that a little bit, how it was done. And of course, I'll read the report later. Thank you.
Passamos, então.
Now, you yield the floor to Professor Viviane Ferreira, who is the coordinator of the Ethical Conformity Committee and research dealing with human beings in the FGV. So our foundation has this committee, this coordination through Professor Viviane. I'd like to greet everyone here at the session, everyone present. Well, I'll first make some remarks in regard to some of the presentations from the point of view of the Ethical Committee for Research. Now, you mentioned from different perspectives about the use of data related to health, which is very sensible data and has legal protection, not only ethical, but a legal protection, very special look in our legal system. And that's especially because they're data that once revealed, they bring a risk of discrimination, stigmatization in regards to the people who this data comes from. I'm going to give the example of some of the risks involved in the situation, and it has nothing to do with the projects that have been shown here. I know taking these examples from my personal research. The first point, talking about maternal care. There is research in law and social sciences as well. There is a very big worry, actually, about women in living on the streets and when they seek for healthcare during their pregnancy, because once they do that, they are under risk of being mapped. And at least in some states in our country, there is a little dance between judicial system and the public prosecutor's office, because once this child is born, they go into the adoption system. If these women don't look for the health system, if they don't do the prenatal, then they're still mapped out and they're seen as negligent. And this is cause for them to lose their guard over the child, and the child is sent for the adoption system. And the second example is one that's become news in São Paulo, is the revelation of the names of the women who are going through abortion in the health system of São Paulo. They even they faced some backlash from the medical committee in São Paulo. So we do have a very great risk related to this data. And also, we can't forget that behind all this data, we have personal dramas, people that have right to their dignity, their human dignity, and they are protected by our constitution and our legal system. And through the introductions here, I noticed some risks, and through the lectures, I noticed some risks. First of them is how this data is being used in this research. Also, how this data is used in this database, and the identification of this data is something very delicate as well. How this data are sent to other countries outside Brazil, and how it's going to be used. Because from the moment they leave the country, we can't guarantee that our level of protection. No, I'm going to reference the presentation done by Guilherme, my colleague. We have a level of protection that's extremely high when we talked about personal data. Once the data leaves Brazil, we can't guarantee to the person who is participating, the owner of this data, that this confidentiality will be respected. The access to litigation and how it works here in São Paulo, the access to the data of this litigation has become a problem due to a very peculiar understanding of confidential data as well, maybe lack of understanding of how the research is conducted, but this is another topic. And also in regards to the use of AI, which is a theme that permeates the lectures here today, at least the ones that have happened up to now, which is related to the question of consent. The owner of this data, the participant, be it direct or indirect participant, has this person authorized this data? Is it not necessary to get the consent from them? So these are all very difficult issues. The challenges we have to face, they are huge, but here, speaking on behalf of our ethical committee for research, for Professor Maria Teresa, who is here, and who is our academic counselor, we can consider ourselves prepared and in constant debate when trying to contribute for innovation in the field of health, but an innovation that takes into consideration the protection and the dignity of the participants of this research. Thank you very much. I thank you, and I'm not gonna ask questions. I think we still have some time, okay? We will, because I'd like to make a 2-minute comment. I'd like to hear a 2-minute comment from each of you who were about the things that were talked about here, about our debaters in a very specific manner. And I see that it comes up again in the continuity of this panel, some points that during this morning were already highlighted. But now, in the context of this conceptualization and the execution of the industrial commercial health complex, it comes up again the issue of where our startups are. Then we have Embrapic with many projects in the health sector. And then we say that we're in TRL level 4 or level 5. Then it's a challenge for all of us and this discussion here in the situation of the economical industrial health complex. And on another point from the data that was mentioned here, it comes up once again what had already been discussed this morning, which is the question here, this data from the national health system, all this public data, and how public it is, how we elaborate them, how we adequate them and formulate them, maybe in the judicial aspect within the legal system, for it to be continue. Can it maybe bring us to a situation where we're only exporting data? We're only data exporters, and our data kind of become a commodity for exports in a level that can be considered more basic commodities, like the ones we have in our industrial complex here in Brazil. So I think this was also an issue. Are we gonna get to a point where we're exporting all of this, for example, such as I is happening right now, and become an exporter of primary data? So please, 2 minutes for each of you. We are running a little late, but I believe we can have 2 minutes of remarks here, because from what was said here earlier. My case will be just very quick answers, because both points are already taken into consideration. One of the attempts of initial financing for this project that we're having together was with Pfizer. They put up for us in this project this matter of evaluating cost and benefit of methodology and some evaluation for the treatment that we're taking consideration. We're looking for prostate cancer. It wasn't, and sadly, it wasn't a contract that was finalized, but we do have this component of trying to put a price and continuity in the methodology. And in relations to the safety of the data and protection of national sovereignty of this data was something that we put up in our initial draft of the project. When we started to develop this tool for evaluating COVID cases in the primary care, our group and another group were working through the WHO utilizing AI to do this. And it was at a time of ChatGPT and the Google, they used that. And it's something that I believe they could not have done at the time. They should not have done at the time. And it's a technology that's not monitored. They couldn't evaluate what they did, but we are lucky to be using the same data as they were using, and we were able to cross reference the data. And we found that 95 cases on fever in that group, and ChatGPT only found 5 cases of fever in that group. So there are very scary and horror cases of irresponsible use of machine learning, because it's very accessible. Everyone can, get to that tool and obtain an answer, but it's not very well discussed if You know, nowadays it's kind of like a Ferrari, but people forgot that there's a little alert light to ask you to check on the motor. So it's very important to know how to use it. So when protecting national sovereignty of this data, it was something that we planned from the beginning. And all the solutions we have created, they're all executable within the health institution. So that's why we're talking about the empowerment of the health team and the health institution. They can install that with their own database. It will never leave that, will never come to us. So to try to train the staff to be able to use this in a responsible manner. Thank you. Well, I think we could focus on many aspects, and you made some very nice remarks, but I'll try to focus on a specific one, answering what came to my mind when I was hearing Monica talk. I'm under the impression that the great difficulty the secretariats and the ministry have when dealing with all this complex, you know, medicine and hospitals is due to the unreliableness of the judicial system. And I would like to focus on that point, and I think Professor Juliana is going to participate in a panel tomorrow. She focused a lot on the discussion around this. One of the problems that we see, especially in regards to that, and no, actually, an opportunity we have now is that decision done by the Superior Court. Is that the Ministry of Health says that we have a lack of resources, we can't take on everyone. No, it's true. They're not being evil. They're saying we have to take into consideration this type of limitation that we are aware of. And I'm very enthusiastic about this because now we have a window where we can finally advance on this. So after 20 years knowing what the problem is and not doing anything about this problem, now the judicialization was kept like it was, but now today, finally, I think it's important to have a space such as this so everyone can dialogue, the academia together with administration, so we can come up with solutions that in some manner try to intervene in a way that so that the judicial system can, you know, step away a little bit and we can start supporting these public policies for health. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you for the question about the access to these companies. Of course, accessing these established companies, it's much easier. They're all over the place. It's very well known also, but finding startups is very difficult. And this led us to find alternative manners when talking to experts and college professors, innovation hubs, industry associations, and so on, till we reached them. And once we reached them, the idea was to convince them to participate in the study, because it's a study that needs very detailed evidence, because we go into a lot of depth. And initially, we had a group of 50 companies, up to 60 in some rounds, and then we started to filter out, we started eliminating companies that became redundant in the sample or weren't aggregating relevant evidence till we got to those which will show significant evidence for the studies, specifically when talking about public policy. So it's a process that demands a lot from the researchers, going back and forth until they are able to get this access and then extract through this access the data from these companies. Another point that demands a lot in a study such as this is that we are not using the famous TRL as a reference. We're parallel to it, trying to understand how the company develops this basis of knowledge to move through TRL. This is a type of evidence that helps a lot of the public administrators when trying to create the public policy, especially the states that go through governments. And this shows that in this case, when you take, for example, 10 years to get to this level 5 of innovation, which deals with policies that go through governments and political terms. And this also shows that we are deficiency in the demand. And this inclusive policy that would give access to the Brazilians to these medications we're talking about here should give emphasis to a state policy to try to strengthen these companies and startups in order for us to have more offer of this technological capability in a way that the country could be serviced with this medication internally in a way to not need to litigate this process to have this access. Thank you. One more time, I'd like to greet and debaters here. I'd like to thank the participation and the contribution from all of you here. Thank you.
Esse painel. E agora,
For the next panel,
Paulo.
then, no, Paulo.
Continuidade imediatamente para o nosso painel.
Moving on to our next panel, I'd like to invite up to mediate our next panel, Professor Porto Gonçalves, who is a member of the Research and Innovation Committee for Foundation Getulio Vargas. And in this panel that Professor Porto will mediate, I'd like to call up the speakers. Professor Daniel da Mata, I saw him here earlier. He probably left a little, but when he just got back. Professor Daniel da Mata, Professor Ruth Rocha, who I also saw in the morning, is also here. To make our first two presentations here, which will be mediated by Professor Porto from the Committee of Research and Innovation. As a debater, I'd like to call up Sérgio Pipo, who is the Secretary for Monitoring and Evaluation of Public Policies and Economical Matters of the Ministry of Planning and Budget, and Gregory Michael.
Principal economist.
He is the principal.
National Development Bank. Gregory, please. Essa é a primeira parte do painel.
This is the first part of the panel.
O seu pedido de ter a frase já está aí.
Your sentence is up there, and you have a microphone over there, whatever you prefer.
O nosso painel de hoje à tarde.
Our afternoon panel will be very important because it deals with matters of great relevance for the well-being of the Brazilian population. It has to do with education of maternal. It's an extremely relevant topic because, according to my friend, Asad, who's over there, if the child doesn't have no adequate nutrition and stimuli, the school, all that, the brain will be permanently altered. I'm not a doctor, but I trust in my colleague Massad, who is a physicist and a statistics professor as well. So yeah, I trust him. I'd like to say also that this work is particularly interesting because here in our FGV, 10 years ago, actually 20, the founding professor of High School, Jim Heckman, he gave a lecture here on the 9th floor. Do you remember? Yes. The lecture, he organized the lecture. The director of INPE was right next to his class, and Eugene Heckman was giving his lecture, He's the founder of Hedge School. And he said, no, oh, he was a Nobel Prize winner. They just announced that. And I left my room and I went to him and I told him he won the Nobel Prize. Okay, no, he just ended the lecture. He was very moved. We went to my room, we drank some champagne. But now, recently, it was at Hedge School. And the message that the school in the United States tries to deliver has to do with the fact that it's very important that public policies has measurable results that can be corrected and like daycare, for example, and topics related to popular housing, which is something that I lived very intensely in the last century. I was a witness as a little boy to the efforts that were done to try to move the communities, the favelas, from the places where they're at. The government used to light fires on the little houses, and they created a neighborhood in Kennedy Village, which became a big place for crime. So people didn't want to go over there, because there was no public transport. You could stay on the lake. They couldn't go to the south part of the city. The government moved everyone to the Kennedy Village and didn't think about schools. They didn't think about infirmary and all this. And this changed, or this has been changing, because we need to do exactly this. You need to think on the consequences of the actions. My colleague said this morning, I have to think a lot about this, with the confrontation with the arithmetics, which is being confronted in Europe very intensely. There's a limit of resources. The resources are finite. And there's an economist, particularly, it says that taxes that reach over 35% of the GDP, they are not viable. People are not going to stay there. People are going to migrate. They're going to move to other countries and so on. So evidently, we have to learn how to use our resources well in order to create a social public policy that's adequate, and for the whole country that's adequate. And when talking about what is adequate, it's very important to understand this. And to award a Nobel Prize, it's a very important feat, because we have many more resources. And here, in Brazil, we try to measure public policies through their expenses, and people think of expenses as waste, and there's a lot of waste. Every day, I go through Niemeyer Street, and I see the cycle lane that was built over there, and currently it's a place where fishermen go. It's amazing, but it's true. The cost for the cycle lane got into the GDP positively because public policies are measured through their expenses and costs, not through their results. So this is a very severe economical mistake. And the cycling lane is positively affected our GDP, but didn't do anything for the people or the population. So after this preamble, I like to put on the importance of the issue here. I'm going to call up here our first lecturer. Danielle, what do you prefer to do? So thank you for your attention.
Boa tarde. Obrigado pelo
Good
convite.
afternoon, Porto, for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to participate in the symposium. This year, I will talk about Minha Casa, Minha Vida, my house, my life. It's a research agenda that I've had for a while now, and had support from people of VIII, or the Network for Development of Research. Where's the slide clicker? It's over there.
O que eu gostaria de fazer nessa apresentação?
So what would I like to do in the presentation here? I'd like to talk about housing programs all over the world to give a global context, bring the lessons, the positive and negative aspects, and then focus on our Minha Casa Minha Vida, comparing to these international lessons and showing what other researchers and what I have done with my co-authors for over this evaluation of the impact of this program. So let's talk about the effects of the housing programs. I'm going to talk about what the housing programs have done distinctly depending on the country. Something I know that I'll mention 3 times, that Brazil focus on people's own houses, but United States and Europe focus on public loans. And we see what are the impacts are for each of these types of programs. I'm not going to be able to answer which one is the best, but I'll bring evidence of the positive and negative aspects of each one of them. And housing policies in general is something that the national governments and national programs, they allocate a significant financial resources, and it has distributive characteristics, but economists say they try to correct some externalities, try to correct inadequate markets. So it's a public policy that deals with a very big amount of resources, not only Brazil, but in many other countries all over the world. And I'd like to confront, this debate of housing programs. Here in Europe, they focus on good placement of this housing, aspects that try to foster the social mobility, so thinking that the children will be better employed than their parents, the children will study in better school than their parents did, for example. And just opposing that with the discussion here in Brazil, and it happens in many other countries as well, but these are countries that focus on trying to provide housing that's with good quality, but it's financially accessible. And in Europe, we have an extra layer of debate, and the literature in economy on trying to evaluate these housing programs, it's already reflecting this different layer and when this debate takes place in Europe and in other countries and someplace in the US. So this is a dilemma. It's a trade-off between trying to do a housing program that's focused on quantity, mass manufacturing of houses, versus the quality. So location, infrastructure around these communities that are already there or will be built. I'd like to focus on the literature, trying to analyze 3 programs that are object of a more rigorous analysis when thinking about the methodology that might use either experiments or quasi-experiments to try to evaluate the impact of this housing program. So first, you have many studies done in the United States or Canada about handing out vouchers for social rent, where a low-income family that's already living on rent on the private market, they will receive a voucher for have a subsidiary to try to live in another to try to rent another private housing, the cost being paid by the voucher. They try to, with this voucher, look for the distribution of the value of rent in a certain location or in a city, and they try to give a value of this voucher where the benefited person will be able to rent a medium price house in that location. Maybe around the 40 percentile in this distribution or something like that. So this happens a lot in the United States. It's the main housing program of the United States. Those of you in the field, it's called Section 8, this type of social rent policy via vouchers. I'm going to talk about those studies. In Europe, here I'm translating. I'm doing a free translation for housing association as the association, where they have many houses in the portfolio and they rent through a subsidized cost. In many countries of Europe, this is very common. I'm talking about here with the Netherlands as an example.
Esse não é tipo de secundário, tá?
And this isn't a secondary type of housing program. So here, I even brought a picture so you guys can see Amsterdam. If you go to Amsterdam, what's the percentage of the typical housing center of downtown Amsterdam you think is part of this housing association, this free translation? Probably there's a better translation, but this is the foundation, this is the association that I'm calling here. According to the studies, around 45% of this housing in downtown Amsterdam are part of this association. And then the residents of the city they go into lotteries to try to rent out this housing through subsidized values. So there are very big waiting lists for this housings in downtown Amsterdam compared to the ones more further away from the center of the city. But this housing association that have houses in the downtown area or even more remote areas of the city. So there are studies that use this data. And there's a third group that I'm going to talk more about today, which is a group that Brazil is a part of, which is the building of housing complexes. So this has been common in Brazil through the past decades. And even in India, for example, in the 50s, the 60s, and in the US, this has happened recently, and in the United States, it's more common nowadays to have the first option here, which is the voucher for social rent. I'm going to talk more of the literature talking about the housing complexes here. So first, I'm going to talk about Professor Hooch, and I know that the researchers like to do controlled experiments where you have a channel for the expected effect, and that's very limited for you in order to do a more thorough analysis of the data. But it's something that people from the health sector like to do. Here, when talking about housing, we're on the other side of this. When we think about these housing programs in real life, and such as it happens in this health sector, these programs, there are multiple channel experiments, that same thing that happens in the housing. So we have programs that will try to subsidize, and this will impact the income of the family because they'll get some subsidized costs, and this will improve the income of the family. And in some countries, you have social housing, and you can use that as collateral, trying to get the loan from the bank. And this will also affect the family's decisions. Many housing programs will try to reallocate these families to other regions of the city, many times regions that are very distant from downtown. In the cities, you have this effect of reallocation that might cause the disruption of personal relationships, for example. You also have the neighborhood effect, might go to a better or worse neighborhood. So maybe your child will go to a better school or worse school. So that's something that might also explain the results. In some countries, such as Brazil, and as I said before, I said I was going to mention this around 3 times. I think I already got to the second. Maybe I'll talk about this like 5 times. You have this property effect because you're giving the person their own house, and this changes the decision, and they might become a better citizen depending on the literature. It might become a decisive component. The quality of the housing can be better and can be worse compared to the one where you were before, and this can also explain part of the effects that have happened here in the housing program. And it's exactly this what the literature tries to explain depending on the program. The effect might be more important, the other one might be not as important, must be third priority, for example, and we see that many of them, not all of them, are present in Minha Casa, Minha Vida, which is what I'm going to talk about here today.
Very generally speaking, if I have in an elevator, two floors elevator, telling you about what literature says is that the positive effects do happen. It's very expected in the home residency programs that put people in their own homes with better opportunities to the work market, less poverty, etc. And the opposite happens in programs that allocate families in very remote areas that are disconnected from the work market and schools. That's not surprising at all. But obviously, that is what studies for vouchers for social struggles is subsidied in these foundations in Europe, as well as the residential complexes support the idea that it's better to do in high-quality neighborhoods in a very multidimensional perspective, schools as well as the proximity to the work market. What's interesting in this literature is that one thing is the impact for adults. The other thing is for kids. For adults, when you expect a positive impact, and you can't find it, a negative either, because you see that adults are capable of sort of having adaptation decisions. For example, to minimize negative impacts, right? Which doesn't happen in terms of in the cases of kids. Kids are less benefited. Sometimes they're even jeopardized because of the depending on the situation, and also they are more benefited from programs that bring kids in close of high quality schools, high quality education in this multidimensional sphere that I'm discussing. And these studies have taken place in several countries: the United States, Canada, Netherlands, India, Argentina, Colombia, Brazil, and so there is a more systematic evidence base for this narrative to look for the quality of housing in these programs. Now that's what literature says throughout the world, and now I want to move closer to our reality now, focusing on Minha Casa Minha Vida, the governmental program for housing in Brazil. Before talking about the studies of Minha Casa Minha Vida, most of the literature is about adults, but I want to talk about the program itself just to move forward, and then we go to literature, and then I'm going to show you the study that I'm spearheading to measure the effects on kids. Now, before talking about literature, let's talk about the program itself. I don't need to say a lot for the Brazilian speakers, but just briefly, it was created in 2009. It's one of the most incredible housing programs in the world. More than 4 million units, 100 billion reais of subsidies. That's the theory that has been going on. This is always at the top of the financial subsidy ranking. And it was created with a double objective: to reduce the housing deficit, as well as stimulating the economy with a way to combat the 2008 financial crisis. So because of this second macroeconomical aspect, this is a massive program that to leverage the demand, and also you need to build it in cheap lots, especially at the start of the program. The option was to create in remote regions away from the downtown areas, which the price per square meter is a lot lower. So, you know, it was depending on the income of the beneficiaries. But I will focus on number one, which is the lowest income average that received these subsidies. This program has been reshaped, it changed the name for a few years, but it's still, I always like to say, just to show you the magnitude of the subsidies for the first level one beneficiaries, is that you receive a house. 90% of the amount is a direct subsidy from a public fund, and the remaining 10% is paid by the family in installments to the Caixa Econômica Federal, the bank. So this is a very attractive financial package. This is a massive subsidy with modic installments that tend to be calibrated so that the family pays less than they used to pay for rent, at least before the program took place. The average is to calibrate above. So the ones that were eligible for level one, they didn't have a formal house.
Novas unidades em conjuntos habitacionais recém-construídos. Lembre do segundo objetivo do programa. E tem subsídios, de grande magnitude. E algo interessante em termos de avaliação de impacto, que eu vou falar aqui durante a palestra, é que para a faixa 1, se um determinado conjunto habitacional recém-construído, ele tem excesso de demanda, tá? Ou seja, a população está querendo morar
The population wants to live.
unidades novas construídas naquele conjunto.
There are more people than houses available in a housing complex. The municipality has to make a lottery to find out who's going to live there. And we use this information to compare the winners and losers of this lottery. So, as it was an experiment that wasn't done by the research group, it was something that we gathered beforehand. The group only gathered the data for this lottery. The one who did the lottery was the Caixa Econômica Federal, which is a national bank, and this institution has the most experience in this, and did this as a partner to the municipalities. I didn't bring the slide and the numbers, but if you can throw that on YouTube, you can find lottery Minha Casa Minha Vida, which is the housing program, and you have very concrete examples of the municipalities and the local governments as well. They all use this experience, so there are very similar programs in the state of São Paulo and so on. That's very big in São Paulo.
So, Caixa Econômica Federal helps with certain lotteries because they have experiences with lotteries that we all know, and it helps the municipalities to select the beneficiaries. And also, the institution that supervises the contract, the installments for the mortgage, as well as supervising the technical quality of the architecture engineering projects for the housing complexes. So the Caixa Econômica Federal has several functions in the program. From the impact evaluation perspective, for us, the most important thing is the existence of lotteries, winners or losers. Now, these are typical examples of housing projects from Minha Casa Minha Vida. These were built at the start of the program, and it'll be clear now why the Mati-Mation, which is the paper, will focus on this, the early implementations of these housing projects, but also effectively, there are some very short buildings and or a set of houses. And these houses are in our database, actually. So it's in the municipality in the countryside of the state of São Paulo. Here, I don't know if you can see, if you're at the back, this is downtown, right here. I don't know if you can see it, but so this project was built
da cidade, onde teve que construir toda uma infraestrutura,
very far from the city center, and it had a lot of infrastructure, including schools, etc. Here, Rio de Janeiro, these are the projects that are in our impact evaluation. So here's the city hall. You can see in red, I went to Google Maps, 5 p.m. And then on Thursday, I wanted to see how long it was from the housing project to the city hall, and it took over 3 hours to a remote location, especially cities in the countryside that build a lot more remotely, but also our major metropolitan areas like Rio de Janeiro started the program building in more remote areas. Just quickly, I'm not going to explain the method of the research, but we were able to get data respecting the ethics research committee directives. We compiled the information and we put it into a protected server from the Applied Economics Research Institute, where only registered researchers could have access to the data. And after cross-referencing the data and the information, everything was made anonymous. What we do here basically is looking and comparing winners with losers of the Minha Casa Minha Vida lotteries and following them before and after the lottery situation. We know if they've signed a contract after being chosen, and we use that information to see their trajectory in several dimensions of winners versus losers of this lottery. And it's interesting that when you go to more remote areas, you end up going to a school. If you win, you're going to a better school, a worse school, whatever, better or worse neighborhood. They have an income subsidy. Like I said, the monthly mortgage payments are lower than they're used to pay for rent. They become landowners, and they have several mechanisms that are going on at the same place that allow a theoretical ambiguity of the effect of the program about, for example, the kids' educations or the performance of the adults in the work market. So, for kids, you could have negative effects if you have a worse school and positive effects if they are if they are in a bad school. And what does literature say? It says that you have studies from 2018, 2019, looking at the general population that was beneficiaries, people who were chosen, people who weren't, showing the negative impacts on formal employment because people are moving to remote locations and reducing their participation in the formal work market. That's what literature is saying. And a more recent paper doesn't look at all beneficiaries, only those that are simultaneously beneficiaries of Bolsa Família, which is another income-focused governmental program. These adults are able to adapt, and you don't have a loss in terms of participation in the work market.
The recent study in 2024 that takes a look at a housing complex that are more recent, a little bit more central, where they selected only residents that were already living in that neighborhood before the construction of this housing complex through Minha Casa Minha Vida. So there was no moving, there was no neighborhood effect. There was only, now you control Minha Casa Minha Vida, taking away the negative effect of moving to a more remote location of the city and the suburbs, and keeping only the positive effect of this subsidiary moment. And when you take a look at the general population, there is no effect on the working market. But when you look at the beneficiary of the social programs, you have the positive effects. It's like the literature is moving, it's advancing So starting with a more remote housing complexes where people had to move through long distances, showing more negative effects, but now producing more positive effects where you don't have anymore this neighborhood effect where you harm these families. And for the rest of my lecture here, I want to talk about a research that's going to complement this literature that I'm working together with my colleagues. And it's a research done about children and what happens to the children in Minha Casa Minha Vida. Now, the question for the research is what is the impact of the program on these children's education and what is their performance on the work market when they become adults, maybe 8 or 10 years after having moved to a housing complex from Minha Casa Minha Vida. We've started looking at them, starting from the lottery, look at their educational trajectory, and after a few years, when they enter the working market, we try to evaluate the impacts. So it's a research that's very data intensive, where trying to respect the suggestions from the ethics committee, we try to cross-reference this data from the winners and the losers of this Minha Casa Minha Vida and the adults. We try to look at the family relations. We find these children. We keep looking at these children through other administrative records, trying to see what school they're going to, what's the frequency in going to that school. And through time, we continue observing, and when they get into an administrative register and records for the working market, we then go and analyze their performance on their working market. So again, 6, 7, up to 10 years after they have moved. When they're still children, they move to a housing complex on Minha Casa Minha Vida. So it's as if we were evaluating these children moving to Minha Casa Minha Vida from 7 to 15 years old, and then we take a look at them again in the working market from 18 to 25 years old. This, very briefly talking about it, not even talking about specifically what you're doing in the working market. I still have a minute to wrap up, so I'll go directly to the results. I'm not going to talk about the passing the data here. This is the implementation of the mathematics, and we're just comparing who won and who lost, and taking a look at the children who won and who lost Minha Casa Minha Vida, and looking at them over time. Something interesting is that taking a look at these families with children, those who sign their contracts with Caixa Federal, and knowing that we're talking about the first level of Minha Caixa Minha Vida, they sign the contract with the Caixa Econômica Federal, it's the national bank. They're usually a little low-income families that within that first level. So let's go to the results. So first, it's a test of sanity. We look at winners and losers. So these children have to swap schools. They know those who win more, they have to change schools more. So this is what the first line here is saying. And then we see that they're changing schools and moving to worse schools with worse indexes, including the number of teachers with a college degree. So they're going to schools, less teachers will have a college degree. And this is increasing the amount of times they don't go to school. They're less frequently present at school. So this very briefly for what happens for children in this educational moment. And after 10 years, we take a look at their performance in the work market, and we find them less in the formal working market, be it the presence or participation in teams, which call the intensive image of work, as well as a smaller salary. So this is, in 20 seconds, just to summarize our work. And Sorry for going a little over time.
Ou a literatura internacional, né,
The international literature says that
você tem que prezar a qualidade.
you have to think about quality and good neighborhoods. And when you take a look at this lotteries, the first housing complex of Minha Casa Minha Vida, the literature says that it had negative effects on the adults,
O nosso trabalho está mostrando.
and our work is showing that it had adverse impact on the children as well. Thank you for your attention.
Apresentação sobre o
So thank you for your presentation here.
gestão pública de
Now we're going to talk about public management of maternal infant care in Brazil, the case of Rede Cegonha.
Muito bem, obrigado, gente. Obrigado
Very
pelo
well.
convite.
Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here in the symposium. Great pleasure to present here in my house people who I admire so much. So many friends of mine, starting from Professor Sérgio, who was professor of mine. So if something is wrong here, it's you can say it's your fault, yeah?
Esse é projeto em conjunto com o
So
Neto.
this is a project together with Neto, who's over there. João started with us consultant for our research, but now he's a co-author. He's doing great. He was a master's student and now he's doing his doctorate degree in the United States. And it's a project that we have just submitted
Terminar e submeter a rede, a gente contou com
to the network.
Então, por tudo isso, muito
We count with their investment. So for all of that, thank you very much. I'll try to be very brief.
Essencialmente é uma avaliação
The title is basically the evaluation of Rede Cegonha, followed the Stork Network. It was a program that was very successful. But during this, we also learned that this program still had a lot to teach us, not only the impact itself. So I believe we have a lot to learn with the implementation and how we drew up this project, not only for policies related to maternal infant care, but also other public policies that can be more broad. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But what's the story? When we started a simple evaluation of a program that seemed to be very successful, very interesting program, and after a while we realized that the structure of this program wasn't just a program that incentivized better practices for maternal infant care in some municipalities in Brazil, but in its structure, the program allowed that a group of municipalities adhere to the program in a way that was very coordinated. Meanwhile, another group just started the program in an isolated manner. They were on their own. But we found out after a while that we could compare the performance of these groups and see what was taking place. And the main message here, just spoiling it a little bit because I'm going to move to the results, but the idea here is because of the structure, we were able to compare these trajectories and we were able to learn very clearly that the group adhered to the program together and coordinated their efforts. They did much better. And we would try to isolate, and facts show this, but we try to isolate that behind this performance that was so positive, it's the power of coordinated efforts between states and municipalities, and that's why we say that despite being an evaluation of important program, important results, that we are learning much more from this case, especially in the case of health, because it's very expensive and here to us, and we need coordination. And this project was able to give birth to academic paper. And we took on the question about, is it important to coordinate? And that's what we're trying to deal with. And from now, I'll present this article for you. It's a very brief format in order to disseminate it better. There's not going to be any mathematical equations. And if there are, I'll try to translate for you all what we found and what we're doing here. When for a more general motivation, the question is, Many countries, through the years, they decentralize the public health services. And here in Brazil, we have done that. And eventually, there are benefit and negative sides to decentralizing. Decentralizing can be good, but centralizing, coordinating efforts within a federation can be good as well. For example, when we coordinate, we can gain efficiency via common allocation of resources, and we can have a scaled economy. We can deal better with externalities, and of course, this comes with a cost. Imagine putting on half dozen municipalities trying to draw up and structure projects to gather resources. There are many other things, for example, so decreasing local autonomy, decreasing the local accountability. So there are pros and cons for all of this. When we take a look at the literature, there's a very big literature about the impacts of decentralization. And this is the path that many countries decided to take on. But what are the eventual benefits of centralizing this coordination? And then we can find less of this in the literature about centralizing these efforts. And when talking about Rede Cegonha, we see a very interesting opportunity to evaluate the impacts of coordination. Not only that, we talking about health, so we are within SUS. And those of you who study SUS, you know that SUS was an example of decentralization since 1988, but it was at the expense of a fragmentation of this health system. So there are pros and cons here. But what happened was that states and cities gained an enormous autonomy. Not only that, all the efforts in trying to coordinate this federative entities, so we pulverize the resource allocation and political power at the end, but we're not being able to go back to that and coordinate everything in a federative level. So this is a little bit of the context, and that's where we're starting from. So this article will evaluate the impact of Rede Cegonha in the access to health services and results and consequences, infant mortality, maternal mortality, because Rede Cegonha, with this idea of trying to decrease the fragmentation of care, was a program that tried to coordinate the municipalities to deliver better services for maternal and infant care. And it's very important, I mentioned already, it had this very unique drawing because it allowed for two different entrances. It allowed for the coordinated participation, so they could the municipalities could come together and apply one group, and they had to implement all the components of this group, or the isolated participation, where the municipalities could implement some branches of the program, but completely autonomous. And in the last instance, they had to respond to the Ministry of Health. Now, we use a lot of data from the database, DataSUS, and all of that, econometry, which is a study that's basically empirical to try to divide and understand better these two types of participations. That's what we're doing here today. Contextualizing legally all of this, we know that in 1988 we had the Constitution, and SUS is written up in the Constitution. It's not all constitutions that puts the right of health for health over there, but we did that here in Brazil. And SUS actually is born with more governance through the 90s, through the legal framework. And the Article 198 is very interesting because it says the actions and public services integrate a regionalized and hierarchical network and will build a unified system organized according to following guidelines. So decentralizing with a unique direction in each sphere of government. So it's decentralized, so you can go in any direction you want, and that's what happens. So pros and cons. There is also, in fact, a very strong governance in SUS, especially in the higher levels between states, between federal government, states, between municipalities. But in truth, at the end, it's completely fragmented. The power to make decisions and ability to allocate resources. So in last instance, we have a very weak governance at the end of the chain because we have thousands of municipalities, so over 5,000 municipalities with huge autonomy over how to allocate those resources and how to create public policy. So imagine if each municipality in Brazil had a high complexity hospital. No, something would be wrong. In the health sector, even despite having a federal drawing of how things should be, in our areas, we need to organize the local system thinking about that region. It's a level that doesn't exist in our federation between municipalities and states. And we haven't really done that. And all the efforts to move in this direction or coordination between the federal entities, people have tried, but everyone is failing on that. So then in 2010, especially Rio de Janeiro was established in 2011, but the Ministry of Health creates and implements many networks of integrated service for types of service. So Rio de Janeiro is for maternal infant care, but we have for urgency and emergency networks, we have mental health care, people with chronic diseases, so many networks that are introduced, and one of them is Rio de Janeiro. And what it does basically is to induce or create this big cluster of initiatives to fight against maternal mortality and neonatal mortality. So go from prenatal, goes through policies and initiatives and programs around the delivery of the child, then through the first year of life, and then you have support for logistical functioning of all this. Those municipalities that would go into this program in a coordinated manner, they had to follow all these four components. Those who came in isolated they only had to worry about components 1 and 3. And this kind of is what divides these two groups. These components, go into more detail, the first one, the identification and qualification of risky pregnancy. So they had to do a lot of prenatal exams, try to connect that pregnant women with the institution where she was going to deliver the baby. So all of this has to do with the prenatal care. So that municipality had to deal with all of this, being the coordinated or the isolated participation. So at the moment of delivery, you have to guarantee that the pregnant women will have access to all necessary resources. But something very interesting here, and this the coordinated participants had to do, they said you have to give me a plan for regionalized program. So you have to identify the necessities of this pregnant woman and has to connect with all the establishments that she might need up to the delivery. So you need to give a regionalized plan. So you need to come together and think well about how you will organize this network in a regional level. The third one, the puerperium, the appointments and follow-ups and all of that, and the two modalities had to plan this as well. And the fourth one, the logistics system, they had to guarantee that this pregnant woman would need access to, according to her necessities. So 2 and 4, they have this component of very strong coordination, are the components that the coordination participants had to deliver. So those who came in an isolated manner, they only had to deal with components 1 and 3. So the municipalities were already supposed to be doing this. They just got some investment. So we're talking about a budget of 10 billion reais a year. And that started decreasing after 2016. This tells the story a little bit about how the program started to work and spread throughout the country. And what we have is that good part of the municipalities went through coordinated participation. It's kind of 60-40, but it's spread out really well. And how did they decide if they enter through a coordinator or isolated participation? But some guidelines said that some states with their municipalities have to decide. Those more vulnerable have to participate in a coordinated manner, but the states have to decide that. And you see, that's what happened here. Basically, what we'll do here, we're going to gather data from many places from the health sector. There are tons and tons of data. It's very cool. I don't have time. You know, people are already giving me the 5-minute warning. But we'll build a panel based on the data we have here, talking about the municipality, trimestral, through the years. And we'll see what happened when this program started working in these places. This table here is just to show that the groups that went through the coordinated manner, they were much more vulnerable. All the mortality rates were higher. And here in Brazil, just to have an idea, we were able to decrease the infant mortality. It's been happening for a long time, but it was it gained a lot of strength in the 90s, dealing with infant mortality, but maternal mortality is still very high. But the mortality rates are still very high for the mothers. And for the group for the coordinated municipalities, these rates are much higher. So what we're going to do here when talking about the methodologies, we're going to divide into two analyses. We'll take the coordinated group and we take the isolated group. Two different things. And we will compare what happened between the coordinated group, just doing control group and treatment, exploring how long it took them for adhere to the program. We'll do the same thing for the isolated group. We talk about differences and indifferences, and we'll see what happened in a separate manner, and then we compare the results. And then I'll start here with the results, and I think in 3 minutes I can wrap up. So starting with maternal mortality, I'll explain in one graph, and then the other one will be easier. So in this graph here, everything that's blue shows the results for the coordinated group. Everything that's red shows the results for the isolated group. So maternal mortality during pregnancy. This little bar here shows when the program started. And what we observe essentially in the coordinated group is that the maternal mortality during pregnancy, and you see in the red, nothing much happens. If you take a look and do the math of the effects here, and do this very rigidly, you observe that in average, this is just for 2 years of programs, a trimester. In average, we observe a decrease of 8 maternal deaths. We're thinking about per 100,000, and this means 25% of the average before the program was implemented. So we always had a lot of trouble decreasing maternal mortality in Brazil, and this program did wonders for this. And you can see that nothing happened for the isolated group, which is what always happens in Brazil. You know, the municipalities who are here isolated to the programs in Brazil. But what you see when they do this in a cooperative manner, this helps a lot. In the infant mortality, you can see something similar happens. I can't remember the impact exactly, but I think it's around 15%, especially when it comes to care done during pregnancy. Other indexes, you can see it's the low weight when born. It decreases in the coordinated, and it's completely stable in the isolated group. This also here talks a lot about the health of the newborn, very high decrease in this negative indicator. So the results for maternal mortality and all other indexes for infant health all suggest the same results. So going through the mechanisms, this is proportion for women with no prenatal done. Okay, the red one, you can see nothing much happens. And access to delivery in a hospital or a health institution. You can see, very interesting, the two groups are very similar, just to show you. Good or bad, the isolated groups also received an investment and incentive to advance with the programs. But let's see what happens given that there was a delivery done in a hospital, how the access was done to the services and medical resources of this delivery. You can see here deliveries that were done in surgery beds or neonatal care units. So obstetric beds, for example, which everything suggests that these women had more access to technology. On both sides, they have more access to hospitals, but here to more technology. So exams, in general, if you don't take a look at the similar pattern, you can see higher access to exams in the coordinator group. And lastly, I brought the results that are more, but this here is a proportion of C-sections that were done. Those of you who follow the literature, you know there's an epidemic of C-sections done in Brazil. And what we see is essentially that those in the isolated group, the C-sections increased, which means that basically if we do more of the same, what we'll find is more of the same. Take a look at what happened to the coordinated group, especially low-risk pregnancies, so those that don't need a C-section. So for the first time, I don't know if I can say the first time, but it's very difficult to decrease the C-sections rate in Brazil. And here again, you can see that this program is able to move the needle with things that are very hard to deal with. So my time is run out. But to summarize, Rede Cegonha, so beyond the positive health outcomes, and they do have good results, we have a lot to learn about how to structure and implement public health policies. Some teachings we can take away. First one, SUS. No, decentralization was important. It was important to sustain SUS, especially when talking about the municipalities movement, got into the Constitution, all that. But now we need to have some level of coordination because we're just going to be continue doing the more of the same, and the return on this investment will be will continue the same, even if it's very high currently. So how do we do that? How do we advance this governance? What type of governance? Do we centralize or try to induce coordination like Rede Cegonha did? Do we do it top-down, bottom-up? How do we draw this? How do we structure this? We still have a lot to think about this, because for good or bad, the structure of governance is not trivial. What would have happened during COVID if SUS wasn't decentralized? It's a more ample question for you all. But the drawing of this governance has to take into consideration that the system is extremely complex, and not less important, Rede Cegonha, from 10 years up to now, has lost a lot of money. And I was talking to Danielle a little earlier. It seems that we here in Brazil, we try to repeat things that we didn't do well and not continue doing what we were doing good. And it seems like that. Rede Cegonha doesn't need to be cut back on. But recently, Aline has come up here with a bigger focus on maternal care, which is very important, but I'll still maintain this reflection here because we have to think about the power that it comes from coordinating, even if the municipalities are being managed by political groups from different ideas, but what we have to gain from coordination, especially in the health sector where we need everyone working together in this care system, the gain from that will be great. So these are the results from Rede Cegonha, and I hope that we can continue to coordinate our efforts here. Thank you.
Bom, vamos os comentaristas. São nosso amigo Sérgio Firpo. Gostaria de começar?
Sérgio Firpo, would you like to begin?
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Primeiro, queria agradecer o convite.
Firstly, I'd like to thank for the invitation to be here. Monica Goretti, the invitation that was done. in order to debate both these articles that were brought here to this panel, but to participate in this event and this afternoon, where we realize the quality of what is being done in regards of studies being done here in FGV, not only in the academic criteria, but also the quality in regards to the results from these researches, because they have direct impacts on public policies, such as, as relevant policies are evaluated in a continuous fashion, in a very rigorous manner, these evaluations, they become a part of this repertoire of evaluation that we already have about many policies. We have the capability of generating knowledge, and here our foundation is an example of that. And we have to insist on this on generating knowledge so we can bring this information and actually make this changes in the policies that need to be changed, and recognize as well those policies that are successful and do not have a reason to be under-financed. So as we are able to evaluate this policy systematically, we obtain more knowledge about what should be weighed more in the budget and what should be cut back on. So the systematic evaluation of public policies has this goal. So we guarantee that public policies are able to, if there is merit on these evaluations, that they can continue to be funded, and then these studies will give legitimacy to this type of evaluation. So after many reports and evaluations and reports where you show that the structure and how these policies are drawn up, and they show that they're insufficient, we have to think very dearly how, if this policy should be stopped. And to think carefully about this means taking up these discussions to the policymakers and the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judiciary system as well, each of them in their role and in the different levels of action, so that we can take this debate. And now I'm the Secretariat of Evaluating Public Policies, the Secretariat that was created last year that didn't exist before, which the goal is to organize the systems for evaluation done systematically. There is a committee as we act for the Inter-Ministry Committee, which is CT&I, for monitoring and evaluating public policies, which is made up by 5 ministries: planning, economy, management, and CGU. Around 10 to 15 policies are selected annually. You can think it's a very small group if you have more than 600 public policies working currently. And you can see from IPEA, there's always increasing in the number of public policies, because there's always a new public policy being created that needs to go through an evaluating filter. And it's not an evaluation only on the impact of this policy, which is very relevant. You saw here how relevant it is to understand if this policy is creating the expected results when it was created. But many times it's not going to bring about these results if you take a look only at the impacts, and you're going to be lost because you're not going to understand why the results weren't the ones that we expected. So why evaluate how these policies were structured? The evaluation of how the policy was implemented, evaluating the governance, all of this is fundamental so we can understand why the impact of this policy wasn't as we expected. And within CT&I, the evaluations that are being conducted, they take all this into consideration. we do executive evaluations, and SEMAP coordinates all these evaluations, not necessarily done by the other organs that make up the SEMAP, but we coordinate these evaluations, executive evaluations, and we go through all these items, since how it was drawn up to how the budgetary process was done and how it was implemented. And what we saw here today, these are samplings that shows that thinking beyond the impact of the policy is something very important to do. So when Rudy bring to us here the evaluation and assessment done of Rede Cegonha, he's very worried about how this policy was structured and the implementation. So there are two types of policies. The ones that simply don't foster coordination, and another type of policy, which I can say the different type of policy, despite having the same name and different implementation, but the implementation is so different that it almost becomes a new type of policy that will foster this coordination between the different entities. So this is very important to make this clear here in order for us to understand later these different results. And that's why Rudy is saying here, because depending on how this policy is implemented, you might get different results. And this, I believe, it's a big change, because if you think 10 years ago, when we were doing assessments of these policies, economists tend to think very little about this, about the details of how these policies were implemented. We only want to think about the impacts, and we ended up forgetting about these very important details. I think my time is running out, so let's take a look at what I wrote down here, but I'm just making a very long introduction. So let's go back to Minha Casa Minha Vida, the Brazilian housing program. I think it's very important to think. So this was assessed and evaluated by SEMAP, the Secretary of Monitoring and Evaluation. It also coordinates and is elaborating a study that's called the budgetary subsidies from the federal government, one generated by the federal budget, and the other one is done by demonstrative of the expenses. So there you have all the subsidies provided by the government. So the taxes, the interest, they'll show all this, and also what expenses will impact that, but won't impact the budget. So, as there was an amount last year in 2023 that grew a lot with the new government, it went from 0.7 to almost 3 billion reais in financial benefits last year. When we shared this report, we studied and we said, well, what do we know about Minha Casa Minha Vida? Keeping in mind the last evaluation that was done in 2021 by SEMAP. And we saw, as Daniel pointed out, and part of the literature points to, we have a very serious problem on the format of the program when it comes to the location of these investments. And this has very big impact, as Danielle was saying, and this talks about, it shows what's going to happen in the future to these children who are benefited by this program. So when they move to very remote locations without infrastructure, when they have to change schools, and then this will affect the quality of life of these children. Despite them, okay, now they do have a place to live, but everything around them still pose challenges and problems that will affect the future of these children in the working market and affect the future. And despite the evidence from SEMAP on the evaluation, we showed some gains on the health of these children, especially the newborn. The weight at the delivery time of the benefited people, the beneficiaries, this weight was higher. And the cause has to be better understood, so we can also just keep going in circles when talking about this. So the program has some benefits that are very clear, but it has to be made clear. And based on this evaluation by CEMAP since last year, the new entrepreneurial investments have created some growth. So there's been some learning from all of this, so we can redraw these new policies. From the 2021 census, we saw that the population growth is less than the growth of the housing available. So we grew on the number of residents in Brazil, but we didn't increase the number of housing. So we have a housing deficit in many places in Brazil. So it depends on how we allocate and reduce this housing deficit. And we have to think about the investment and how to build this new housing.
With regards to the other aspect, I think I've already talked about it most of the time. I can talk to Ruud later about the technical details, but the main message about this is that we should think about not only the impacts, but also the design and implementation of public policies, which is what allows us to redesign or perfect the policies based on the research given. Thank you.
Gregory.
Finally, Gregory.
PG. Interamericano de Desenvolvimento. Fique à vontade.
Muito obrigado, pelo convite. Vou falar
Thank you very
inglês.
much. I'm going to speak in English, so I apologize.
Entender português.
I can understand Portuguese because I speak Spanish, because my wife is Brazilian, but my comments will be a lot clearer in English, so I apologize.
Tradução.
There's translation, right? Yes? No? Maybe.
Okay.
Well, anyway, there's no problem.
What, like 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes. 10 minutes, okay, 5 each paper. So first, I want to start by kind of prefacing my comments. I'm not an expert on housing or health. I work on it. I'm an economist of education and labor markets. But there's so much intersection between the three, between housing and health and education, that they're topics that really intrigue me, and I always try to watch out for the literature. The impact of housing on educational outcomes is really well documented in Moving to Opportunities and other studies. And health and education, there's so much in common, I think, in management and in other aspects and in policies. And so in particular in the health paper, the impact, we've done a lot of work on the impact of decentralization in Colombia on education outcomes, the SGP program. And I think there's a lot of things that you can learn between Brazil and Colombia as regarding kind of the causal impact of decentralization on outcomes. So just to start with the paper, Daniel, I really enjoyed the paper. I learned a lot. As I said, I'm not an expert in housing, but I know a little bit about this literature. I'm going to quickly talk about, I'll give a shorter introduction and go more into some of the technical comments. Quickly, I think that just the key contributions, I think you really have a novel empirical strategy using random assignment through housing lotteries. That's really novel in the literature, at least especially in the literature in Latin America. There isn't as much evidence. There's a growing body of evidence, but there isn't much evidence using causal strategies like this. Really rich administrative data, which you have in Brazil, in health and education as well, which is something. I work at VIII, so I work in countries throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. And one thing I always say about Brazil, and in my prior life, I used to live and work in Chile, is the data is so important for policy. And Brazil has made so much progress in building data, making data available. So, so many masters and PhD theses are on, relevant policy topics because data is available, micro data. And so, tiempo esgotado. No, ya pasó 10 minutos. No, okay. Okay, so I'll go quicker though, because now you made me nervous. So, just really rich data in the temporal comparison design, I think was really fascinating. I'll go more straight to my comments, kind of on suggested improvements of the paper, because I see it's still a working paper. So I'm going to focus more a little bit on theoretical framework and the mechanisms. I was thinking a kind of an interesting way to think about it was kind of a housing decision-making model, thinking about credit demand versus supply factors and health housing wealth effects. I don't know if these things are something that you thought about building into your model, maybe also thinking about labor market participation. And one thing I think is interesting is risk preferences and financial literacy. How much do people actually know about credit and housing subsidies when they participate or not participate in the program? Also, economic condition effects, such as housing market cycles, labor market conditions, credit market tightness, and also municipal fiscal capacity, which is always something crucial. I don't know if these data are available in Brazil, but I thought it would be particularly interesting to get more data or information on pre-lottery characteristics, such as employment history, income stability, maybe previous credit behavior, savings patterns, family composition, and other kind of I think this would really enrich the analysis. What about housing market measures as well, such as unit size, distance to amenities, these kinds of things? This kind of data I think would really improve the paper. I don't know if it's available, but I thought we'd just put it out there. And also heterogeneity analysis, maybe female-headed households. I don't know if you all have thought about incorporating some of these into your female-headed households, family size effects. Some of these kinds of things have been included in some of the other papers. So I didn't know if those data were available in Brazil. And finally, implementation analysis. So for example, municipal capacity measures, infrastructure quality within municipalities and local economic conditions. Some of these data are available in Brazil, and I think that maybe these could possibly, I noticed that finally, just thinking a little bit about the comparative context, because I work in most of the region. There are some similar programs in Mexico and Chile. You mentioned some of them. I don't know how much detail you could go, but I think this could be useful for kind of external validity of your study. Also, I don't know if you've thought about alternative subsidy structures and how this may impact your findings. So those are my quick comments for the education. Now the health paper. Like I mentioned, I found this paper also fascinating. I learned a lot from both papers, especially to think about decentralization and how and the impact of networks can have on health outcomes. I thought that was really fascinating. I'm also gonna go straight to my comments, but I also thought you had a novel causal analysis that I hadn't seen. And I really like the implementation comparisons that you have between regional and isolated. I thought that was novel. And again, the data is, I mean, I don't work on health, but our colleagues work on health in other countries. The data is just is really rich that you have. I just wanted to mention, I thought it was really interesting, the policy insights that your study had, a little bit that you mentioned, such as healthcare network formation, intermunicipal coordination mechanisms that you mentioned, resource sharing arrangements. I thought this was really fascinating and an important contribution to kind of the decentralization literature, but particularly in health. And also, I think you rightly raised, done in 30 seconds, some of the implementation challenges, such as municipal capacity constraints, which is one of the key challenges always when we're thinking about decentralization. Where if there's really low level capacity, it's much harder to be effective. So is there some kind of threshold, like in Colombia, they have a minimum threshold of the number of citizens to actually decentralize health and education services. I think if a municipality doesn't have over 100,000 residents, the services stay fairly centralized at the department level. In Brazil, you don't have that for many reasons. And maybe thinking about the coordination costs. I just wanted to kind of quickly mention, it's kind of related, some improvements possibly, or things to think about. again, a deeper analysis of the mechanism. So I always think about the network formation. So how does coordination develop? Like, what are the leadership roles? Is there a kind of information sharing between the network? How does that work? How are resource allocations decisions made? Are there conflict resolution processes? Like, what makes it effective? I think that would be super useful for kind of the policy discussion on this in general. What about quality variation? Patient satisfaction data or staff qualification differences. I also thought about, and here I'll wrap it up, kind of cost benefit analysis possibilities. If you've thought about that, some of the direct costs, it's like a coordination mechanisms, infrastructure investments, personnel training, monitoring systems, things like that, that would actually make a network effective. And finally, mentioned many of the benefits, but are there ways to analyze the efficiency gains and complications avoided from this? And finally, I just wanted to mention, I think there's some issues of external validity that I think I didn't see in the paper, but I don't know if these are things that you've thought about. For instance, what are minimum institutional requirements? So minimum capacity needed. What are the governance structures? I always think about this because we do a lot of work in municipalities in Brazil in education. I don't know about health, but for example, resource thresholds, but also political conditions. There's a lot of rotation with secretaries. So what are there some kind of minimum political conditions for this to actually work? And you mentioned a lot of the contextual factors. So I think there's also lots of possibilities to do more heterogeneity analysis, size and resources, prior healthcare capacity, and implementation quality, but I'll leave those discuss those later. So. Sorry.
Obrigada a todos do painel. Nós vamos fazer agora um break. O café está servido. Quando voltarmos, teremos
coffee break now. When we come back, we're going to have a space for a debate for you to ask questions, because I think this panel incites scientific curiosity to all of them.
Teremos café agora, 20 minutos.
We'll have a 20-minute coffee break now.
tudo bem.
They'll be sitting in different places, but that's not a problem, right?
Oba. Just a minute. Não, é só para saber se questions for the two authors. Perguntas? Pois não.
Do you have any questions? Yeah, there you go.
Quer usar o microfone aqui?
You want to use this microphone?
Alô?
Hello.
Parabéns para os dois palestrantes, para todos.
Congratulations to both speakers and everyone present here. Thank you very much for the opportunity of being here and asking this question. I wanted to ask Danielle Damata a question. What would you propose for the new PLANAC to focus on city centers in Minha Casa Minha Vida, now that employments are sort of leaving the cities with the pandemic and all? They went sort of away from the downtowns, especially in cities that have many central areas. What would you propose? Neighborhoods that have, focusing on neighborhoods that have good schools, vouchers all over the city. How do you think the social allocation should happen in Minha Casa Minha Vida? This could also go to Professor Sergio if you want. Thank you.
Boa tarde, eu sou Letícia, do Centro de Direitos Humanos e
I'm
Empresas da Escola
Leticia
de
from
Direito.
the
E
Rights
queria fazer uma
Center at
pergunta
the
para
law
o
school, and
professor
I wanted to
Damata
ask
também,
Professor
se na
Damata a
análise que
question.
vocês fizeram,
In
vocês
your
conseguiam
analysis, were you
avaliar
able to
a questão
evaluate
racial, então se tinha esse
the
recorte
racial
racial e se sim, como que
issue?
isso se
If you had a
diferenciou
racial
na pesquisa.
differentiation,
Obrigada.
how did that show up in the research? Thank you.
Obrigado. Boa tarde.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Professor Damata, primeiramente,
Professor
meu nome é
Damata,
Wilson.
my name is
Eu sou
Wilson.
doutorado da Unigran Rio.
I'm a doctorate
E
student
no
at
ano passado
Fundação
nós
Rio,
fizemos
and last year we had
estudo com egressos, né?
a study
Para perceber
with
o quanto
people
que
who
a
came out of the
formação
course to
ela
understand
trouxe
how
algum tipo de
this
mudança
study
social na
brought
vida
some kind of
desse
social
egresso,
change
corte
in their
de
life, in their,
2019 a
going from
2023, né?
2019 to
E
2023.
muito apoiado
And
nas teorias de
it was
Bourdieu.
deeply supported in
Nós vimos que tem a
Bourdieus'
questão da
theories.
capital social.
There is the social
Toda a
capital
pesquisa que
of
você
it all.
aponta,
And
você
in your
pretende
research,
analisar pela
do you
raiz, não é? O
intend
caso dessa
analyzing
criança
the
que
children
faz parte da Minha Casa Minha Vida,
where
seus
they're
pais,
part
claro,
of
ela
Minha
muda de
Casa Minha
lugar para
Vida,
morar
they
numa
move from
casa,
one
num
place, they go to
condomínio,
a house or a
e
condominium,
o efeito ao longo do tempo
and
no emprego, pelo que
the
eu entendi,
effect
né?
throughout time
E assim, pela pesquisa
is
que lá nós
ever
fizemos
changing,
em
from what I
análise da
understand.
questão do egresso
For the research that
inspirado
we
também
did
pelas
with
teorias de
doctors,
Bourdieu,
students,
a gente
graduates,
percebe que existe o capital
we
social.
see that there is
Então,
also a
será que
social
somente a
capital in
questão
terms of
da
networking. So
residência
is it only
ela vai
about the
trazer
residency
impacto
or
direto na
housing?
melhoria do
Will it
emprego?
bring an
Então, assim,
employment
eu acho que
opportunity
talvez essas
directly?
questões elas podem
Will
ser um
it
pouco
impact?
incipientes, né?
These
Valeria
could
a pena
be
pensar em outras
some
variáveis,
incipient
comparando
studies.
talvez a
Perhaps you
questão
could
dos
think about
pais
other
com os
variables,
filhos, né?
comparing
Para
parents
que
with
talvez
children,
os resultados
so that perhaps
eles
you
fiquem
can
mais
get
robustos,
results
eu
that are
acho, né?
more robust, I
E
think.
a pergunta também para o professor Rod, né?
And a question for
Se na
Professor Rudd.
questão parto natural e da
In
cesárea,
natural
se tem uma diferença
childbirth
quando a
or
gente fala no
cesarean
hospital público
or
e quando a gente fala no
C-section,
hospital privado, né,
is
nas
it
suas
in
pesquisas?
public
Obrigado.
hospitals
Boa
or
palestra de
or
todos,
private
agradeço
hospitals? Is
muito.
it the same? Thank you very much for your excellent talks.
Boa tarde. Primeiro eu queria
Good
agradecer
afternoon.
ao
First, I'd
painel
like to
todo
thank
pela
the entire
qualidade.
panel
Hoje
for the quality
aprendemos
of
muito.
their talks. I think we
Queria
all
fazer uma
learned a lot.
provocação para o
I wanted to
Rude,
make
já
a
que
provocation to Rude,
dos dilemas hoje que nós
since
temos na
one
área
of
de
the
segurança
dilemmas
pública é
that we have in
exatamente o
public
dilema da
security
coordenação,
is
né?
coordination,
Nós não
right?
criamos SUS,
We
a Constituição
don't
não criou
create
SUS, e hoje
the
está
SUS,
em discussão
and
a
now we're
viabilidade, a
discussing the
possibilidade. Eu não sei se é de
viability and
explorar
possibility.
indevidamente, mas eu queria te
I don't
ouvir
know if it's
pouquinho
exploiting
o
you
quanto
in
você acha
unduly,
que a
but what do
gramática
you think
criada no
that the
SUS
grammar
é
created at
traduzível
SUS
para a
is
área de segurança pública?
translatable to public
Se você
security?
quiser responder,
If you want
gentilmente.
to answer, obviously.
Boa tarde, eu me chamo Sabrina, eu sou
Good
professora do
afternoon.
Magistério
I'm
Superior vinculada ao
Sabrina,
Instituto de Pesquisa
a
Militar,
professor at the
mas a minha formação
military
básica, né, eu
institution,
sou
but
assistente social.
I'm a social
E
worker,
eu queria perguntar ao professor Rude
graduated.
uma
I
coisa,
wanted
assim,
to
que eu
ask
fiquei
Professor
muito,
Rude
assim, quando a
something
gente
that
faz uma
I,
análise sobre a
you
questão
know, when you
da
analyze
gestão do ponto de vista dos municípios, né, eu fui durante
the
muitos anos profissional que atuou
municipalities,
nos
I
municípios, né,
worked
nas
in
políticas públicas
municipalities for
diversas,
many
né,
years in
saúde,
several public
assistência.
policies
Eu
in
acho que tem uma
healthcare
análise que a gente faz muito
and
crítica sobre a
social
gestão,
work.
né, do ponto de
There's a
vista dos
very critical
municípios,
analysis
e
that we do in the
uma série de
management
questões são
of
colocadas,
municipalities. There's a
mas eu
series
acho que
of
tem um
topics that
grande
are
ganho
raised,
que a
but there is
descentralização
a
trouxe para a
great
gente, que foi a participação social,
win, which is
né?
social
Então, queria
participation.
entender
So I
se você
wanted to
considerou,
understand if you
né, do ponto
considered
de vista quando
this
você faz a análise
from the perspective where you
do
analyze
projeto, e assim, eu
the
trabalhei com esse
project.
projeto.
No, I
E aí,
worked
quando o
with
senhor,
this
por exemplo,
project.
cruza o
So
dado
when
do
you, for example,
aumento, né,
cross-reference
da
the
evidência de
increase
aumento das cesáreas,
of
eu me
C-section
lembro que um dos
operations, I remember
critérios
that
para a
one of the
inclusão
criteria
de gestantes,
for the
quando a gente tem
inclusion
uma ação
of
focalizada
pregnant
que não dá para
women when
incluir
there
todo
is a
mundo,
focused action where you
era
can't
gravidez de risco. Então,
was
talvez, não sei
high-risk
se o senhor
pregnancies.
cruzou esse
I don't
dado,
know
né,
if
da
you
evidência do
cross-referenced
número
that
de
data
cesáreas com o critério de inclusão,
with
que
the
era
inclusion
gestante de alto
criterion,
risco, né?
which was
Então, são essas
high-risk
duas
pregnancies.
perguntas que eu
These are the
gostaria de
two
fazer.
questions that I wanted to ask.
Vou ter que interromper as perguntas, porque
I'll have to
senão
interrupt the
vou
questions because
ultrapassar a hora
otherwise
muito. Por favor,
we're going to
vocês
go
dois.
way over time. Please, go ahead. Both of you.
Obrigado pelas perguntas.
Thank you for the questions.
Então,
Well,
respondendo a primeira,
answering the
sobre
first
qual a
question
recomendação,
about
né,
the
do desenho,
recommendation
do
of
Minha Casa Minha
the
Vida,
design of Minha
vou
Casa Minha
responder
Vida,
pegando
I'm going to
fala aqui do
bring
Sérgio,
something from what Sergio
com uma
said,
análise que eu não mostrei, mas
with
que a
an
gente vem
analysis that I
desenvolvendo,
didn't show, but
que é
we
uma
are
análise de
doing, which is
heterogeneidade,
a
porque a gente tem
heterogeneity
crianças que elas acabam indo
analysis
para
because
escolas
there are kids
melhores
that go to better
e
schools
crianças que vão para escolas
and
piores.
kids that go to worse
Na
schools.
média,
On
elas estão indo para
average,
escolas
they're
piores.
going to
Mas tem
worse
algumas que vão
schools,
para
but there are
escolas
some
melhores.
that go to better
Quando a gente
schools.
separa a
And
amostra
when
e vê o
we
desempenho delas ao longo do
sample
tempo,
them and you see the
para quem
performance
está
that
indo
they
para a
have throughout
escola
time,
melhor, que
people
também
who
é
are
um bairro
going to
melhor,
better
ela acaba
schools
tendo
in better
impacto
neighborhoods
positivo
end up
no
having
desempenho do mercado de
a
trabalho no futuro.
positive impact on the workforce in
Essa
the
análise está
future.
sendo desenvolvida, a gente
This
ainda não conseguiu
analysis is
separar
being
o que é
developed.
escola,
We
o
were
que é
not able to
os outros
separate
componentes
what
do
is
bairro,
school and what's the other
certo? É o que
components
a gente
of
está
the
fazendo
neighborhood.
nesse exato momento.
That's what we're doing right now.
Eu queria aproveitar também para
And I
dar
wanted to also give
outro gancho, é que já me perguntaram assim
another
também,
information that I was
pode ser
also
que
asked.
não esteja indo com 20 anos trabalhar no mercado
You
formal,
know,
mas esteja na
if you're not
universidade, na verdade, ter
working,
impacto
but you're
negativo
studying
sobre o mercado de
at
trabalho, porque na
university, so
verdade
the impact in the
o
workforce
jovem
that's
adulto está
measured as
estudando na
negatives because young adults
universidade,
are studying at
etc.
university
A
and
gente
so
também
on and
está
so
fazendo
forth.
análise nesse
We're
sentido,
also
a gente conseguiu
analyzing
os
that,
dados
okay?
de
We got the
Enem,
data
matrícula em
from
universidade,
NA,
a gente
registration
está
into
desenvolvendo,
universities,
certo,
enrollment,
para
and we are
uma análise mais
developing them
completa.
to have
Então, o
a more
estudo, né, não para
complete
aqui, ele vai
analysis. The
continuar.
study doesn't
Não
stop
temos ainda
here.
análise
It's
por
going to
raça,
continue.
mas
We
essa
haven't had a
sugestão
racial
vamos
analysis,
acrescentar.
but we
Não
are
temos
going to
também
add this
análise
next
comparando
suggestion.
com
We
os
also
pais. O que a gente faz
don't have
hoje é
comparing kids
análise
and parents.
intergeracional,
We do
comparando
an
crianças da mesma geração
intra-generational,
que
so we
viraram
compare
adultas,
kids that became
sorteados, não
adults
sorteados.
from the same
Só que a gente
generation that
pode
were
pegar o banco de dados, seguir os
chosen and not,
pais
but we
e
can follow
olhar
the
como é que
data
eles
from
estavam
the
na década
parents
de
and look
80,
what
década
they
de
were like
90
in the
e fazer
80s
uma
and
análise
70s
de
and try to
mobilidade
analyze
intergeracional
the
que direcione
intergenerational
para
social
baixo. Então, ele
see, to enriching the social capital is something else. And what Gregory said about credits, we have a partnership with the central bank in order to have measurement, the access, to measure the access to high-risk credit from the central bank. So thank you very much for your questions. All right, thank you very much for your questions. C-section, much higher in the private system than the public one. Public system is still even higher. There were several policies, but it's hard to bring it lower. And that's why the Rede Segura was so much in vogue. Now, about social participation, we have not brought this specific indicator. We know that in Rede Cegonha, there is this component and it's very strong. But what we see, for example, in C-sections, per risk is that we see a drop among municipalities that coordinated and a small increase in municipalities that came in isolatedly. So if there is any social participation that's similar in both groups, I don't know if it would be an explanatory factor, but I think it is an important point to explore. Thank you very much for your suggestion. And obviously I left for the end the question that is difficult to answer, so let me try. But, you know, I've been speaking to our colleague Joana Monteiro. We also studied in violence. She has provoked me to think about this, and I think that there is a lot of in common from SUS, especially if you think about governance between the federal government as the inductor of governance and coordination. I think that's very important at the top, but at the bottom, it's also very important because if you look at all the primary healthcare policies are very capillarized at the end. This has been very important for the success as the family health primary care community agents that know the families, right? They are from the area, and we know that this is impactful. On the other hand, the security policies are very fragmented. They are military and civil police, and we don't see that in healthcare. So if there is a margin for more coordination between federal, state, and military police, border control, whatever, I think there is a lot of margin for gaining coordination. But yes, I think that one of the things that we can learn from the SUS is their capacity, even though there is fragmentation at the end, there is also a high-level institutional governance, which can shed light on how to structure the institutionality of a public security coordinated policy. And just to finalize, I think this is going to inspire other thoughts. In Brazil, we advanced a lot with the first social care policies, with Bolsa Família, primary care, education moved forward a lot in the 90s, and now we're at a stage where we were trying to integrate the social policies more generally, especially security, or including security. So primary school teachers that care with these teachers, the students, they deal with these kinds of security programs, health programs, and social problems. But we still have very fragmented social policies. So there's no space to coordinate. What would be the induction of this coordination, and what would be the role of security in this? I think it would be enormous. It would be very important. But anyway, answering with another question, right? I think that this is something to think about. Thank you.
All
right, thank you very much to everyone except for you and you. And now let's call the rest of the folks. Andrea, please.
Vamos ouvir? Eu vou tentar botar você na frente.
Okay. I'll try to put you first.
Tudo bem. O primeiro painel, Climate Change Beliefs and the Correlates
Climate Change Beliefs
and the Climate Change Risk Perception Evidence from Latin America. Vocês, por favor, façam a apresentação. E Matias e Juliana.
Matias and Juliana,
Por favor. Obrigado por
if you could please.
Boa tarde a todos.
Thank you. Good
Dos
afternoon.
grandes
One
dramas
of the major
da
dramas
política de clima
of
é
the
convencer
climate
as pessoas
policy
de
is to
que
convince
há uma
people
crise climática.
that there is actually a
Toda
climate
evidência
crisis
empírica
going on.
mostra que
All the
quando
empirical
há
evidence shows that
grandes
when there are
concentrações de
great
céticos
concentrations of
climáticos, ou seja, pessoas que não
skepticals, people
acreditam
who
que a
don't
mudança do
believe
clima
that climate change
existe, os
exists,
governos têm enorme
governments
problema
have a
para
lot of
avançar
trouble
com políticas
to move
pró-clima.
forward with
Toda a
pro-climate
literatura
policies.
existente,
All
até
the
a
existing
rede de
literature,
pesquisa aplicada
even
financiar este projeto, toda a
until the
literatura, sem
financing of
exceção, uma
this project,
literatura que
all the
microfunda
literature
os
that
determinantes da crença em
microfunds
mudança
the
do clima
determining
nos
factors of
países
the
do norte global.
climate
Tem uma
change
bateria
in
de
the
estudos
North
nos
Global
Estados
with
Unidos e uma
battery
bateria de
studies in the
estudos
United
em vários
States and
países
in
da
several
Europa. Mas a
European
gente não
countries.
tinha
But
mapa
we didn't have a
de
map
onde se concentram
of
os
where
céticos do clima
the
em
skepticals,
países
the
do sul
skeptics
global.
are in the
Para
global
isso, a
south.
gente rodou
And for that,
survey em 7
we
países
ran
da
a
América
survey
Latina,
in
que
several
somados
countries in
respondem
Latin
por
America, which
80% das emissões
respond for
de gás carbônico.
80%
E disso a
of
gente
the
tirou dois
CO2 emissions,
papers.
and we
O
removed
primeiro já
we
foi
got two
publicado na
papers from it.
revista
The first
Nature
was published in
Communications,
the Nature
que olha os
Communications
determinantes
magazine,
da crença em
looking at the
mudança do
determining
clima,
factors
que é
in
o
the
que eu vou
belief
apresentar
of
agora.
climate change, which
E
is
a
the one that
gente
I'm going to
tirou
present
segundo
now.
paper, que
And we
agora
got a
está na
second
segunda
paper
revisão,
that is now in the
também com
second
a Nature
revision,
Communications,
also with Nature
que olha
Communications,
para
that looks at
risco climático,
climate
atitudes em
risk,
relação ao risco climático,
attitudes
com
regarding
isso
the
que a minha
climate risk,
coautora, colega
which is
Juliana
what my
Camargo vai apresentar
colleague
na sequência.
Juliana
Estes dois
Camargo will
projetos
present in
foram
the sequence.
feitos em parceria com
These two
ex-aluno
projects
nosso,
were
que
in a
agora está
partnership
fazendo
with one of our
doutorado na
students, which is
Universidade
now
de Vanderbilt,
doing a
nos
PhD
Estados
in the
Unidos.
Vanderbilt University and in the United States.
Então vamos lá.
All right, let's go.
Não sei se tem Se alguém puder colocar o PowerPoint.
Anybody put the PowerPoint on screen?
PowerPoint.
Sim.
Yes.
Agora sim.
Now there it is.
Beleza.
All right.
Falamos em
So when we talk
crença na
about
mudança do clima, a
believing
literatura mostra que
beliefs in
estamos falando
climate
de três
change,
coisas
we are
diferentes.
talking about three
Existe
different
a
things.
crença em
Actually,
que a mudança do
there is the
clima
belief that
existe,
it
que
exists
ela é
first,
causada por
that
seres
it's
humanos
caused by
e
humans,
que ela
and
tem,
that
que a
it
mudança do
is
clima tem consequências severas.
it has severe
Essas são
consequences.
crenças diferentes.
These are
É possível
different
acreditar em
beliefs.
uma das
It's
três,
possible to
mas
believe
não
in
nas
one of them,
outras.
but not in all of them.
Então a gente precisou
So we needed
desagregar
to
as
sort
três
of
crenças. Fizemos
divide them
roteiro
into
para
three.
entender
We created a
onde se
script in order to
concentram os
understand
céticos do
where
clima,
the
não só no
skeptics
Brasil,
of
mas
climate
nesses outros
are,
países da
not
América
only in
Latina,
Brazil,
nessas
but also in
três
Latin American countries,
crenças.
in
E
these
para
three
isso rodamos, como eu
different
falei,
beliefs.
com recurso
And
da rede
with
de
that,
pesquisa
we
aplicada,
ran
survey
with the
nesses
applied
7
research
países,
resources
uma amostra
a
aí de mais
survey
de
in these
5.000
7 countries
pessoas,
with over
dizia,
5,000 people.
este é o primeiro
And
exercício
this is the
de
first
microfundação
micro
em
foundation
países que não
exercise
são
in countries
no
that are
hemisfério
not
norte.
in the northern hemisphere.
Não há ceticismo
Now,
climático no Brasil,
there is
nem na
no
América
climate
Latina, no
skepticism in
quesito
Brazil
a mudança
and
do
or
clima
in Latin
existe ou
America
não
with
existe.
regards
Há
to whether it
consenso
exists or
social
not. There is a social
acachapante
consensus
de que existe.
in general that it
Muito
does
mais
exist,
consenso do que nos
much more
Estados Unidos.
consensus
Nos
than in the
Estados
United States, for
Unidos,
example. In the United
esta
States,
pergunta, a
this
mudança do clima
question,
existe?
does
Divide a
the
sociedade,
climate change
polariza a
exist? To
sociedade,
polarize
meio
the
a meio.
society,
Na América
50-50.
Latina não há
In Latin America,
dissenso em
there is
relação a isso.
no,
Não é aqui que está o
there's
cético
a
climático
unanimity.
brasileiro. Ninguém
That's
duvida
not
que a
where our
mudança do clima
skeptics
existe,
lie.
portanto a política do governo não
Nobody
pode
doubts.
ser a
So
de repetir
government policies
a
cannot
mudança do clima
repeat
existe. O povo
that
já
it does
sabe
exist.
que
People
existe.
already know that.
Tampouco
It's fine.
há
No,
dúvida
there
a
isn't
respeito
a
das
doubt
origens
also about the
antropogênicas da
origin
mudança do clima.
of
Não há dúvida
mankind
de que
causing this. There
a
is no
mudança do
doubt
clima é
also
causada
that
por
climate
seres
change
humanos
is
na América
caused by
Latina.
human
O
beings
país
in
que é
Latin
o país,
America.
o
The
Brasil,
country,
que é o país que
Brazil, that
pior
is the country
performa,
that
tem
performs the worst,
consenso social
has a social
incrível.
consensus,
É
incredible
aqui que se
social consensus on
concentram
this.
os céticos
Now,
do clima no
the
Brasil e na
skeptics
América
are
Latina. É
here
a
in Latin
respeito da
America,
severidade
which
das
is the
consequências.
severity of the
Então, o cidadão
consequences of climate change.
latino-americano,
So
na
Brazilian
média,
and
acredita
Latin
que a
American
mudança
citizens,
do
on
clima
average,
existe.
believe that it does
Acredita que é
exist,
causada
that it is caused by mankind, but they do not believe that its consequences are severe. Even when the individual lives in an area that is affected by extreme climate events, they still have a difficulty of attributing that to climate change and not to any other cause. That is the first side of the question. And now the question is, who are these people who don't believe in this? In Europe and the United States, it's a simple answer. It's basically an ideological demographic response. If you are young, left-wing oriented, and you live in a city, you believe it. If you're old, right-wing, and you live in rural areas, you don't believe. In the United States, that's how the map is divided, and in Europe, it's the same thing. All countries in Europe, from Norway to Portugal, the predictive factor is left or right. The left does believe and the right doesn't. And demographic, older people don't believe, and people who are more educated believe more. People who live in cities believe more. People who live in rural areas believe less. Our great surprise when we ran this, we didn't imagine to find these results, and that in Latin America, none of these predictive factors explain anything, which brings an enormous opportunities for pro-climate policies in Latin America.
A gente desagregou só para mostrar para vocês
we cut it down, we broke it down so to show you the situation in Brazil. Check it out. Look at this. The regions where there's less belief in climate change are north and south. But even then, you have high beliefs. It's also very high that the cause is mankind. What I want to show you really is this map. This is fascinating because what you see here is that the center-west, which is the region that, despite being a systematically right-voting region, is where people believe the most in the severity of climate change effects. Now, the municipalities in the agricultural border, this is where people believe that this is a problem. And it's very strange when you compare with the maps of Europe and the United States, and it has a lot of implications for public policies that we can explore in a bit. Now, what are the determining factors of the belief? The literature says that these are determining factors for the belief in the existence, the belief in the human causality, and the severity of the consequences. What would I like to point out here because of the low time that we have? We can explore that in more detail if you have any questions later, or I can send it to you. The factor that determines the belief in the existence of climate change is the people believing that there is a scientific consensus, because if people believe that the scientific community is divided, they won't believe in it. They believe in the existence of consensus. And not by nothing, the climate skeptics in Brazil they use the idea that, and the lie that there isn't a scientific consensus, that there are great scientific professionals that don't believe, that they say that climate, that this is normal cycles of warming up and cooling down of Earth. This is a lie. And the second thing that contributes to the belief that it exists is having gone through an extreme climate event. So if you live in a city that had a flood or a drought, this is a predictive factor that you will believe that it exists. More concerningly, this is not a predictive factor that you believe that it has severe consequences. You can live in a municipality which had an experience with extreme climate events and still be skeptical with the severity of the problem. Here, for me, is the filet mignon of everything else. What is the climate skepticism highest predictive factor for both human causes as well as severe consequences? The highest predictive factor in Latin America is not demographical, is not ideological, is the level of individualism measured in a disbelief in state, measured this way. Who are the climate skeptics in Brazil? People who voted for Pablo Marçal in São Paulo, the guy that says that the state doesn't provide solutions two
que
collective
não é a
problems.
direita,
That it's not
não é
necessarily
a
right-wing.
direita.
It's not necessarily
Não tem
right-wing.
nenhum efeito
There is
ideológico.
no
Você tem
ideological
céticos
effect.
climáticos
Yeah,
do
there
mesmo
are
tamanho
climate
à
skeptics
esquerda e
on the
à
left
direita.
and on the
A
right
única
side.
diferença
The only difference
aqui,
here,
não está aqui, está no próximo. Já
no, in
mostro.
the next slide, I'm going to show you.
Perdão.
I apologize.
Isso aqui é super interessante. No
That's what's
Brasil,
interesting.
não há
In Brazil,
diferença
there is no
grau de
difference
ceticismo
in the
climático que você
degree
encontra à
of
esquerda e à
climate
direita. No Brasil,
skepticism
esse é um
on the
fenômeno à
right and on the
esquerda
left.
e à direita.
In
Mas
Brazil,
o
it's
que
both
explica
left and right.
centralmente
But
é a
what's
crença do
central to the
indivíduo
explanation is the belief that the
em que o
individual has
Estado pode ou não
that the
pode
state
resolver o seu
can or
problema,
cannot
que é uma crença
take care of their
distribuída
problems, which is distributed
homogeneamente no diapasão
homogeneously
ideológico brasileiro.
in the ideological spectrum of Brazil.
Isso tem monte de
And
consequências
this
para
has
políticas
a
públicas,
lot
porque
of
todas
severe
as políticas
consequences for
públicas
public
sobre como
policies because
comunicar
all public
para o
policies about
povo
how to communicate
que
to
a
the
mudança
people
do clima é um
that
problema,
climate change
são
is a problem
centradas na ideia
are
de que
centered in the
ideologia
idea that
prediz
the
e que
ideology
demografia
predicts and that
Se não é
demographic
assim o caso,
demographic
a gente
data
precisa
also
inventar novas
predicts.
maneiras de
And so
falar
if it's not the
com o
case,
público
we
a
need to
respeito
find new
do
ways
tema.
to talk about to
Agora
the
sim,
public about this.
temos os perfis,
Now,
então,
we have the
a respeito
profiles
da existência,
with
das
regards
causas
to the
humanas
existence
e
of
da
human
severidade
cause
das
and the severity
consequências.
of
Então,
consequences.
de fato, se
And in
você é
fact,
de esquerda,
if
lá
you're a
em cima,
left-wing,
se você é de esquerda,
politically oriented person,
você tende a acreditar
you
que o
tend
impacto
to
da
believe
mudança
that
do
the
clima
impact of climate
é
change
severo,
is
mais do que
severe,
alguém de direita.
more than
Mas
if you're a
não diz nada sobre
right-wing oriented
acreditar que ela
person, but it does
existe
not say
e nada sobre
anything
acreditar que
about
causa
believing that it
humana.
exists
E o
or that
impacto é
mankind
impacto
caused
que
it.
não é
And
muito
the
grande.
impact
É
is not
impacto
necessarily
relativamente
severe.
pequeno.
It's a
O nível de
very small
educação
impact. The educational
para a
level
existência e para causas não
for
tem
existence
efeito.
and for causes, there's no effect.
Sua renda não tem
Your
efeito, sua
average
idade
income,
não tem efeito,
no
a sua
effect.
raça
Your
não tem
race,
efeito.
your age, nothing has
Isso é
effect.
super importante,
This
porque
is
isso quer
super
dizer que na
important
América
because this
Latina
means that in
você
Latin
pode ter uma
America,
mensagem
you can have
pró-clima
a
que você consegue
pro-climate
vender para a
message
direita
that you can sell
e
to
para a
the
esquerda.
right
Quer dizer que você
and to the
não
left,
trava a
which
política
means
pública
you
no
don't
país se você
necessarily
elege
lock down
presidente que
the
leva a Casa
public
Branca,
policies in
o
Brazil
Senado,
if
a
you
Câmara e que tem
elect
maioria
someone
na Corte Suprema.
that has a
Onde a
majority in
direita
the Supreme
monta
Court,
governo
where the right
hegemônico durante 4
creates a
anos e assegura
hegemonic
que nenhuma
government
política
and
pró-clima
ensures that no
vai
pro-climate
avançar.
policies
No
will move
Brasil, muito
forward.
mais difícil fazer
In
uma
Brazil, it's a
operação
lot
dessa
harder to
natureza,
create
porque a
an
distribuição
operation
de
in this nature
crenças
because
não
the
segue
belief
essa
distribution does not
lógica. O
follow
que devia
this
nos
logic.
preocupar do ponto de vista da
What should
política
concern us
pública
from the public
pró-clima é
policy
conseguir
perspective
comunicar
is to
para
be able to
ser humano
communicate to
que
humans
sente que ele é
that feel
desamparado pelo
that
Estado.
they are not
E
taken
notem
care of
vocês
by
o que
the state.
aconteceu quando tivemos
And
as
notice
enchentes no Rio
what
Grande do Sul.
happened when there was a flood
Uma
in
das
the
coisas que
Rio
mais
Grande
se
do
via na
Sul.
televisão
One of the things
eram
that
as
you saw the
pessoas dizendo,
most
estamos aqui sozinhos,
was
o
people
Estado nos
saying, we're
abandonou,
here alone,
somos
the
nós,
state
os
has
nossos
abandoned us,
vizinhos.
it's
Esse
us, our
sujeito
neighbors, and
é o
all of
cético
that.
climático no
These
Brasil.
are the climate
É ali
skeptics.
onde cresce o ceticismo
These,
climático.
that's where it
Isto
grows.
quer dizer que para
Which means
reverter essa situação,
that to reverse
o
the
Estado
situation,
precisa ter uma
the state
maneira de
needs
comunicar
to have a way of
que seja uma
communicating
maneira que é
that's
palatável para alguém que
sort of
não acredita que a
palatable for
solução para o
people who
problema
don't believe
vai
that the
vir pelo
solution
Estado,
will
que vai
come
vir de outro
from
lugar,
the state, that it's going to
de
come from elsewhere,
associações, das
from
igrejas,
associations, from
da atuação
churches, from
individual, do papel do setor
individual
privado,
people
etc,
helping, the role of the private sector, whatever.
Beleza, então com isso eu vou passar a palavra
And
para a
with that,
Juliana e
I'm
depois
going to
eu
give the
volto
floor
no
now to
fim.
Juliana, and I'll come back to close out.
Tá funcionando? Sim.
Working?
Boa
Okay.
tarde a todas e
Good
todos.
afternoon, everyone.
Primeiramente, é uma alegria
Firstly,
estar aqui nessa
It's a
simpósio,
great
participando
joy to be here in the
também
symposium and be sharing the table here with many of my former
com o
professors,
professor Pedro Valls,
with Professor Pedro, Professor Sérgio Firpo, André Portela,
queria só falar então sobre
and I like to
aqui hoje
mention
participando.
how happy I am to be here participating in this, and also to thank everyone for the support for the research network and the financing it provides for us in applied research that have been in development here in the School of International Relations. Professor and Vice Director Matias, for all the innovation to bring the quantitative methods in our School of International Relations. Well, to continue in our research here, beyond just taking a look on the beliefs about climate change, we'd also like to understand better how people understand how exposed they have been to climate change. Because yes, we can say, well, climate change happens, but it's happening in those very distant countries, it's happening in other regions, and even we still have those beliefs that say, oh no, it's going to be up to future generations who are going to be affected of this. No, it's a problem for the future. So we also wanted to try to measure, and I'll talk a little bit on these two different dimensions, be it the temporal dimension, but also the spatial dimension of where you're feeling that the climate change might be affecting you, and in what moment you believe that possibly you will be affected by a climate change. And then these perceptions that we gathered from Brazilian people, we learned that they do believe that there is a risk involving climate change, and it's very near to us, it's coming soon. But the perception in general is higher, for society as a whole rather than individually. Now, despite for most of them believing that there's a high risk individually as well. And they believe that the effects from climate change will also be immediate. So there's anymore this idea that, oh, the future generations that we have to deal with this problem. 74% of Brazilians have this type of awareness, that they're already being exposed to the effects caused from climate change. Well, in order for us to build this perception of climate risk, in reality, climate risk has these two dimensions, as I said. First, we have the spatial dimension, and we have the temporal dimension. So we created a measurement for both dimensions. So we have an index to try to analyze the spatial dimension from climate risk, and we also have another type of index trying to analyze the temporal dimension of the perception of this climate risk. And lastly, we try to aggregate with this, we create this indexes of climate risk perception, where we try to bring together these two dimensions. In the spatial dimension, then, the participants would point out how much they believe that climate changes would harm them individually. We'd also have questions about how much these changes could harm their families, their communities, and even thinking further away, like countries in Latin America, for example. For each of these topics, we asked them, for example, how much do you think that individually they would be affected by this? And the person answering had a scale going from 1 to 4, that meant 1 being nothing and 4 being a lot, how much they would be affected by the climate changes. So as you can see here, there are many items, thinking about this spatial dimension, and in all of them, you see that the great majority, people had this perception that they have been heavily affected by climate change, be it individually, be it their families, even plants and animals, people live in their neighborhoods. The answers we got from them, they believe that they're being very strongly affected by these changes. Especially when we go, thinking about other countries or maybe future generations, we see that these numbers go even higher. You can see here, none of these items, people are thinking, for example, not being affected. Even in the temporal dimension, there could be that people still believe that, it'll be the problem for future generations. But it's not the case. It's not what we observe here. Trying to measure this temporal dimension, the participants would point out how much they thought that this climate changes would know when these changes would start affecting them. So we had a 6-point scale, one indicating that they would never be affected by this, and would give some other options. For example, the highest one being number 6, people saying that they were already being harmed by these changes. So those indicators here, these indexes, the highest on the scale is the people who think they're under the highest risk for climate impact. So we can see here the majority of people already believe this and have this perception that people are already being harmed. We have 74% of Brazilians answering in this scale. And what we did then was try to analyze what are these factors that can be associated to this perception of climate risk. So we aggregated all these dimensions, so all these items that made up these 2 dimensions, we put them together, try to transform this into an indicator and do the same exercise we did talking about the regressions, try to analyze all these other factors that will be associated to this climate risk perception. And we also did the same exercise here for our investigation. And what we observe is contrary to what we saw in the literature and what the evidence show for the global north, that this could be associated to political, biological, and social demographic variables. And this is not what we observe here in what we did in our study. And in these regressions that we did, what we observe is that the greatest associations that we have are variables connected to psychological factors. So, for example, how much are people worried about climate changes? This is the biggest predictor. We also have people with the perception that they are in a vulnerable position in relation to this climate change. This is another factor that we can observe, and yes, is very associated with this perception. And creating a hook with what we already have today, this agenda that talks about climate anxiety, and we know that this type of perception is already present of how much people believe they are exposed to climate risk. And this can also be a consequence, it was not within the scope of the study of trying to investigate the reasons behind this, why we make these associations. But this brings on many different questions with hypothesizing, for example, that these people are being exposed to many news on the media and talking about climate changes, the way this is communicated to them, and also due to the events that have happened in those past few months and years, which has been increasing this climate anxiety. It's already in our agenda to take a look at this. And as we can see here, a lot of this perception is being brought about by the psychological factors and more emotional factors. And just to comment here very quickly, as we're working with many regressions and many variables we did for these 2 papers I'm talking about, we did a lot of robustness checks talking about multicollinearity, multiple hypothesis testing. The p-values were adjusted for multiple hypothesis testing, and also testing if all these variables we have talked about, if they are, if they really make sense, if they have a collinear connection.
Beleza, então
Okay. I think we can conclude two very basic things from these studies we have done. First thing is the market for climate skepticism in Brazil is not segmented like it is in Europe and the United States, where it's a market mainly for right-wing citizens, elderly ones that tend to live in the countrysides. But here in Brazil, the market for climate skepticism, it's very ample. And as we can see, it's an immense market. Almost half of the population here in Brazil, despite believing that climate change is real and it is caused by human beings, this part of the population doesn't believe that these consequences are severe. Almost half of the population. And the distribution of this population doesn't respond to specific demography, and it doesn't respond to specific ideology. So the challenge for climate skepticism in Brazil is immense. But there's also good news, and it is precisely that this theme does not polarize the debate. So the challenge is trying to find messages that are pro-climate that can reach people, be them left or right wing. They can see this message and understand the great predictor, which is for the lack of capability the state has to offer services for the population. And in a country like Brazil and a region such as Latin America, the great problem with this is that the state has a lot of trouble in trying to service well its population. So Latin America as a whole is very fertile ground for climate skepticism, but not in regards to the causes and the existence, but when it comes to the consequences. So educational policies need to focus on the consequences when the government talks about this. And the main implication from our study. But confirmation of the scientific consensus is the main driver for the belief that this climate change exists, and it's something that the government and the private and educational sectors should be focusing on. And it's fundamental to focus on the severe consequences, and there is a scientific consensus that all of this is true in regards to the severe consequences. And it's important that these messages that we start to test messages that have the ability to reach Pablo Marçal's voter, for example. And it's not the message that the state will have a pro-climate policy for preservation. Not this necessarily. We need to mobilize the minds and the imagination of the citizen that's not skeptic about the climate necessarily, but is skeptic about the state answering to these consequences. These messages in Brazil do not exist, not coming from any type of government, be it in federal level, regional level, or state level. And it's important to mobilize these messages, and it's important to mobilize resources that are reliable for the citizen. No less from the politicians, maybe from influencers, maybe the great entrepreneur, the guy that presents himself as self-made. It's fundamental to go after these people and activate them, because it's a fact that communication pro-climate coming from the government and the private sector would just continue hitting their head on the wall and just reach a part of the population. The half of the population will be left out, and it's this half of the population that doesn't believe the consequences are severe. In the context where half of the people don't believe in this, it's very difficult to create public policies and mobilize people to try to face the climate crisis. I think we'll stop here.
Gregory,
I'm going to ask Gregory to comment on the study before our last lecture, because he's going to have to leave us at 6.
Tópico que soy expertos, o paper de André. Tá bem. Muito interessante, vou falar.
Very interesting. I'll try to speak in Portuguese a little, otherwise I'll translate to English. I have 4 questions for you. I think it's very fascinating and interesting, but why is the political ideology less important in Latin America? For me, it's very curious you say this. Is it because the political parties, why aren't the political parties trying to polarize their programs with this topic? Because in the United States, this is very clear, you explained it very well. But it's money. Giving money in politics is very open, especially talking about the decision by the Supreme Court. The firms can give out money for actions and publicity of the political parties. And these firms against climate change, they are from the Republican Party. And this is very clear in this sense.
Something that is quite interesting to me is why the individualism is more important in Latin America, because this in the United States and in Europe is a lot more in line with the parties. In Latin America, no. I used to think so, at least in Brazil. I thought so, but apparently it's not. I was surprised with that result. And finally, the result that surprised me the most is that age doesn't matter, because in the United States that is very, very clear. In Europe as well, like you show in your paper, the Greta, for the youth, it's very important. Why not in Latin America? I was very surprised with this result. Is it educational systems that are bad, that are not teaching people, or something else? Why aren't youth interested in this in Latin America? For me, that's the 4 questions that I have.
Claro.
Of course.
Beleza, eu começo e
I'll start
te passo.
and I'll pass it to you. All right.
O nosso estudo não nos permite
Our study
responder
does not
a essas
allow to
perguntas de
answer your
porquê.
questions of
Para
why.
isso, a gente precisaria,
For that, we would
dar
require
sequência.
to
Eu ia pedir mais
continue
dinheiro
with the
agora,
study.
mas
I
ela
was going to
saiu.
ask money for Gorette, but she left.
Mas
So,
a gente
yeah.
tem algumas hipóteses.
But
Tá?
we have some hypotheses, okay?
É importante não se confundir com o caso brasileiro, porque no
It's
caso
important not to get
brasileiro,
confused with the
claramente, a
Brazilian case,
direita,
because in the
nas
Brazilian
eleições
case,
de 18
clearly, in
e
the
de
elections of
22,
2018 and
fez
2022,
da
the
questão
right
do clima dos
made the
disjuntores,
climate
né?
one of the
Bolsonaro
distinguishing factors,
especificamente.
Bolsonaro
Mas esse não
specifically.
é fenômeno da direita
This is not a
brasileira.
right
E na
Brazilian right
América Latina
phenomenon.
não é fenômeno.
And in Latin America, it's
Porque
not.
eu acho que parte da explicação diz
Because I
respeito ao
think
fato de
that
que, na
part of
América
this
Latina,
explanation
os sistemas
mentions the
políticos não
fact
são
that political
polarizados
systems
em
are
dois
not
partidos.
polarized in 2
Quando
parties.
você tem sistema
When you have
polarizado,
a
no modelo
polarized
americano, por exemplo,
country
muito
like
mais
the United
fácil
States, for
você
example,
produzir uma
it's a lot
polarização
easier to
que
produce
fica
a
seca, né? Que fica
polarization
muito
that gets
rígida.
sort of
Aqui é
rigid
muito
and
mais
dry.
difícil. Na
Here it's
América
a lot
Latina, de
harder.
modo geral,
In Latin
onde
America,
você tem
as a
sistemas que
whole,
não
where you
são
have
só
systems that are not just
multipartidários, mas onde você tem sistemas de
multi-party,
representação
but they are also
proporcional.
proportional
Onde é
representation
difícil você
systems
ter
where
uma
it's really
política
hard to
programática
have a
claramente
government program that
delimitada,
is
com raras
clearly
exceções,
limited,
né?
with rare
Então,
exceptions,
acho
of
que
course.
parte da questão é essa.
But I
Parte
think
da
that's part of
questão
the
é o fato
issue.
de que na
And
América
part of the
Latina,
issue is also
a
the fact
esquerda
that in
é
Latin America, the left
multidesenvolvimentista.
is more
Então,
developmentalist.
há enorme
So
resistência
there
à
is a
ideia de
huge resistance
políticas
to the
pró-clima
idea
que
of
tragam
pro-climate
custos
policies
para o
that bring costs
desenvolvimento
to
no
the
modelo clássico
development in the classical
industrializante de alta
industrializing
pegada de
model
carbono.
of
Então,
high
esse
carbon
debate na
footprints.
América Latina
So this
acontece
debate
dentro
in
dos
Latin
partidos.
America happens in
Então,
the
o
parties.
peronismo na Argentina se
So
divide nesse
Peronism
momento.
in Argentina
O
is divided
movimento
on
do
this
MAS
topic.
na Bolívia se divide
The
nesse
mass
tema.
movement in
O
Bolivia
Partido dos
also.
Trabalhadores do
The
Brasil se divide
Workers'
nesse
Party
tema.
in Brazil is
Morena
also
no
divided.
México nem se
Morena
divide,
in Mexico,
porque
it's divided
é
because
completamente contra,
it's
né?
totally
Então essa
against,
distinção
right?
esquerda-direita aqui
Because
perde
this left
grande
and
sentido.
right
E tem
distinction
outro
kind of
fator
doesn't
também,
have as
que é
much
que
impact. There's another
como são
factor, which is
sistemas
because
partidários
there are
de
party systems
múltiplos partidos
that have
com
multiple
eleições
parties
proporcionais,
with
e muitas
proportional
vezes com a
elections, and a lot of
possibilidade
the
de
times with the
coligação,
possibility of
o
creating
eleitor
coalitions,
ele não tem
the
uma adesão ao
voters
partido que é
don't really
visceral. No
adhere
caso do Brasil,
viscerally
nosso
to the
colega
country,
César Zucco,
to the party.
da EBAP,
For example, in
mostra
Brazil,
que
our
a
colleague
exceção é o
Cesar
PT,
Zucco
né, na
shows
história
that the
brasileira,
PT is the
em que
exception in the
cidadão
Brazilian
consegue
history, where the
identificar
citizens
diretamente com o
identify
partido.
directly
Mas
to
não
the
é
party
fenômeno
itself.
recorrente para
But
todo o
this is not a
sistema
recurring
político
phenomenon for
de
the
nenhuma
entire
maneira. Em
political
relação
system.
aos jovens, o meu
With regards
palpite
to the
não tem
youth,
nenhuma base
I
empírica
have
para te
zero
dizer isso.
empirical basis
Mas
to
a
answer,
minha
but my guess
intuição
or intuition is that
educacional brasileiro
the Brazilian
ainda
educational
não
system
conseguiu
has not
incorporar
yet been able
a
to
urgência da
incorporate
crise
the
climática
urgency
ao
of
seu
climate
programa.
classes to
Então,
its curriculum.
esse
So
fato faz com que
this makes it so that
latino-americano
a Latin
brasileiro
American
em particular,
citizen and Brazilian
não
specifically,
tenha sido
the
sistematicamente
young
mais
age,
exposto
hasn't
à
necessarily
severidade
been
do
systematically
problema
more
do que
exposed to the
sujeito mais velho.
severity of the
fonte de
problem than an older
informação
person. The sources of information,
escolar não é
at least in
divisor de
schools,
águas
is
ali.
not a dividing factor.
Eu acho que só
I
complementando
think
essa
that
questão
just to
dos jovens
complement
também,
the
que
youth,
foi algo que
which
logo
is
que a gente
something that
começou, né,
when
a
we
ver os
started
resultados
to
também
see the
saltou
results
muito, né, e a gente ficou
also
muito
surprised
curioso.
us. We were really curious
Mas
about
eu
it.
acho que
But I think that
uma limitação, né,
it's
do
a
nosso estudo
limitation
também tem a
of
ver com
our
isso,
study,
porque a nossa
because
amostra ela é feita, né,
our
com
sample is
respondentes a partir de 18
with
anos,
respondents
né?
that are
Então,
older
talvez
than 18.
esse
So
perfil
perhaps
de jovens, né, que é o
the
jovem
young
que a gente está
people
pensando,
that we're
a gente não
thinking
está
about
captando, né?
is not
Talvez em
answering
pesquisas
our survey.
futuras também,
Perhaps in
né?
future surveys,
Foi algo que a gente pensou também,
with
né?
something that
Talvez a
we
gente não
considered
está
at least,
tendo
that perhaps
completamente
we're not
nessa
having
dimensão
a
da
total
idade,
spectrum
principalmente
in the
pela
age groups,
restrição do
especially
18 mais,
because
né?
of the restriction of having to be 18 plus.
Bem, você vai fazer comentário?
You're going to make some comments?
Aproveitar que a gente começou já a debater, eu tenho
comment something since we started the debate.
rápido, na verdade.
I have a very brief comment.
Acho que tem muita ênfase, na interpretação.
There's a lot of emphasis in the interpretation
sobre comunicação,
about communication, which means
embora não haja nenhuma descrença,
even though there is no disbelief of what's going on with regards to the consequence of human action affecting climate, there is a disbelief in the results. They don't seem as big, but at the same time, they also don't seem to be as big because in the response,
haja na resposta algo, que está relacionado à capacidade de ação
related
estatal.
to the capacity of the state to act, which means I think that this climate effects are not as big because this would require a state action in order to avoid this happening. Because I don't believe in the state, the role of the state. I don't think it's as important, right? It seems a circular argument, perhaps. What makes you think that perhaps if we could intervene in this communication, showing that the results are indeed large and that there is a lot of evidence and so on, and then if you don't think so, you're wrong. If we inverted the emphasis on communication and went to action, wouldn't it be better from these results to think about what are the state actions that would create individual incentives, thinking about individuals and not the state that will take action with incentives given by the state, but that were capable of mitigating
esses efeitos ou fossem ações mitigatórias
were with regards to climate change. And except with adaptation, because adaptation perhaps would be the role of the state and then individuals will not be involved. But mitigation, I'm thinking about policies to incentivize, for example, a program like payment for environmental services, like a green behavioral incentives, like for you to fixate carbon, for example, that you see that as the state incentivizing you to do something, but not necessarily I depend on a strong action by the state and a strong investment in infrastructure, because the investment in infrastructure is really for the adaptation and not mitigation. So my question is, how do these conclusions that you're reaching emphasize the role of public policies with communication? And we go back to the discussion. We need to improve the communication of the government. A lot of the times we need to think of the essence of public policies and not communication itself versus action, especially the creation of individual incentives. Perhaps the prices are wrong. That's my point. And how can the state therefore alter or intervene in the system in order to create correct incentives. You want to say something?
Não, excelente.
Excellent.
Exemplo disso, né, que é
An example of this is for people from the agribusiness is the agricultural credit that gets given by the state and subsidied by all the population is received as an incentive to individual entrepreneurship. So that's exactly what you're saying. I thought it was great. But I'm going to tell you something. A complicator in potential, and I don't know how to solve it. There's a lot of studies in the United States and Europe that shows that when somebody goes through an extreme climate event, they learn from it, and they end up being a lot more sensitive to the severe consequences of climate change and much more easily mobilized by pro-climate policies. But the results that we've seen in Latin America show that here this doesn't happen. People go through a climate event, and this has a zero effect about their sensitivity and or political mobilization. And the question is why? Nobody has done the study, and my guess here that there is a sort of causality attribution problem, because you can go through a flood and not reach the conclusion that this is a climate change because it's an urban policy maybe problem or housing problem, right? Because successive inefficient governments ended up creating houses on hills, and that explains how many people died and not really climate events. That's my guess. But I think that in Latin America, we have this complicating factor with regards to the attribution. And I think that this is indeed a communication problem. We communicate very little and you communicate inefficiently. From a perspective of individual, in the last crisis in the Rio Grande do Sul, that started to change. It was the first time, and I tend to pay attention to these things, that the fire department started to use climate change, the expression of climate change, in their daily bulletin. At the end of the Jornal Nacional, the expression started appearing, which is, I believe, the first time it did. I want to make a comment on this, because I think about climate change. There are solutions that are negatives, like, for example, prohibiting the use of fossil fuels, prohibiting of using coal, etc., or coal, etc. There is natural resistance to these kinds of policies because people use that fossil fuels, they have a car, so they will be skeptic by definition. They don't want to change their habits. But if there is, for example, public positive policies, like, for example, let's use degradable plastic, and there's an incentive to that. And I've read something about this in Europe and the United States. They're creating carbon absorption machines. If you have a humidifier in very humid houses, you create something to dry out the air, and they remove 2 buckets of water from the air in one afternoon. So I think that there is also an aspect about how the policies will be adopted. You can't drive a car anymore if you go, or if people will be skeptical because you're prohibiting them, because, but if it's the other way around, if you incentivize them not to deforest, to use the forest to absorb carbon, so on and so forth, this might change the perspective. I think that the perspective of the solution, if it jeopardizes me, I'm skeptic. But if it doesn't, I am in favor. That's a little of this. I'm not sure if this is a Latin spirit. Perhaps it is. I don't know. But, this has to do with the possible cause. In your opinion, what's coming next? Right? That's it.
O Grego vai ter que sair mais cedo porque vai pegar um avião.
He'll have to leave earlier because he has a plane to catch.
Para o André, depois a gente pega as demais perguntas.
I'm going to give to Andre, and then we have half an hour, but I want it to be less time.
Com uma pessoa na sala.
It's easier when you have one fewer person.
Como é que é?
Fazer 15 minutos ali.
15 minutes, okay?
Eu ia pedir a paciência para você.
Well, I was going to ask you to be patient because I have 80 slides to show you here. So good afternoon, everyone. Well, not necessary to say how happy I am to be here today. Some few things before I start. Yes, this is a research that was financed by the network, so I wanted to thank you. And it's a research and a work that was done together with two co-authors, Bruno Alva, who is here present, and Professor Aloysio Araújo from VIII, and it's an agenda we have from first infancy in Brazil. So just to talk quickly, in 15 minutes, I'm gonna summarize this without going through the slides or anything like that. First thing, say what I did, what we did, and then conclude what we did. So first thing, we will here show the impacts on learning of young children in 5th grade, the impact of expansion of kindergarten starting from 2010. So it's a very fast expansion to kindergarten access in Brazil. It was something we hadn't seen before in Brazil happen. And this greater access to preschool, it did that the age in pre-kindergarten was able to have access to pre-kindergarten, and we were able to follow up with the sample up to the 5th grade in middle school, and we were able to compare this sample of age to others that weren't so fortunate in having the same type of opportunity. And what we will do here, this expansion that was experienced happened in an unequal manner between municipalities. Some municipalities expanded faster than others, so those children from 4 to 5 years old who were in the same, in this municipalities that expanded quicker, they had this expansion of possibilities of going to school that were higher when compared to children from other cohorts were in municipalities that did not have this type of expansion. So this is the result that we're going to show here to you and say that this expansion, basically the turning into universal the access to preschool in Brazil, focusing on the proficiency in math and Portuguese in these schools. So here in 5 minutes, maybe I can finish this so people can comment. We have 10 more minutes for that. And what we have here, very quickly, just so you have an idea, I'll talk about two main things that were motivations for this. First thing, policies for expanding access of preschool and universalization of this experience in the world. And second thing I'm going to talk about, the studies about the impacts that preschools have. So it's an exercise, this study will fit into these two issues here. So first, international experiences for expansion of preschools. So it's already been systematized in the international literature, some studies done about this expansion of preschool around the world. Just so you have an idea of what we're talking about here, just remember the following. A question for you. Think about a cohort, a 7-year-old child. In what year in Brazil, based on our data, in what year in Brazil, over 90% of the children of 7-year-old were going to school? In what decade do you guys think that here in Brazil, 7-year-old children, over 90% of them were already going to school? Marcelo, no, you can't make a guess? in the 90s, in the 90s, in the last century. So when, for example, in West Europe, thinking about including United States as well, when did this happen? Around 100 years before the 90s. So we start to universalize the access to school almost 100 years later. Preschool is around 4 or 5-year-old children. And when we were able to universalize this, I'm going to try to be generous. I'm going to call universalize around 80%. It was much more recent. So this experience is the one we're trying to document here. The studies that show expansion of preschool for the universalization in the countries that we have the literature to talk about that. So in the United States, Canada, Norway, I'm just going to skip some slides here. Here are some examples. Denmark, Germany. These are studies that try to investigate the impact of this universalization of the preschool in the affected cohorts and had a series of results. And these studies, what they show us, you have a variety of results. So when you take a look at Canada, this expansion created results that weren't beneficial for these children when taking a look at their futures, when talk about, for example, their learning. And why? Because when we talk about Canada, when they expanded and generalized to the schools, the quality of the schools weren't very good. And when you expanded a lot of these preschools, many of the children that went to private preschools or maybe stayed home with caretakers, they stopped doing that in order to go to these preschools that had less quality of study. So the impact wasn't really favorable. Different from Norway, for example, where the expansion had very positive results on these children. Obviously, the expansion by itself is not a guarantee of good results on these children. We're just talking about the children. There are many questions we can talk about, maybe the participation of the mother in the working market, but we're not going to talk about that here. Our results, and I'll skip a little bit more, our results we very satisfactory, just to calm you guys down. But this is one aspect where we try to document experiences in countries in development here in Brazil that will add to this catalog of international experience. So this is my first point of contribution. The second one is that in general, the impact studies of policies, for example, for preschool, one way to qualify them, there are interventional localized studies that are done in a smaller scale, and because of that, there are much more controlled studies. And what you can do from that is try to estimate the impact that's very reliable with an internal reliability that's very robust. But the external reliability can be compromised a little because there are very localized studies. But on the other hand, you have a group of studies that I mentioned previously, which are studies done in a large scale, which are studies that you don't have complete control over them because there are large-scale experiences, and then you depend on already collected and gathered data, and there are studies that you call observational. And the advantage of the studies is that you have some information about these experiences done in a larger scale, which is very important for public policies. Our studies fit into the second nature here. There are observational data study. And what are we going to do here? Let's explore this great inflection here on the graph, on the rate of the net enrollment rate of preschool here in Brazil between 2007 and 2012. As you can see, until 2008, 2009, we had around 57% of the children enrolled between 4 and 5 years old in preschool. And in 2010, we have a huge leap to 97%. We have a very fast leap in this period here. We will explore this expansion. Why did this leap happen? If we talk about these numbers about before 2007, it was around 30%. And then it started to expand, and then there was a big leap. And why was this leap present here? Because I don't know if you remember, the Constitutional Amendment number 59 that happened in 2009, which turns mandatory the education from age 4 or 5 and extends it up to 14 and 17 years old. So you create basic education and you expand it. So it's mandatory for children to be in school starting from the age 4 or 5. And then we have some other changes as well. There are some other changes that happen institutionally where you establish Fundeb, we established Fundef that took place in 96, and we expand that in 2006 for financing these many policies. So there are two big institutional changes in this period of time. So the obligation of school attendance and the financing for that. So the municipalities went through a period up to 2006 where they could adjust to this new offer here. So this is what we associate to this change you can see here. Well, what are we going to do then? Intuitively, let's divide the municipalities in two groups. The first one, where you have a quick expansion of access to preschool, and the municipalities that have a slower expansion of preschool. In this case, for the exercise we're going to show, we divided these two groups. We're going to call municipalities that were treated, the ones that had expansion between 2009 2010 of enrollment rate, and this expansion was the biggest one seen between the municipalities, and here we divide them between above the average and below the average. And here's it talking about fast expansion and low expansion. So here you can see the division that we created here. It's the enrollment rate of the municipalities that had high expansion and the enrollment rate that had low expansion. And you can see that before the expansion in 2009, they were growing almost the same. You can see here, maybe increase, expand a little faster, but then you can see this very big leap in some Brazilian municipalities, and that's what we're going to explore here. And what we're going to do, I'm going to move on very quickly. I know you're all excited about this mathematical equation here, and to make you guys a little less bored, but what we'll do is try to compare this enrollment rate expansion before and after municipalities, so children within the municipalities where this expansion took place, and those that didn't take place is expansion, and what we call about estimatives of difference and indifference, and then we just move forward and go up to the results here. Here you can see the division of these municipalities, the one that had a high expansion and the one that had a lower expansion. You can see the distribution here, the higher one in this rural green regions and the lower expansion in the red regions here. It's a study that talks about daycare, but I'm not going to talk about that today because I don't have time. And very quickly, the results for differences and indifferences. I'm going to quickly talk about the first line here. We see the ATT, which is the treatment effect on the treaties. And the first number here, you can see the rate of proficiency and the deviance. I'm going to talk about the second column, which is math. You can see an increase that's favorable to the children which were in municipalities that expanded more strongly, to a fourth of standard deviation in proficiency for math when compared to the control group. So there's an increased proficiency in around a fourth of the standard deviation. We went through that for the preschool. We divided to groups, and then I'll very mention quickly. The first effect is bigger amongst those children whose mother have a lower education, and the effect is higher for those municipalities that already had a higher investment when compared to those municipalities that had a lower amount of investment. So this is our main result. We did all of this for daycare, but for expansion of daycare, the expansion was a little slower, but we can find a positive result in children in those municipalities where the daycares expanded quicker. In the situation for children whose mother have lower education when compared to mothers with higher education. So these are our results. They are comparable to countries with an expansion such as Norway and sometimes, for example, in the United States as well. And just to finalize, and of course, because of the time, because after this we'll have a lot of champagne for us to celebrate. And in my modest opinion, it talks well about this expansion that was done within our limitations, but in average, it seems to have created some evidence that generalized policies targeted toward preschool here in Brazil, especially in these municipalities that expanded first, there was some very favorable results when it comes to learning. So we started late our expansions, but maybe we didn't completely lose a lot of these resources, but we still haven't done the math of how much this costs. But if these results maintain themselves, and if the results of the literature and the international literature of the effects on the preschool children, if they're similar with what's happening here in Brazil, then maybe these policies will pay themselves over time. Thank you.
Você quer comentar?
You want to comment?
Excelente, André.
Excellent, André.
Alguns comentários pontuais,
I have
acho que a gente também já avançou na hora, né?
very
Então,
specific
ser bem
comments.
rápido. Não, mas tem o público que quer fazer perguntas para todo mundo, tá?
We have the public to ask
Tem, assim,
questions, so on and
são
so
alguns
forth.
pontos bem,
Here are some of the
bem rapidamente. Se
quick
vocês
points that I wanted
olharam
to
também
highlight. I don't know if
para
you
outras
saw
variáveis, não só
other
esses
variables, looked at
indicadores de
other
aprendizado
variables, not only the
no quinto
learning
ano, ou seja, desempenho
indicators in
matemático
the fifth
no
grade,
português, mas também como é que
the
foi
math and
matrícula, se houve
Portuguese
aumento de
performance,
matrícula
but
no ensino
what is about
fundamental, no
increased
fundamental 1,
enrollment
principalmente,
for elementary school one,
é diferente entre esses municípios
is it
que
different
tiveram a
between
adoção mais
these
rapidamente
municipalities that
de pré-escola
more
do que os
quickly
outros.
adopted
Ao mesmo
preschools than
tempo,
others?
reprovação,
At the same time,
abandono, tem
failures
razão,
and
se vocês olharam para essas
school dropouts,
variáveis. O que
if
explica,
you
se
looked
você
at
consegue
these
separar os
variables,
mecanismos,
and
né,
what
para que você possa ter alguma
explains
interpretação, né, do que afetou, foi, seja,
what
foi,
affected these phenomena?
basicamente
Was
competências
it
adquiridas
the competencies
fase, que é
acquired
muito importante,
during
né?
this very
Os
important
estudos, né,
formative
como
stage,
autores mostram o quão
as
relevante é o aprendizado nesse momento,
authors and
que fazem
co-authors
com que
have
o desempenho matemático em português
demonstrate,
seja
which show
melhor, ou
that the
pode ter havido
increased
alguma outra
maths and
explicação, né?
Portuguese
Eu não consigo imaginar
performance,
nenhuma
or
outra
could there have
explicação,
been another
né, que vá na
explanation? I
direção de
cannot
aumentar
imagine another explanation
o
that
desempenho,
could
ou seja, algo que
explain
tenha
this
acontecido
increased
na rede.
performance, something that
Será que as
happened
redes que adotaram
in the school. Would it be that the
pré-escola
networks
podem ter
that
feito mudanças
adopted these
também
preschools could also
importantes,
have
né, no
made
Fundamental 1?
important
Se sim, talvez possa
changes
ser
to
mecanismo, mas para mim
the
não tá
elementary
claro que
school,
isso
the first year of elementary school?
que essas coisas
If so,
andam, né, conjuntamente.
it could be an
Imaginaria que
evidence
fosse
that
ao
these
contrário,
things
na verdade, que
are working
houvesse
together.
competição por recursos, né?
I was
Né,
thinking that it
então
would be the
iria na
other way
direção
around, that we're
oposta,
competing
né? Mas é isso.
for resources, but that was what I had to say.
Obrigado, Sérgio. Não,
Thank you,
perfeito.
Sergio.
Tem
That's
várias,
perfect.
muitas
There
dessas
are
questões a gente
a
não
lot
tem
of
resposta, né? Os
questions that are
mecanismos por que isso
unanswered.
acontecer. Matrícula a
These are
gente
the
olhou,
mechanisms, so on and so forth. But, you know,
Bruno me corrige aqui,
Bruno,
a
correct me
gente
if
não
I'm
achou
wrong, but
diferencial de
we didn't
matrícula,
find
não é isso?
any enrollment differentials. Was it? Any difference in enrollment?
Então, a gente não achou
We
impacto sobre
didn't
matrícula, mas a gente tinha
find
sim uma
any impact, but
preocupação
we did
que
have
é
the
o
concern,
fato de
which
que
was the fact that preschool can make kids fail a lot, and they reach fifth grade in the correct age, which with comparison to people that didn't go to preschool, this could have a composite effects, perhaps that could be an effect. But for us specifically, if you're looking at the cohort and the fixed of the year, and so on and so forth, we don't capture that. But, this is something that we do need to consider. Another aspect that you mentioned and that might explain this, and we don't know, is why some municipalities expand before others. Here, we try to see some differences observed from the municipalities of demographic characteristics of the families, level of education of the parents, and we don't find a lot of differences, but they might have some differences in terms of whether you go to the Secretary of Education and they decide to expand, and they also decide to change the elementary school, which is your point, and everything is sort of interconnected. It might be that way we don't have a lot of sort of separation of these mechanisms yet. But that's what I had to say. Thank you. Great. I just want to bring your comment that your work has a very important mission. You looked at the kids. Mothers can work, and I think that the family income is going to double with these daycares. An extremely important figure. So beyond the effects in the kids, there's the effects in the children, in the families, and in the mothers specifically. There's another study that I don't know if you saw, but this preschool has positive effects that are very important. I'm going to leave it up open it up for questions. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. Give her a microphone, please. You go? Yes. Sure. There's two here. I'll bring it over to her. Let's give the microphone to the audience.
Professor, o senhor trouxe uns dados sobre fazendo assim,
you brought some data trying to justify, for example,
da governabilidade, né, assim, de que
in terms of governability,
teria uma relação direta,
that the increase of school enrollment would have the direct connection with the creation of funds and the structuration. Did you think about this as a social worker? When I look at this graph, there are three major evidences that are very important from 2008 until to now, which is the family program, family transfer of income, had the first objective of school enrollment. This is a very important datum when you think about enrollment as well as people staying in school. And when you go through the elementary school, because that's a criterion for the family to be able to receive these benefits, if they have kids, the kids have to be enrolled. I think that's the first thing. And the second is that with regards to the impact of early childhood and the policy in Brazil is the creation of the perspective of community policy, because there's another inductor, the tutelage and the players of ensuring the rights became mobilized by the families so that they had access to elementary school, because the family had a education as a value, but they also needed their kids at school. Then they started to do the other way around. They started provoking the councils to ensure the right to education so that they could receive their benefits. I don't know if you have cross-referenced this data. I think that people who are following up on this social familiar income, because, for example, in the United States and other countries, there are references where the income transfer programs were already related to kids staying in schools or in the families. Have you evaluated that? Thank you. Excellent.
Em relação ao Bolsa Família,
With regards to Bolsa Familia,
tanto o nosso grupo de
our
tratamento, que os municípios expandiram mais
treatment
rapidamente,
groups
em
that
relação ao
are
grupo de controle,
the
os dois têm Bolsa Família,
municipalities
né?
both
Então,
have Bolsa Familia. So
a rigor aqui, o Bolsa
here,
Família
Bolsa
pode
Familia might have
ser favorável
a
ou
favorable
ser
impact
fator que explica
or
os
be a
nossos
factor
resultados
that
se
explains
a
our results
expansão do
if
Bolsa
the
Família
expansion
foi
of Bolsa
também
Familia
mais
was
forte
also
nos municípios que
stronger
expandiram para a escola
in the
primeiro que
municipalities that
não. Isso a gente
expanded preschools
pode
than
ver.
no.
Mas
But this
a
could be
minha
checked.
intuição seria que o
But
Bolsa
my
Família
intuition
expandiu
would be that Bolsa
igualmente
Familia
nos
expanded
nossos municípios
evenly
tratados e
in our
controlados. Então, a gente está
municipalities, the treated
comparando,
and the
digamos, entre
control group.
iguais.
So we're
A
comparing among
outra questão
equals.
do Conselho Tutor
The other
talvez
matter
possa,
that
em
you
parte, explicar. A
raised
gente
might
não
even
olhou isso,
explain.
não sabe,
We
excelente
didn't look,
sugestão.
so an excellent
Talvez
suggestion
possa
because we don't know.
explicar por
It
que
might
alguns
explain
municípios
why
iniciaram a
some
expansão antes de
municipalities
outros.
started
Pode ser
earlier.
que tiveram
This
maior
could be
pressão
that
que
there was a
outros. E
lot
se
more
tem maior
pressure
pressão,
in
pode
these
ser que, por
municipalities. And if
exemplo, a
there is more pressure,
preferência
it
dos
might be
pais
that
por
the preference
educação ou
for the
a
parents
demanda,
for
né,
education
de mães
or
e
the
pais por
demand of mothers
poder ir
and
para a
parents
pré-escola,
to
poder ir para o mercado de trabalho,
so that they
etc.
can go
Então, pode ser
work.
diferenças
This could
de
be
mercado de trabalho,
different
etc.
in terms
E
of
se isso está
the work
associado,
market.
então, à
And if
escola
this
e a
is
desempenho, isso
associated
pode,
to
de
the
fato, até
school,
explicar o nosso resultado.
this might
Mas isso a
explain
gente
our results, but
não
this is
verificou,
something
tá?
that we did not check, okay?
Mais alguma pergunta?
Boa noite.
Any other
Pode
questions?
Tem mais.
Good evening. Yes, go ahead. There.
Boa noite.
Good evening.
Aqui.
Here. Here. There
Boa
you go.
noite. Meu nome é Renata, eu sou
My name is
pesquisadora da
Renata. I'm a
Fiocruz.
researcher at Fiocruz, and my question is for Matias and Juliana.
Não sei se vocês
I don't know
avaliaram,
if you
junto
evaluated
aos entrevistados
with
de
the
vocês, a
interviewees that you
respeito de uma
had
das consequências que
with
a
regards to
mudança
one of the
climática também
consequences
pode
that
trazer, que é
climate change might
aumento
bring, which is the
potencial
potential
de doenças,
increase
principalmente
of
doenças transmitidas por
diseases,
vetores,
especially
mosquitos, né, dengue,
vector-based
malária, enfim,
diseases
uma
like
série de doenças.
dengue,
Eles
malaria, and so many
entendem
other diseases.
esse aumento potencial de
They
doenças como
do they
uma
see this as
consequência
a
das
consequence
mudanças
of
climáticas,
climate
e isso
changes?
traz para eles o
And
aumento da
does this
preocupação,
bring
da
an
ansiedade
increased
climática, do medo, porque
concern
eu não
of climate
percebi
anxieties?
isso nos
Because I didn't
dados.
see that
E
in your
uma
data.
segunda
And a
pergunta
second
para
question,
você, Matias.
it's for you, Matias.
Existe grupo que você fala, né, dos seus entrevistados,
There's a group of interviewees
que
that
não
you mentioned
vê a ação do Estado nesses
doesn't see the
eventos
action of the
extremos,
state in these extreme
né? Que
events.
eles percebem que as
But they
ajudas vêm
see
de
that the help
voluntários,
is
vêm
coming
da
from
comunidade,
volunteers, from
vêm
the
deles
community,
mesmos, enfim,
from
né?
from
Não
themselves, or
seria o
whatever.
momento
Wouldn't it be the
do
moment
Estado assumir
for
a
the state
comunicação
to
com
take over
essas
the
pessoas,
communication with these
melhorar a
people,
comunicação
improve
com
the
essas pessoas,
communication
ao
with these
invés de
people,
dar voz a
instead of
influências, a
voicing,
outras pessoas
giving voice
que,
to
na verdade,
influences of
muitas das
other
vezes
people
não têm a
that a
expertise,
lot
o
of the times don't
conhecimento
have the
científico, o
expertise,
embasamento
scientific
científico para
knowledge, the scientific
dialogar
basis
com
to
excelência
dialogue
científica com essas
with
pessoas. Então, não
scientific
seria o momento
excellence with these
do
people. Wouldn't it
Estado
be an
assumir a
appropriate
sua
time for the
função de
state to take
também
its role
comunicar com a
as
sociedade? Enfim, são essas
communicating
duas
to
perguntas.
society? These are the two
Obrigada.
questions that I had. Thank you.
Obrigada pela pergunta.
Thank you for your question.
Arboviroses, né? Realmente, assim, eu acho que
Arboviruses, I think that,
quando a gente estava, né,
you know,
lá
when
atrás
we were
desenhando o questionário, a nossa
designing the
grande preocupação
questionnaire,
era
our
também
major
trazer
concern was
evidências, né, para os países
to
aqui da
bring
América Latina,
evidence to
né,
countries in Latin
fazer
America
dialogando com a literatura já existente,
dialoguing
né?
with the
E aí
existing
uma grande parte da
literature,
literatura que já estava
and
fazendo
most of
esse
the
tipo de
literature
investigação, mas
was
no norte
doing this
global,
kind
né?
of
E aí realmente, né,
research
nas
with
perguntas,
global
né, que a
north
gente estava
countries. In the
construindo,
questions that we
a
were
gente,
building,
né, colocou muita
we
pergunta em relação
brought a
assim,
lot of questions with regards to
vulnerabilidade em
the
relação ao evento em
vulnerability
si,
to the
né?
events itself.
Mas talvez
But
por,
perhaps
né, nesses
because
instrumentos essa nem ser uma
of
realidade,
these
né?
instruments not
Nesses
being a
países a gente
reality in
também
these
no
countries,
momento nem pensou também
we
em
didn't
fazer,
even
mas é uma
think
ótima
about
pergunta
doing this, but
que
that's an excellent question.
provavelmente, né, cada vez mais a
That
gente tem
probably,
visto isso nos
maybe
dados, né?
we have seen
Que
this
muito
more and more in
provavelmente
the
em próximos
data,
estudos é uma pergunta que
and
está, né,
the
no
studies
questionário e na investigação e nessa percepção deles, né?
and in the perception.
Obrigadíssimo. De fato, as suas duas perguntas são excelentes. E as duas são perguntas empíricas.
Two are very empirical questions, and they can be tested. They're excellent.
Uma coisa que eu acho que é importante
About the first, something that's important to highlight,
estudo sobre percepção de risco climático.
there's a datum about perception of climate risk, which shows a gender division, where women are more sensitive than men. Is it plausible to believe that one of the reasons could be this, a sensitivity to the effects of zoonotropic diseases that result from climate change? I'm not sure. Intuitively, I think so. And if there was a governmental communication with that, you could have high sensitivity for especially women of being women that are at the age of motherhood. So this could be tested. With regards to your second point, this is also an empirical question. You could test that. My intuition is that no, is that there is a political market that is vast in Brazil for the message that the solution for your problem is not going to come from the state, because indeed, the state has a lot of problems to bring us solutions. At least, the state doesn't really need to communicate and say what it's doing if they can't deliver what they're promising.
Que seria temerário fazer uma aposta em redobrar o incentivo para o Estado comunicar o que faz para mitigar os efeitos da mudança do clima, sem levar em conta este mercado que, como a gente tem visto, é um mercado que eleitoralmente é muito potente. E eu acho que seria muito ruim para a causa pró-clima no Brasil ficar com uma mensagem só, quando a gente tem evidência de que tem um pedaço inteiro do país, metade quase do país, que não responde a isso. Então, eu acho que vale a pena testar outras mensagens, mas, de novo, tem de testar para ver o efeito. A gente não fez isso. E eu acho que é uma sequência natural do nosso projeto. A gente conseguiu um financiamento agora para fazer uma...
And we were able to finance with a series of surveys, and due to this experience, we're able to allocate resources to make focal groups on the agricultural frontier, understanding these people's beliefs in regards to climate changes and many international issues as well, for example, relations with China. And I think in this focal groups will be possible to try to explore these topics in more depth. Yeah, Luiz, we talked already. Just to comment on what André was saying, congratulations, my co-author. But firstly, this a commentary done by FIRPO, and it's gonna show up, and we checked some of these questions that you have mentioned here as possible problems. So the EP always makes mistake as well, just like we do. And this report was done in the journal. But in regards to your other observation that we're doing this work in trying to find the effects beyond the effects that you have reported, from up to 5th grade. And also someone else made a comment about other identification methods. We follow the method. All these methods, I don't know if you mentioned them, but we tried to do something similar to what they did. It was a lot of work. It took over a year extra to do this, but this method, trying to create spatial imagery, the one that we did based on the municipalities. But before that, we had other identification strategies that we decided to abandon. And this work is continuing. To focus on what other benefits might have been brought upon because of this. Another comment on the project of YouTube, and it's very interesting, but I believe that's a little, my biggest worry here, not just mine, but a lot of other economists. I think that people could be skeptic, we forget about climate skepticism, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is for you to react. Okay, let's suppose it's real. And then, even then, if the guy is denying this, but as information comes up of the consequences of climate changes, but the co-effect of human action on climate change. So this, I think, is the most important point. I don't think you guys made this question, but if you continue to work, it's a suggestion for you. This is my point of view. I'm not going to get into this debate, and many other economists just put this debate away. It's kind of, they deal with action and reaction. If climate change becomes more evident, and it's due to human action that's causing this change, becomes more evidence to back this up, you try to invest more in trying to avoid that. So some results that you got, I think, they're very important. Like when talking about elderly people, they're not too worried about climate change. Maybe in Europe or United States that shows up more because the elderly person is more worried about hospitals and how public expenses. I don't know if they're so worried about future generations. They're a little selfish for that, okay? But in Brazil, this has not been verified. And there are also some other questions, and this has been talked about, and they're very difficult, but I'll wrap up my comment here. Marcelo, please, just to very relevant works you guys have brought here, very Brazilian of collective problem, trouble of looking for the future. Just two suggestions. One of them will be an interesting continuation of this study from Andrea Aloysio, which is to see when the attendance of preschool decreases. And I think this happened during pandemic. The public that did a lot of isolation, which were smaller children, wasn't the elderly people, it was more this group of younger children. So it's important to look at the inverse effect. So something I talked to Matias a while ago, actually. There's a database that I believe it's very interesting, spoke from college, that covers 120 countries and certainly doesn't have the questions that you have made here. But it talks a lot about risks associated with AI in 2019 and 2021. So I believe it's a simple way to test of how do Brazilians and Latin Americans think in relations to these risks. So these are my two suggestions.
Alô.
Já falou.
Eu queria perguntar ao Matheus e à
I
Juliana.
just asked Matheus and Juliana about the research. I had then introduced myself. My name is Maria Lobo. I'm a sociologist and I'm a climate activist. I took a course from Al Gore of climate reality change. And talking about climate anxiety, and I was referred to this question. Does the Brazilian have a perception of climate change can only be it's not only going to be changed through the government? And I follow the COPs and I see that it's a very difficult issue. And following up to that, we're suffering extreme events. This explanation that Rio Grande do Sul's mayor was re-elected even if he didn't conserve the dams in Rio Guaíba River. This lack of connections and synapses between what the government has to do and what actually happens. I'd like to comment on that, please.
Pronto. Duas questões. Uma
Okay, two questions. One for André. I'd like to understand, André, if it's possible at the stage your research is, what are the indicators that eventually with that those municipalities with below the red line, it instantly increases quickly. You have the Amendment 59 as an indicator, but you have some municipalities that resist a little and then they go up, they take this leap. Because many of you criticize the strategical litigation. replying to that. I would like to see how you feel about that on your research. Aloysio, a little bit about what he said. It's this principle of precaution. So it doesn't matter if I agree or if I don't agree, this is going to turn out very bad. And law takes on this. So climate change law and decisions always comply to this. I haven't bought the argument that there isn't a polarization left and right wing. I understand that there isn't a political party polarization because in a fragmented system, this doesn't happen. But the citizen that is very individualizing doesn't believe that. Not necessarily he's a person that's more connected to a conception of right wing. Thank you, everyone, for your questions. I'll start from going back to the first question. Exactly. What we find is there is no distinction between left and right wing in regards to the belief of climate change, if it exists or not. There's no distinction between left and right wing in regards to the belief of human causes in climate change and in regards to severity. And this is where we concentrate the skepticism here in Brazil, but Latin America as a whole, this doesn't happen either. The biggest determining factor is the belief the person has on the state. So you can say, okay, these things are correlated, but we did a test and they are not correlated. You can have electoral vote that votes left wing, but which is completely skeptic on the belief that the state can provide good services, especially when it comes to climate change. In a region such as Latin America, where the state has bigger problems, a lot of problems to service its population. So you have an ample market of people who take upon these beliefs. So part of what the agenda is of this new right wing, this very new right wing, for example, when you're talking about Pablo Marçal, is the argument that you are alone, that the state will not welcome you. So it doesn't depend only on your talent in the family. It might depend on this other party, such as your church, for example. And this being systematically correlated to the right wing, this is a huge leap. The fact that this might have been used in this way. Evidently, we'd have to take a look, and I think Rosana Machado is about to publish this book, which talks about the fact that influencers who focus on entrepreneurial promotion and for a way for people to leave their social condition, what the effect is on people on regions that vote on left wing. So what the effect does this have on the northern part of Brazil, where you have people that vote mostly left wing for the past decades? And then we can try to better understand and get to the nitty and gritty of all of this. And talking about attribution, the last question we made, one thing is everybody has a problem in trying to attribute certain causes to certain effects. So what this research shows about climate risk is that in good part of the development world, people have a lot of trouble in making this association. For example, that floods were caused by climate change, for example. This in regards to attribution. But your question is about political behavior. Why does the person vote for a mayor when this mayor was the one acting when there was an extreme climate event that could have been avoided if the mayor took a preventive position? But there are a million reasons that could influence the vote of the citizen at that time. Even if that time of the vote, the climate change was the issue at hand. And Aloysio, I understand what you're saying, but there's a little problem, with your point, because the logic behind what you're saying, instead of mapping climate skepticism and acting preventively, we have to wait for the climate to cause economic crisis and wait for it to accumulate. And then this citizen will say, oh, okay, this is very costly. I have to act. Okay. Sorry, I can't hear. The person doesn't have the microphone.
Muito bem. André, você tem uma observação final?
Só
Do you have any final remarks? Just a quick additional comment about this.
puzzle, né? Você
Yeah, it's a puzzle. It's puzzling for you to take a look at the mayor and think about why he got reelected in the city that suffered with the flood. But at the same time, we have Canoas, which is the municipality right next to it, where the mayor wasn't reelected. And in Canoas, they suffer the consequence for a longer time. So maybe it has to do with the ability to react to these events. Maybe Porto Alegre had a quicker and bigger response to the floods, and Canoas, people saw it, how long it took for adequate response. Up to now, schools were closed, even up to October, November, the schools were still closed. So maybe it has something to do with the response. But yeah, electoral behavior, specifically when dealing with extreme events, it's still very puzzling.
Direto à sua pergunta, Oscar.
Directly to your question, Oscar. First is to remember that the amendment gives a specific timeline for municipalities to adapt. There was a time window for that. But your question still stands because some started voluntarily before others. And we couldn't find any element that would really explain that. But we already had two hypotheses, one raised, another, and yours now. These are data that we can cross-reference, and we might try to find. Yes, we can do that. All right, gentlemen, ladies, thank you very much for your attention. To the participants, thank you very much.
Tirar foto aqui.
Let's take the official picture now. And I'd like to ask for 2 minutes so that we can start the award ceremony for the best researchers of 2024.
Muito obrigado. Obrigado, Corona. Meu fruto são. Meu fruto.
Bom, Podemos iniciar, depois de dia intenso de
We can
debates
start
sobre
after
política
a strong and
pública,
intense
sobre
debate on
como
public
usar
policies and
evidências
how
para
to use
elaboração de políticas
evidence to
públicas, de como
craft
usar
public
evidências,
policies
dados,
and how to
informações
use
para
data and
avaliação de
information
políticas
to
públicas,
evaluate public policies,
que é, como eu falei no início
which
desse
at the
evento,
start of the
uma das
event I
principais
said is one
expertises
of
da
the main
Fundação Getúlio Vargas.
expertises that we have
Vamos
here at the
agora,
Getulio Vargas
então,
Foundation. So
a
let
uma
us now
premiação
give an
dos
award
destaques de pesquisa e
to
inovação
the innovation and research
que foram
top
selecionados pela
people
Comissão de
that were
Pesquisa e
selected by
Inovação
the
da Fundação
Commission
Getúlio Vargas.
of Innovation and Research
Para
by
o
the
início
Getulio Vargas Foundation.
da cerimônia
To
de
start
premiação,
the award
nós vamos ter uma
ceremony,
primeira categoria,
we're
que
going to
é a
have the first
categoria
category,
Menção
which is
Honrosa, que
honorable
foi para o
mentions
projeto
for the
Patrimônio
project
Documental Indígena, Trabalho
Indigenous
Colaborativo entre
Documental
o FGV
Heritage
CPDOC
Cooperative
e o povo Apinagé.
cooperation between
Gostaria
Apinagé people and
de
CPDOC.
chamar o professor
I would like
Celso
to
Castro
invite Professor
ao
Celso
palco,
Castro to the
por
stage,
favor.
please.
Celso, por favor, fique à vontade para a entrega do prêmio
Celso,
e para explicar um pouquinho desse projeto
please explain to us
inovador
about
feito
this
pelo CPDOC.
innovative project made by CPDOC.
Bom, boa noite.
Well,
Em
good
2
evening.
minutos para explicar
I have 2
esse
minutes to
prêmio.
explain this award.
Trabalho colaborativo, né, entre o povo
Cooperation
Apinagé e
between the
FGV.
Apinagé
Isso
people,
começou há 2 anos e
FGV.
meio,
It
a
started
partir da
2 and a half years
doação do
ago with the
pessoal
donation of the
do
personal archive
antropólogo Roberto da Mata,
of
da
Roberto
FGV,
da
ele doou
Mata,
arquivo.
the
Esse
anthropologist
arquivo
who donated
incluía material
something
muito
that
grande,
included a lot of
em que ele fez
material
pesquisa de campo
where
entre
he did
os
field
indígenas
research
Apinagé, o povo Apinagé, nos anos 60,
among the
50 anos,
Apinagé people in the 60s,
antes.
50
E
years
material de
earlier.
valor
And the material
cultural
is an
inestimável,
immense
patrimônio
cultural
que
value,
limitava
some
o
heritage
conhecimento dos
that
Apinagé.
was
Então, o que é que nós
not
fizemos?
the Apinagé was
Estabelecemos, né,
not
canal
familiar
de
with. So we
comunicação
created a communications
para
channel
que eles nos
so
ajudassem
that they helped
não
us
só a
not only
organizar,
to
entender esse
organize,
acervo, são mais de 3.000
understand this
fotos,
archive.
dezenas
It's
de
over
fitas cassete, com material
3,000
importantíssimo
pictures, a lot of
da época
cassettes
em que o
with
Roberto
very
da Mata
important
fez essa
materials that
pesquisa.
Roberto da Mata
E
was
isso
on
foi
the
se
field.
desdobrando, né, ao longo do
This
tempo. Nós temos agora
unfolded throughout
alunos
time, and
Apinagé
now
no nosso mestrado,
we
professores
have
de
some
culturais,
Apinagé
estamos
in
tratando
our
disso.
cultural heritage
E esse projeto
classes,
continua se
and we are
desenvolvendo.
continuing to
É
develop
projeto
this
baseado,
project. This
acima
is
de tudo,
based on
né, num profundo
basically
respeito,
on a
né,
deep
ao
respect
saber desse povo
to
indígena
the
em
knowledge
relação
of
ao
this
seu
indigenous people with
passado, a
regards
sua
their
memória, ao seu
past
patrimônio
and their memory
e
and their
os usos que a
heritage
gente pode
and
fazer
the
disso.
uses that
Né?
we
Quer dizer,
can
não se
make of
trata
it.
apenas de uma coisa do
It's not
passado,
just
né,
something
de
in the
museu
past,
da
a
memória, mas algo
museum
muito
of
vivo e
memory,
muito
and
importante
it's
para
something
eles.
live
Isso
and
continua, já temos
important
outros
to them.
arquivos que foram doados.
We have
Também
other
tem
archives
material
that have been
Apinagé,
donated
temos
that also have
outros,
Apinagé
né, de outros
materials
povos indígenas já,
from
mas
other
é projeto
indigenous
que nós temos
peoples
muito
too,
orgulho,
but this
né,
is a
e
project that we're
tratamos
very
com todo
proud
o
to, and
respeito e
we
carinho desde o
have a
início.
lot of
Projeto
respect and
colaborativo,
affection for
aqui a
since the
palavra
beginning.
chave é
And
colaboração com o povo
collaboration or
Apinagé. Eu vou
cooperation
passar
is
rapidamente
the
a
key
palavra
word.
para
I'm going to give the
Irembete,
floor to
Andressa,
Idembet
que é a nossa
Andressa.
aluna.
She's our student here.
Estamos aqui, né, com o
And
cacique,
we're here,
né, com a
Pipkam,
esposa dele, Batiá, Dona
the
Helena.
chief, and Dona Helena, his wife.
Ficamos todos nós do
And,
CPDOC, da FGV como um todo, muito
we are
honrados
very
também com a
honored
acolhida
with their
que tivemos
presence
por parte,
and how they
né,
took us
dos
in.
Apinagé.
Boa noite a todos.
Good evening,
Hamé,
everyone.
Quero dizer que é um
I
motivo
want to
de
say
muita
that
honra
this is a
estarmos mais
reason
uma
for
vez
great honor
estarmos
for us
aqui
to
junto
once
com
again
todos
be here
vocês
with all of you.
e receber uma premiação
receive
como essa
an
significa
award
muito
such
para
as
o
this
nosso
one
povo.
means a lot to our
A
people.
gente quer dedicar
We would
a
like to
nossa
dedicate
ancestralidade
our
ao nosso povo, porque
ancestrality
estamos
into
aqui
our people
representando
because
um
we are
povo
here
que se chama Paini
representing
Apinagé, e
Paini
dizer que
Apinagé
esse
people
documentário
and saying that this
ele é muito
documentary
importante para
is
o nosso
extremely
povo,
important
porque
for our people
através
because
desses
through
arquivos
these
a gente
archives
pôde, a gente está
we were
podendo
able
também das nossas
and we still
comunidades
are able
resgatando
to
aquilo que
get
foi
back
perdido,
with
aquilo que a
that
gente
which
já
was
não
lost
vivencia
that
mais
we don't
na
have anymore
atualidade.
in the
Então,
current
quero
days.
dizer
So I want to
a
say
toda a equipe também do
to all
CPDOC que
the
a gente fica
CPDOC team
imensamente
that we are
gratos a todos
extremely
vocês
grateful
pelo
to all of
carinho, pelo
you
respeito
for the respect
que vocês
and
têm
the affection
conosco,
and the care that you
dizer
have
que
with
estamos
us,
felizes
and
de
to
estar
say
com
that we're
vocês, dizer que
extremely
vocês
happy
são
to
uma
be with
família
you,
para nós,
say that
né?
you're
Que
family to us,
vocês
and to
têm
say that
papel
you
também
have
muito
a very
importante
important
na
role
construção
in the
desse documentário.
construction of this
E quero dizer ao
document
lado do meu
archive.
pai, do
And
meu avô,
with my
cacique,
father and my grandfather,
Tapkrut,
the chief
Apinagé,
Tapkrut
dizer
Apinagé,
que nós
to
estamos
say
honrados,
that
né,
we are
pai,
honored,
por
right,
estarmos
Dad,
aqui
to
representando
be
nosso
here,
povo e
representing
mostrar
our
nossa
people
força, nossa
and
luta,
showing
nossa
our
resistência,
power,
e
our
que seremos
struggle, and our
sempre essa
resistance and
resistência,
resilience. And it will
porque
be
nós
always
fazemos
resilient
parte desse
because
Brasil,
we are
nós
part
fazemos
of
parte
Brazil
de tudo
and we
isso
are
que está
part
acontecendo.
of
Quero ser
everything
muito
that's going on.
obrigada.
So thank you very much.
Muito boa noite
Good
a
evening
todos.
to
Eu
all.
só quero agradecer
I just want to say
esse
thank you
momento que estamos recebendo,
for the moment that you're
esse
receiving us and we're getting
a
this
homenagem que estão fazendo sobre
award
esse
and
evento.
the honor that you're
Eu
doing in
fico
this
muito
event.
grato
I'm very
do
grateful
projeto estar nos
that the
apoiando,
project is supporting
os
us
nossos povo,
and our
como
people.
ela falou, né?
Like she
Então,
said,
eu só tenho muito a agradecer
I have
à equipe,
a
ao
lot to be thankful
projeto
for the
e
team,
muito
the project.
obrigado.
Thank you very much.
E em forma de agradecimento
And
também,
as a thank you
costume do
too,
nosso povo
it is
a gente
customary from our
agradecer em
people
forma de dança
for us to
e
thank
cantoria, e é o
with
que a
a
gente vai
dance and
fazer agora
singing,
para
and this is what
vocês.
we're going to do to you right now.
Hoje som. Happy Honante, happy Honante, happy Honante, happy Honante, happy Honante, happy Honante,
Muito obrigada, Celso, muito obrigada
Thank you very
aos
much,
representantes
Celso.
dos Apinagés aqui
Thank you very
presentes.
much to the Apinagé people present here.
Bom, agora eu gostaria de chamar
Now, I would like to invite to the stage Professor Carlos Ivan Simonsen Leal,
professor Marcos Sintra,
Professor
o
Marcos
ministro
Sintra,
Eugênio Vargas Garcia, diretor do Departamento de Ciência, Tecnologia
and
e
Professor
Propriedade
Eugênio
Intelectual
Vargas
do Ministério das
Garcia,
Relações
Director of the
Exteriores, do
Ministry of
Itamaraty, para subir
the
ao
Foreign
palco,
Relations, to
onde se
come to the
procederá
stage,
com a entrega
where
dos
we will
prêmios
continue
de
to
destaque de pesquisa.
deliver
Gostaria
the
de ressaltar
research awards.
que esses
I would like to
prêmios,
highlight that these
eles
awards
foram uma
were
colaboração
a
do
cooperation
FGV Arte,
of
né, e
FGV
vocês vão
Art,
ver aqui, eles estão
and
vendo
you will
nas fotos,
see in the
o que eu gostaria,
pictures,
a
you
quem
can
eu
see in the
gostaria de
pictures,
agradecer na pessoa do Sidney
to
Gonzalez, que
whom
não
I'd
está
like
aqui
to
agora,
thank
estava de manhã,
also
e
Sidney
também ao
Gonzalez,
Carlos
who is not
Augusto,
here, man,
pela
and Carlos Augusto
colaboração no
for
design
the
desses
cooperation in
prêmios que serão
designing
entregues.
these awards that will be delivered.
Vamos ao primeiro projeto,
Go to the
que
first project
receberá a premiação e, como
that
a
will
novidade
receive
nesse
the
ano,
award.
nós
And
trazemos
as
uma
news,
startup.
we bring a
Uma
startup
startup que
this
foi
year,
acelerada
which was
pela nossa Escola de
accelerated by
Administração de
our
Empresas de São Paulo.
business
A
administration school in
startup,
São Paulo.
é a
The startup
Bossa
is
Boss.
Bossa Boss. Bossa Box.
É o destaque de inovação de 2024.
The innovation highlight of 2024.
Agora,
And now,
na nossa categoria, destaque
in
de
our
pesquisa,
category for research highlights, I'd like to invite the first project, COVID-19 and bank branch lending, the moderating effect of digitalization. Benjamin Miranda Tabac,
Escola de Políticas Públicas do Governo,
Public Policy Schools of Government at FGV and PPG.
Terceiro projeto, destaque de
Third
pesquisa.
project was highlight in research, forecasting conditional variant in high dimension time series, a general dynamic factor approach of the Economic School of São Paulo, FGV. I'd like to invite up here Pedro Luiz Valls Pereira.
Nosso próximo destaque de pesquisa.
Our next research highlight, food swaps and firms psychology. I'd like to call up Las from EBAP.
Ele será representado.
He will be represented by Flávio Moraes. Flávio, please.
Estão aqui me chamando a atenção que eu não coloquei um minutinho que os autores tinham para explicar o projeto.
Call me up because I know they said they had a minute to explain their project, but you have food and drinks after because you can interact with the authors and they'll be very excited to explain to you over drinks and some finger food how their projects work. So it's for a good cause. And the next research highlight, this one you will get to know a little bit better, climate change beliefs and their correlations in Latin America. Correlation of climate change and perception, evidence from Latin America, Matias Vector and Juliana Camargo.
Esse vocês já conhecem um pouquinho melhor.
This one you guys know a little bit better.
Próximo destaque de pesquisa.
Research highlight. Learning uptime mapping for regional label proportion and large scale SAR and optical imagery. Dario, Borges de Oliveira, Applied Math School of FGV MAP.
Próximo destaque de pesquisa.
Next research highlight housing program in slums and strategy identification using regression to continually design for Brazilian case. Social FGV, Marcelo Cortinelli.
Próximo destaque de pesquisa.
Next research highlight. You already know the author who honored us today with a beautiful debate in the panel previous to this one. Down the river, glyphosate used in agriculture and birth outcomes of surrounding populations. Rudy Rocha.
Próximo destaque de pesquisa.
Next research highlight. Measuring human capital and its implication on economic productivity of Brazil. Brazilian Economy Institute, Fernando Veloso. Janaína Feijó, Fernando de Orlando Barbosa Filho, and Ana Paula Noden.
Próximo projeto de destaque de pesquisa. Opening
Next
the World Court.
research highlight project, opening the world court for state and non-state actors in contagious cases. Reality or utopia. Paula Almeida e Júlia Tavares Romei.
E o último destaque de
And
pesquisa.
the last research highlight, in the 21st of November, during the 10th edition of ABEL 2024 Award promoted by university media editors. It was released the book Institutional Erosion in 2018 up to 2022. I call up here to receive this award and then talk a little bit about the book that will be available to all of you when we exit the auditorium, as well as the author who's going to honor us with his presence and the autographs to the book. Please, Oscar, I call you up to the stage to receive your highlight award.
Então, vamos fazer jus aqui,
Well,
chamando a equipe inteira. Nós temos o Oscar.
Let's call up the entire team. We have Oscar Villani, Raquel de Mato Pimenta, Fábio de Sá, and Silvia, e Marta Rodrigues de Assis Machado. Pass the mic to Oscar.
O Oscar vai falar
Oscar will talk 2 minutes about his book, and I'd like to mention also, give a special thanks to the publisher, FGV. Marieta is here still. I'd like to thank her and ask for a round of applause for the publisher that also received the award for the publication.
Eu não queria ter o privilégio que os outros colegas não tiveram. Então,
I wouldn't like to have the privilege that all my colleagues didn't have, so I'd like to use the floor to thank Marieta, because without her, this book wouldn't have been published, and much less have received this award. I'd like to thank Marta and Raquel. And the interesting part of this work, because it was a work that was extremely cheap, we received a donation from a professor who is a friend of our foundation, has been for over 50 years, Professor David Trubeck, who, after reading a small article about authoritative legalism, he said, I'd like to invest in this project. So it was a project that started from a personal donation from a professor that was here in the 60s, and he has developed the research that involves over 50 universities around the world. We have at least 2 books that will be published soon, where we compare disruptive democracies all around the world, up to Chavez's ascension to power and then Orbán. Before that, we didn't have literature about the erosion of institutions. And this book will start to pave the way for authors who start to study the erosion of liberalism in democracies. So it's a very interesting book. Well, I'm not going to talk too well about it. No, the book sucks. But this book created a very important dialogue and put Brazil into the international debate about this topic. And this book will be released right now. Is it right, Marieta? Thank you very much, Gorete. Congratulations, Oscar, and all the team that worked on the book, all the people, and I invite everyone for our drinks and foods outside. It's already being serviced outside the auditorium. Thank you for your participation here in the presence. Oscar is going to be autographing the books, and all the other people who have received awards will also be outside for conversation. So thank you for your presence today, and we count on you to be here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.